Lu Yuan wakes to an unexpectedly sweet fragrance, and half asleep, immediately feels that something about his usual shabby room is very wrong. When he looks around properly, the shock hits him at once. This is not his place at all, but an ancient woman's room. Before he can investigate further, a flood of unfamiliar memories crashes into his mind and tells him the impossible truth: he has transmigrated. The memories show a world of cultivators, demons, and constant danger, nothing like the technology-filled life he left behind. He also learns that this body's owner was another Lu Yuan, a Qingyun sect Qi cultivation disciple stuck at the very bottom of the sect's ladder. His spiritual roots are bizarrely strong in total but perfectly balanced across every element, which sounds impressive until it leaves him mediocre at all of them. That unlucky talent spread explains why 10 years in a major sect only got him to Qi cultivation level 5, while his peers have already surged ahead. The situation is worse because Qingyun sect gives only 3 10-year chances to reach foundation establishment, and Lu Yuan has already used one with almost nothing to show for it. If he fails again and gets thrown out, the outside world is so dangerous that he might end up dead or worse at the hands of demons. As he complains that even being well-balanced somehow gets treated like a flaw, a cold voice suddenly answers with something far more useful than sympathy. A game-like skill interface opens in his mind, listing his cultivation, roots, lifespan, techniques, and skills as if his life has suddenly turned into a familiar RPG screen. What really shakes him is that the interface looks almost identical to the cultivation game he played in his previous life. Since he cannot undo the choice later, Lu Yuan forces himself to study the 3 available luck talents carefully instead of clicking on impulse. The first talent would turn him into a sword cultivation prodigy, but Lu Yuan rejects it almost immediately because he values staying alive more than looking cool. In his eyes, sword cultivators hit hard but die easily, and that risk alone is enough to make the choice feel like a trap. The second talent, Wind and Thunder Dao Fetus, looks powerful too, but he remembers Qingyun sect barely has the right techniques to make those roots useful. That leaves the third talent, Destined Lucky Star, and the moment he sees it can control luck and even sees luck from others, his interest sharpens. Lu Yuan thinks like a survivalist. The real terror is not a big obvious threat but the 1% failure that eventually happens if you gamble often enough. To him, a high success rate still is not true safety, so a talent that can force breakthroughs and refining attempts toward certainty feels perfect. Convinced this is the safest path for a steady climber, Lu Yuan decisively chooses Destined Lucky Star. The interface expands to reveal 3 effects. He can assign his own luck, absorb luck after bad luck, and possibly trigger a doubled luck period called Destined Time. He likes the first 2 effects, but the part about gaining more luck by suffering repeated misfortune leaves him deeply suspicious. He immediately balks at the idea of becoming a willing loser for bonus luck, even if he grudgingly admits he might reconsider when real benefits are on the table. While planning how this cheat might drag him to foundation establishment in time, Lu Yuan suddenly feels that he has forgotten something important. Then footsteps sound outside the door, and the awful memory slams back into place. He is in a senior sister's private room. The original Lu Yuan had been so desperate about his future that he planned to live off a beautiful foundation establishment senior sister who was interested in his looks. That plan is especially dangerous because the senior sister already has a fiancé in the sect, and he is also a foundation establishment disciple. The senior sister does not even want that engagement, but since no one else in the sect sees it that way, Lu Yuan getting caught here would look unforgivable. He now remembers the current crisis clearly. The fiancé came to see her, she went out to deal with him, and she told Lu Yuan to hide fast. Even while cursing his luck, Lu Yuan knows none of that matters now, because if the senior brother finds him here, no explanation will save him. He first considers hiding under the bed, but the idea feels so obvious that he dismisses it at once. The cabinet is no better, because that is another classic hiding spot any suspicious fiancé would check first. He even glances at the ceiling and instantly gives up on that idea too, knowing one casual look upward would end him. Then he spots the half-open wooden window and realizes the cliff outside might be the only place no one would think to search. The problem is that the residence sits on a mountain peak, and outside the window there is only a tiny ledge above a sheer abyss. With no better option and footsteps getting closer, Lu Yuan grits his teeth and slips out onto the ledge anyway. He lands smoothly enough, but the moment he steadies himself on that foot-wide rock, his face turns pale because one slip would kill him outright. A few seconds later he is already regretting everything, deciding that under the bed might have been safer than this freezing death perch. He starts to climb back inside, unable to stand the risk any longer. But at that exact moment, the door opens, and Lu Yuan freezes outside before he can expose himself. A man and a woman step into the room, and only Lu Yuan's quick reaction keeps him from being caught red-handed. So while other transmigrators begin with grand destiny, Lu Yuan starts his new life as a terrified hidden lover, shivering on a cliff outside someone else's room. Hidden outside the window on the cliff wall, Lu Yuan overhears Yitingyu coldly telling Qingyun that their engagement was arranged by their families, not by her own choice, and she wants him to stop bothering her. Too scared to peek, Lu Yuan tries to convince himself he is basically a rock so 2 cultivators inside will not notice him eavesdropping. Inside, Yitingyu briefly checks the room and window, confirms Lu Yuan is hidden well enough, and turns back to face her mortal world fiancé. Qinyan, hurt and confused, says Yidingyu has changed, and she fires back that he has changed too. Qinyan realizes she has been cutting herself off from her mortal family on purpose, as if she is determined to leave both him and that old engagement behind. Still unwilling to give up, Qinyan asks if all the feelings they once shared meant nothing to her. Sitting on the bed with her arms crossed, Yitingyu answers that childish promises do not count, and she has no feelings for him now, not even pity. Outside the window, Lu Yuan hears that brutal rejection and nearly gasps out loud at how merciless she is being. Even after all that, Qinyan swears he still will not quit because the engagement is not formally broken, and he believes time will prove he is the best match for her. Qinyan turns to leave through the door, but Yitingyu stops him and pointedly says the door is for guests, and he is not one. Humiliated but still obedient, Qinyan accepts it and decides to leave through the window instead. The moment Lu Yuan realizes Qinyan is heading straight for the window, his hiding place becomes a death trap and he frantically searches for somewhere else to disappear. Qinyan jumps out the window and catches sight of Lu Yuan clinging there in his sleeping robe, leaving both of them in a horribly awkward face-to-face freeze. Lu Yuan tries to bluff his way out with a painfully fake excuse about admiring the moon and acting like they just happened to meet by chance. Before Qinyan can react, Lu Yuan slips back through the window into the room in one smooth move and leaves the furious fiancé outside. Qinyan instantly hurls a terrifying flame at Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan screams for Yitingyu to save him as the fire stops just short of his throat. Yitingyu angrily forbids Qinyan from killing a fellow disciple in her residence, and her intervention keeps the attack outside. Qinyan burns with jealousy at finding another man in his fiancé's room at night, but he hesitates because he can still sense Yitingyu has not lost her primordial yin. The clash draws nearby Foundation establishment disciples, who fly over after sensing not just spiritual energy but real killing intent. To avoid exposing himself, Qinyan drops the attack and calmly lies that he was only having a friendly spar with Yitingyu. The visiting disciples warn Qinyan not to make trouble so close to the main peak, then choose not to interfere in what looks like a messy lovers' dispute. Inside, Lu Yuan stays hidden behind Yitingyu and silently thanks his luck that the other disciples never step inside to see him. Once the others leave, Qinyan stops by the window again and coldly tells Lu Yuan that they still have plenty of days ahead of them. Lu Yuan immediately hides behind Yitingyu harder and blurts out that Qinyan is threatening him. Yitingyu openly shields Lu Yuan and tells Qinyan this is her residence, so she can invite whoever she wants. While they confront each other, Lu Yuan checks their status panels and sees that Qinyan is a level 3 Foundation Establishment cultivator with a flame talent. Then Lu Yuan checks Yitingyu's panel and is stunned to see the name Meng Rian, plus techniques and divine abilities that look nothing like her righteous sex methods. That single panel flips everything for Lu Yuan, because he suddenly suspects Yitingyu is an enemy spy who wants to use him as a cultivation furnace. Lu Yuan instinctively takes a small step away from Yitingyu, now more afraid of her than of Qinyan. Not noticing his real reason, Yitingyu calmly reassures him that with her around, Qinyan cannot hurt him. With Qinyan gone but the hidden demoness still beside him, Lu Yuan realizes he is trapped between two hostile Foundation Establishment cultivators and must choose the less deadly side. Since Qinyan's fire could kill him instantly, Lu Yuan grimly decides that clinging to Yitingyu for now is his only way to stay alive. So Lu Yuan deliberately retreats behind Yitingyu with a pitiful look, acting like he is fully relying on her protection. That only enrages Qinyan more, and he bitterly asks how a dignified Foundation Establishment cultivator could lose to a mere gigolo like Lu Yuan. Yitingyu agrees that Lu Yuan has no real advantages besides his face and his sweet talk, which leaves Lu Yuan silently fuming even while she is defending him. Then she twists the knife by admitting she really is that shallow, turns around, and lifts Lu Yuan's chin with open flirtation. Qinyan can only swallow his rage, because Yitingyu is stronger than he expected and killing Lu Yuan outright would bring sect punishment. Unable to act now, Qinyan leaves with a final threat that the cultivator world is dangerous and Lu Yuan cannot count on Yitingyu to protect him forever. As Qinyan finally leaves, Lu Yuan knows he has just landed himself on a Foundation Establishment Senior Brothers revenge list. He also understands the sex rule clearly now. Qinyan cannot touch him before Lu Yuan reaches Foundation Establishment, but after that, excuses to attack will be easy to find. Before Lu Yuan can figure out an escape route, Yitingyu slides a hand into his loose robe and softly tells him not to be afraid while she is here. Lu Yuan recoils on instinct, and Yitingyu's eyes darken for a moment as she wonders if he has discovered something he should not know. Realizing he almost exposed himself, Lu Yuan hurriedly pretends his fear is only about Qinyan and suggests they should end whatever is between them before things get worse. That explanation works, and Yitingyu's suspicion fades as she decides he is only scared of Qinyan, not aware of her real identity. Then Yitingyu calmly tightens the trap, reminding Lu Yuan that Qinyan already sees him as a rival and that rejecting her would only earn him a second Foundation Establishment enemy. Lu Yuan is left staring at her in disbelief, because she is not seducing him anymore so much as openly coercing him into staying. With no way to face both her and Qinyan at once, Lu Yuan finally swallows his pride and gives in. Seeing him yield, Yitingyu licks her lips, calls the obstacle gone, and says they can continue what they were doing before. Lu Yuan makes one last weak attempt to postpone it, but Yi Tingyu brushes every excuse aside and takes full control of the night. By the next morning, the aftermath confirms Lu Yuan's suspicion. Yi Tingyu really did use her demonic talent and technique to drain him like a furnace, temporarily reducing his spiritual root aptitude. But the system immediately balances that bad news with a bizarre upside, because Lu Yuan's destined lucky star talent has stolen luck from both Meng Rian and Xingyan overnight. After thinking it through, Lu Yuan realizes the only one who truly lost everything in this mess was Xingyan, who lost his fiancée and even part of his luck, making him the real sucker of the night. Back in his room, Lu Yuan admits the night with Meng Rian was not a win at all, because staying near a demoness who infiltrated Xingyun's sect can only end badly. He feels the cost immediately. After just one night of dual cultivation, his spiritual root aptitude has temporarily fallen by 20 points. That drop does not cripple him yet, but Lu Yuan grimly realizes a few more rounds like this could ruin him for real. The danger is worse than he knows, because Meng Rian chose him precisely for his unusually high total aptitude and low cultivation, making him the perfect target for her technique. Meng Rian's demonic desire ice heart transcript can slowly steal a partner's spiritual root aptitude through dual cultivation. But the technique has a nasty flaw. The user starts catching real feelings for the partner, and if that deepens too far, the proud cultivator can end up completely obedient. That is why the safest finish for her would be to drain the partner dry and kill them before those feelings can take over. Her second limit is just as important. She can only absorb aptitude from someone weaker than herself, which makes Lu Yuan an even better victim. Lu Yuan does not know all of that, but his instincts are loud enough. He enjoys being alive more than being this demoness toy. He decides the only real escape is to reach Foundation establishment as fast as possible and gain enough status to protect himself. That thought flips his mood completely, and he starts fantasizing about the day he can turn the tables and force Meng Rian to submit instead. Even with his back still aching, Lu Yuan forces himself up and finally checks the cheat system he barely had time to study last night. The panel confirms his current state at a glance. Chi cultivation level 5, aptitude reduced to 130 out of 150, and a solid set of beginner skills. As he studies the interface, Lu Yuan realizes this world follows a proficiency system instead of simple EXP leveling, so skills only rise by repeated use and training. That means his real bottleneck is not combat skill but cultivation speed, because his badly distributed spiritual roots still make breaking through painfully slow. Then he notices the answer the original owner had already prepared for him, a Pharmacist Valley waste token left on the bed. With that token, he can enter Pharmacist Valley, learn pill refinement, and chase a path that could speed up his growth and save his place in the sect. He cannot help feeling bitterly ridiculous about it, because the demoness basically paid him with a future after using him. His pride loses the argument fast, and Lu Yuan grabs the token and heads out, deciding that if he has to rely on anything, it will be pill refinement. The story shifts to Pharmacist Valley, one of Qingyun's sect's key areas, where skilled pill makers can earn resources and status without gambling their lives in dangerous missions. For Lu Yuan, that matters even more because ordinary outer disciples live on the margins, but a capable pharmacist can enjoy treatment close to an official disciple. When he reaches the pill hall entrance, Lu Yuan is stunned by the sight of hundreds of furnaces blazing at once. The crushing heat rolling out of the hall makes the place feel even more intimidating and even more real. Before he can keep staring, a Pharmacist Valley senior brother in the Valley uniform steps up and demands to know who he is. Lu Yuan quickly explains that he was assigned here and respectfully offers the Pharmacist Valley waste token as proof. After checking the token, the senior brother's attitude eases and he gestures for Lu Yuan to follow him inside. As they walk, the senior brother bluntly warns him that good fire and wood roots are only the entry ticket, because pill refinement still takes talent and hard work. The senior brother stops at an empty furnace and assigns that workstation to Lu Yuan. Then the senior brother makes the rule clear. Lu Yuan is only an apprentice for now, and if he still cannot make a qualified chi cultivation pill within a year, he will be sent back out of Pharmacist Valley. The senior brother adds the daily routine next. Pharmacist Valley will issue him 10 ingredient sets for elementary cultivation pills, and only steady production will let him stay and advance. If he can one day refine Foundation establishment pills on his own, he will finally gain the same treatment as the sect's official disciples. After the brief orientation, the senior brother leaves Lu Yuan at his station with a beginner pill recipe waiting beside the furnace. Lu Yuan reads the recipe and sees that the elementary cultivation pill is a beginner medicine meant to boost spiritual energy absorption for a time. The recipe also confirms he meets the basic requirements already, because he has the right spiritual roots and the item manipulation and fire manipulation skills. Even so, he does not rush in blindly and decides to learn by watching the experienced disciples first. He moves behind a working senior brother's furnace and studies every step of the pill refining process with full concentration. Then the lesson gets dramatic when the senior brother loses control of the fire, and his furnace explodes right in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan quietly backs away at once, not about to stay close enough for the angry refiner to pin the failure on him. After that, he keeps moving from station to station, silently watching different senior brothers refine pills and piecing the process together. 2 hours later, his effort pays off when the system finally recognizes a new skill, elementary pill refinement technique. That new skill instantly turns Pharmacist Valley from a gamble into a real path forward, and Lu Yuan feels his hope of escaping Mangrian sharpen again. With that, Lu Yuan returns to his own furnace and gets ready to refine his first pills for real. In the pill hall, Lu Yuan keeps his excitement in check because one new skill book does not mean he can suddenly refine pills well. Watching his senior brothers earlier taught him a hard truth: pill refinement is far trickier than it looked from the outside. What keeps him confident is the system, because unlike other beginners fumbling in the dark, Lu Yuan can actually see how close he is to getting things right. With that visible path in front of him, Lu Yuan steadies himself and begins his very first real batch of pills. The first step is fire control, and Lu Yuan uses fire manipulation to feed the furnace with flames he can barely keep stable. His weak cultivation and only decent fire skill cap the furnace at a chi cultivation level, but that is still enough for an elementary cultivation pill. Just as he is about to move on, a pill refining interface suddenly appears and gives Lu Yuan the exact numbers for this batch. The familiar game-like screen makes him realize he can treat alchemy as a visible probability problem instead of blind guessing. He quickly spots the luck value option and guesses that his destined lucky star talent can be poured straight into this refinement. Without hesitating, he pours in as much luck as he can, and the batch's success rate jumps from 17.5% to 42.5%. Encouraged, Lu Yuan spends the next hour tweaking the heat, but even after all that work the flame temperature only crawls up to 75%. He accepts the problem for what it is. His fire skill is not high enough yet, so this batch cannot start any cleaner than this. Next comes ingredient refining, and this step is cruel because once the herbs burn down, there is no fixing whatever he loses. His first extraction goes badly, and only 20% of the herb's essence is left in the furnace. Worse, the fire slips during refining, and the flame temperature falls from 75% to 65%. By that point there is no graceful reset, so Lu Yuan calms himself and commits to the hardest stage, pill condensation. While Lu Yuan is fully absorbed in the furnace, an old man quietly walks over after noticing his unusual refining rhythm. Lu Yuan now has to split his attention between guiding the herb essences and constantly correcting the furnace fire, and the strain hits him fast. Cursing inwardly, he grits his teeth and fights to keep the batch's overall success rate above 50%. After a brutal push, the liquid essences finally fuse into 10 embryo pills, and the last outcome is left to fate. Lu Yuan can only stand there and wait, staring at the 10 cooling pills with his heart in his throat. When the red sheen finally fades, he dares to believe the batch made it. He pulls the pills out into a wooden box, and the result is messy but real. 5 collapse into powder, 2 survive as flawed half-products, and 3 come out whole. Even with only 3 finished pills, Lu Yuan is thrilled because on his very first try he is already close to the outer disciple standard. The system immediately pays him back with visible gains, especially in fire control, item control, and pill refinement. He names his system-assisted style probability-based pill refinement, and starts dreaming about the day it will free him from Mangrian. Instead of getting carried away, Lu Yuan sits back down and carefully reviews every mistake from the first batch to see what can be improved. That honest review gives him more pill refining progress and one blunt conclusion: without the luck bonus, this batch might have failed outright. Still, Lu Yuan accepts that controlled luck is part of his strength, and after exhausting his spiritual energy he shifts into evening cultivation. While Lu Yuan cultivates with his eyes closed, the old man who watched everything quietly leaves the front of the hall. At the back of the hall, the old man reveals his status when he asks official disciple Qin Yangon for Lu Yuan's records. Qin Yangon checks the roster and finds the shocking answer: Lu Yuan only transferred into Pharmacist Valley today. That answer makes Han Yuanshan even more interested, because a first-day beginner who can already correct his own refining mistakes is not normal. Han Yuanshan quietly orders that Lu Yuan receive 10 extra herb sets every day and says it should be framed as a test. He goes even further and promises that if Lu Yuan can refine a foundation establishment pill within a year, he will take him as a direct disciple. After the elder leaves, Qin Yangon looks back at the cultivating Lu Yuan with pure envy, already convinced this junior's future is bright. Lu Yuan knows none of this, and when he notices the sky has gone dark, he seriously considers whether to go back at all. The thought of Mangrian makes the answer immediate, because to Lu Yuan that place is not a home anymore but a man-eating trap. So he makes a stubborn decision on the spot. He will stay inside Pharmacist Valley, and use its protection to keep that foundation establishment demoness away. That choice stretches into a full month of near-total seclusion, with Lu Yuan practically living in the pill hall and throwing himself into work. From the second day onward, his daily herb allotment quietly doubles from 10 sets to 20, and Lu Yuan eventually learns Elder Han is the one testing him. The promise of becoming a direct disciple lights a fire under him, because that status would finally put him above Mangrian's reach. Under that pressure, Lu Yuan falls into a relentless routine: watch senior brothers in the morning, refine pills in the afternoon, and cultivate hard at night. By the end of the month he meets the valley quota and even pushes past it, producing about 5 finished pills a day and sometimes more when luck swings his way. Instead of selling the extra pills, Lu Yuan swallows them himself to brute force his slow 5-element cultivation speed. The effect is obvious. Even with less time spent cultivating, this month's progress feels like several old months stacked together. After handing in the month's required pills, Lu Yuan looks over his improved skills and finally gets to enjoy the feeling that he is genuinely getting stronger. That hard-earned peace lasts exactly until nightfall, when an alluring figure appears at the entrance of Pharmacist Valley. It is senior sister Meng Rian, and she has come in person to find the partner who dodged her for an entire month. Her mood is cold and personal, because she wants one answer from Lu Yuan. Why is he hiding, and who gave him the nerve to do it? That evening, Meng Rian finally goes straight to Pharmacist Valley to drag Lu Yuan out herself after he avoided her for a full month. She softly asks whether Lu Yuan is inside, and the exhausted disciple is so stunned by her beauty that he almost forgets how to answer. When the disciple finally regains his senses, Meng Rian turns on the charm even more and gets his name before sending him in to fetch Lu Yuan. Lu Qiao rushes into the pill hall and shouts for Lu Yuan, forgetting that loud noise is the worst thing he could make in the middle of pill refinement. His yell ruins several batches at once, and the angry alchemists immediately swarm him and beat him for wrecking their focus. By the time Lu Yuan arrives, Lu Qiao is already swollen and battered, and Lu Yuan only wants to know who came looking for him. Then Meng Rian speaks from the doorway, and Lu Yuan freezes on the spot the moment he hears the voice he most wanted to avoid. Lu Yuan instinctively tries to back away, but Meng Rian catches his arm before he can escape. He stammers out an excuse about unfinished pills, but she coolly offers to go with him, making it obvious she does not believe a word of it. When Lu Yuan asks her to let go, Meng Rian leans in and quietly threatens to hand him over to senior brother Chen if he refuses to come back with her. That threat crushes Lu Yuan's pride instantly, and he flips to obedient survival mode on the spot. Lu Yuan tells himself this is only temporary retreat, but Meng Rian is still furious that he made her wait alone for a month and decides to punish him properly. Back at Meng Rian's residence, Lu Yuan is forced into another brutal round of dual cultivation, and this time she makes the lesson harsher on purpose. Afterward, Meng Rian lays down a new rule: Lu Yuan must report back once every week, or he will suffer the consequences. Lu Yuan hates the deal, but in front of a stronger monster like her, all he can do is grit his teeth and agree. The next day, after Meng Rian leaves, Lu Yuan drags himself up and checks the system to see what this second ordeal cost him. The system shows the cost of last night clearly. The demonic desire Ice Heart transcript temporarily cut Lu Yuan's spiritual root aptitude by 30, but his luck talent also stole 75 luck from Meng Rian. Comparing the numbers, Lu Yuan realizes the arrangement is stranger than he thought. Even after being drained twice, Meng Rian's overall luck has actually gone up. That makes the danger even clearer to him. If this keeps going, Meng Rian may one day stop playing nice and simply drain him dry. So Lu Yuan hardens his resolve and ties his escape to Han Yuanshan's challenge: refine a foundation establishment pill and become the elder's direct disciple before Meng Rian corners him for good. He checks his current skills and sees the bottleneck clearly. His pill refinement is improving, but he still lacks the fire needed to handle foundation establishment materials. The answer he lands on is the heavenly flame divine ability called the green flame technique, which could let a chi cultivation disciple refine higher stage herbs without foundation establishment cultivation. He decides to keep developing in secret, act obedient on the surface, and buy himself time before Meng Rian notices what he is really preparing. Once his plan is settled, Lu Yuan's first problem is obvious. The green flame technique is powerful, so getting it will not be easy. He remembers that most divine abilities cost contribution points, but every disciple also gets one free divine ability choice for each cultivation stage they reach. Because the original Lu Yuan never used that welfare at the chi cultivation stage, Lu Yuan realizes he can spend that free pick on the green flame technique right now. After waiting for the temporary aptitude loss to pass, he immediately heads to the Sex Scripture Pavilion and claims the green flame technique manual. Reading the manual, Lu Yuan finds the first gate. The technique demands both fire and with spiritual roots at 30 or higher. For once, his painfully average talent becomes an advantage, because all 5 of his spiritual roots are balanced enough to meet that rare double requirement. But the second requirement hits harder. The technique also needs a green flame pill, and making one is itself a foundation establishment pill job he cannot do. The manual gets worse from there, because swallowing the pill and compressing that flame into an origin can go wrong badly enough to burn the cultivator to death. He is rattled by how lethal the method is, but backing out now would waste his only free pick and leave him trapped under Meng Rian again. So Lu Yuan talks himself back into it, deciding his luck talent should let him smooth out the risk enough to gamble on the technique anyway. With his mind made up, he leaves the Scripture Pavilion and heads straight for the Treasure Pavilion to buy the green flame pill. At the Treasure Pavilion counter, Lu Yuan asks the price and learns one green flame pill costs 10 low-grade stones, or 1 full mid-grade stone. The price stings, because Lu Yuan only has 2 mid-grade stones to his name, one painfully saved and one humiliatingly handed to him by Meng Rian as pocket money. Even so, he grits his teeth and buys the pill, deciding this is exactly the kind of expense he cannot afford to avoid. With the green flame pill secured, Lu Yuan turns right back toward Pharmacist Valley, because he still refuses to skip the daily alchemy work that grows both his skill and his cultivation. He decides the dangerous green flame technique can wait until night, while the safer, profitable routine of refining pills stays part of his plan. By the end of the day, Lu Yuan is balancing fear, greed, and discipline at once, saving his nights for secret progress while pretending his weekly trips home are nothing but obedience. That night in a private cultivation room, Lu Yuan does not start right away and instead stares at his system to judge whether the green flame technique is even safe to attempt. The answer is ugly. Even with the right roots and the green flame pill ready, his system only gives him a 50% cultivation success rate. He refuses to gamble with his life, so he activates Destined Lucky Star and starts pouring his luck into the technique. He only stops when the system warns that his personal luck has dropped to the minimum safe line, and any lower could trigger disaster descent. Lu Yuan backs off at the edge of bad luck, knowing that in this world a luck value below the threshold can spiral into absurd disasters or outright death. Even after spending 185 luck points, the system only raises the technique to 68.5%, and that is nowhere near acceptable when failure means death. He flatly decides that anything under 98% is still too risky, and the whole plan stalls in front of him. Just when he is stuck, the system offers a rare lifeline. Destined Time can wipe out his current bad luck for 5 minutes and double his luck value. Instead of triggering it at once, Lu Yuan suddenly runs to wash up first, treating this like a sacred high-stakes ritual. Freshly bathed and changed, he sits back down in an absurdly pious pose, convinced that proper metaphysics might squeeze out a little more luck. Ridiculous or not, the success rate really ticks up by another 1%, which only makes him believe in the ritual more. Even with that extra boost and Destined Time in reserve, he still cannot reach his 98% comfort line, so he chooses patience over panic. 2 hours pass, and the room gives him bad news instead of good news when the shifting success rate actually dips. 4 hours in, the number rises again, but Lu Yuan still refuses to move because good enough is not good enough here. After a brutal all-night wait, almost dawn finally brings the opening he wanted when the natural fluctuation jumps his success rate to 78.5%. He fires off Destined Time on the spot, doubling his stored luck and pushing the green flame technique to a breathtaking 97% success rate. That is close enough for him, so he swallows the green flame pill without another second of hesitation. The pill erupts inside him like living fire, and Lu Yuan braces through the searing pain to guide that power into a green flame origin. Then the impossible happens. The wild flame turns docile on its own, almost helping him complete the process instead of resisting it. 3 days later, the system finally confirms his breakthrough. Lu Yuan has mastered the green flame technique at level 1. He lifts his hand and summons a real green flame into his palm, finally holding the heavenly fire he risked his life to obtain. With that flame in hand, Lu Yuan sees his escape route clearly at last. He can now start aiming for foundation establishment pills and eventually break free from Manhwa. Once the excitement settles, Lu Yuan smugly congratulates himself too, insisting his own effort mattered because even a 97% success rate still left room to fail. He reins himself back in and studies the newly expanded skill description, wanting to know exactly what the green flame technique now does for him. The system makes the biggest advantage plain. This heavenly flame is not just hotter than normal fire, it carries vigorous wood attribute vitality that strengthens recovery and life force. The most concrete proof hits him on his status screen, where his lifespan jumps to 200 years and instantly makes the technique feel worth everything. To Lu Yuan, more lifespan means more fault tolerance, and that kind of survivability matters more than flashy combat bravado. That new security hardens his next goal. Now that he can handle foundation establishment herbs, he believes his probability-based alchemy can carry him to a real breakthrough. The free recipe is the easy part, because once he becomes a Pharmacist Valley Outer disciple, Qingyun Sect lets him claim one foundation establishment pill formula. The real problem is money, because foundation establishment ingredients are no longer handed out freely and must be bought with spirit stones or contribution points he does not have. As he thinks it through, Lu Yuan sees the sect's whole system clearly. Early resources hook disciples in, and later scarcity turns them into workers who must pay back the sect to keep cultivating. He does not dwell on the unfairness for long, because his own answer is simple. If he reaches foundation establishment and becomes Elder Han's direct disciple, he will not be stuck as just another payer. For the next 2 days, Lu Yuan stays shut inside the cultivation room and drills the green flame technique until he can use it with much better control. When he finally leaves the room, Lu Yuan is already counting the clock, because only 2 days remain before Manhwa will summon him again. With that deadline looming over him, he sets 2 immediate jobs for himself: finish refining the stockpiled elementary pill herbs and pass the outer disciple assessment for a foundation establishment recipe. The chapter opens from Baidafei's point of view as he proudly sums himself up: a foundation establishment cultivator, a skilled alchemist, and a man who survived sect life by mastering both pills and people. Baidafei explains that he was never a top genius, so instead of chasing glory at the main peak, He chose Pharmacist Valley and built his future around pill refinement. His gamble paid off fast. In 1 year he could already make elementary cultivation pills, and in 5 he was refining foundation establishment pills on his own. After that, Elder Han Yuanshan took him in as a direct disciple, but Bai Dafei stayed clear-eyed about his limits and leaned even harder into relationships instead of arrogance. By Bai Dafei's own creed, cultivation is not just about fighting at all, it is about knowing how to get along with everyone who matters. That self-introduction cuts to the present, where Bai Dafei is dozing at a table until a junior brother calls him back to work. The moment he hears the name Lu Yuan, Bai Dafei turns unexpectedly warm and invites him to sit like a host afraid of looking rude. Lu Yuan is so unused to this kind of kindness in the cultivation world that Bai Dafei's easy manners immediately stand out to him. Once Lu Yuan confirms he came for the outer disciple assessment, Bai Dafei immediately starts contacting people to arrange the test. While Bai Dafei works, Lu Yuan quietly checks his status panel and realizes this cheerful senior brother is no small figure at all. What really shocks Lu Yuan is Bai Dafei's luck. He has the benign talent and an upper limit of 1500, one of the highest Lu Yuan has seen. That reminder of Meng Rian's terrifying potential only sharpens Lu Yuan's usual sense of danger, and it also gives him a new idea. Seeing Bai Dafei's bright future and useful luck, Lu Yuan decides this is exactly the kind of senior brother worth befriending. So Lu Yuan smoothly asks about the assessment, and Bai Dafei reassures him that the test is simple: make 15 Qi cultivation stage pills in 3 tries. That requirement barely moves Lu Yuan, because with his usual success rates and his luck, talent, and reserve, he knows the exam is well within reach. Once everything is ready, Bai Dafei leads Lu Yuan deeper into the hall toward the dedicated assessment area in back. On the way, Bai Dafei notices how relaxed Lu Yuan stays and quietly decides this handsome junior brother is someone worth investing in early. Lu Yuan is thinking almost the same thing, except his version of friendship also includes the possibility of drawing benefits from Bai Dafei's luck later. So before the assessment even starts, the friendly social expert and the cautious steady climber have already decided they like what they see in each other. At the assessment venue, Bai Dafei brings Lu Yuan to a special furnace that is visibly bigger and far more refined than the ordinary ones outside. When Lu Yuan's attention locks onto the furnace, Bai Dafei explains that this threaded pill furnace channels spiritual energy far better than a normal one. That explanation clicks immediately for Lu Yuan, because he has already spent a month chasing tiny losses in ordinary furnaces and finally realizes the wasted energy was not his fault alone. The discovery stings, because Lu Yuan can instantly picture all the pills he might have saved if he had been working with equipment like this from the start. Bai Dafei cuts off the regret with a practical reminder: if Lu Yuan reaches foundation establishment, or can make that level of pills, Pharmacist Valley will give him a threaded furnace of his own. He also warns that the friendliness stops here, because once the exam begins he will judge Lu Yuan seriously. Lu Yuan steps up to the threaded furnace, and before he even starts, his system gives the batch a base success rate of 10% just from the better equipment. That tiny number is enough to make Lu Yuan inwardly curse every cheap furnace he used before, because now the difference is impossible to ignore. Then he puts the complaint aside and starts refining, moving through each step with the smooth confidence of someone who has repeated this pill dozens of times already. While Lu Yuan focuses on the batch, Bai Dafei quietly switches into examiner mode and begins scoring his technique step by step. Lu Yuan does not know it, but the test has a hidden safety net. Strong process scores can still pass a disciple even if the final pill count falls short. That hidden rule changes nothing for Lu Yuan anyway, because he keeps refining as if the only thing that matters is doing the batch perfectly. As the batch nears completion, Lu Yuan's system climbs to a bizarre 110% success rate, the first time he has ever seen a number go past full certainty. Even Lu Yuan cannot make sense of that extra 10%, and for a moment, he can only wonder what a result beyond perfect is supposed to mean. 2 hours later, Lu Yuan seals the furnace and lets the pills cool, ending a process so smooth that Bai Dafei is already visibly shaken. From the examiner's side, the shock is simple. Lu Yuan's handling of an elementary pill looked even cleaner than Bai Dafei's own, and that should not be happening. Unable to hold it in, Bai Dafei asks if Lu Yuan had already learned alchemy in the mortal world before joining the sect. Lu Yuan answers plainly that he only started learning pill refinement after arriving at Pharmacist Valley 1 month ago. That answer hits Bai Dafei like a second shock, because a month of study should not produce this level of control unless Lu Yuan is a real monster in alchemy. Even with envy in the mix, Bai Dafei keeps his judgment fair and gives Lu Yuan full marks for technique instead of twisting the score. By then he is already convinced the pills inside are going to be extraordinary, even before the furnace opens. Once Lu Yuan judges the condensation is complete, he finally opens the furnace to see what that impossible success rate actually produced. A burst of strong golden light erupts from the pill furnace, leaving both Lu Yuan and Bai Dafei staring in stunned disbelief. The golden flash fades from the pill furnace, and both Lu Yuan and Bai Dafei just stare at it, baffled by what they saw. Lu Yuan quickly pulls the finished pills out with item manipulation and spots one pill that looks far too smooth and bright to be normal. When Lu Yuan checks the pill's effect, He is stunned to learn it is a perfect grade elementary cultivation pill with stronger absorption and even a chance to improve spiritual root aptitude. He can barely believe an ordinary batch from someone like him produced something this valuable. Bai Dafei finally breaks the silence and asks, a little helplessly, whether Lu Yuan always makes this much noise when refining pills. Lu Yuan hides the perfect pill in his storage bag and insists this is the first time anything like this has happened. Bai Dafei pointedly pretends not to pry, showing the same tact that built his good reputation in the sect. Then Bai Dafei waves off the rest of the assessment and declares that Lu Yuan's technique is already good enough to pass. With Bai Dafei leading him through the process, Lu Yuan quickly registers as an outer disciple of Pharmacist Valley and receives his new uniform. Once the registration is done, Lu Yuan looks over his new outer disciple uniform and doubled monthly resources with obvious satisfaction. Just as Lu Yuan is about to leave, Bai Dafei stops him with one more favor. Bai Dafei says he noticed Lu Yuan liked the threaded pill furnace, and he warmly offers him one from his own collection as a first meeting gift. Lu Yuan mouths a polite refusal, but his hands grip the storage bag with total honesty. Bai Dafei admits the gift is an early investment, because he believes Lu Yuan will rise fast and may be worth relying on later. Lu Yuan understands the motive, but the gift is too useful to refuse, so he promises to help if Bai Dafei ever needs something within his power. The two trade a few easy, friendly lines in the corridor, and the new connection settles into genuine goodwill instead of awkward obligation. Before they part, Bai Dafei lowers his voice and seriously warns Lu Yuan not to show that special pill refining method to anyone else. He warns Lu Yuan that sect rules will not really protect him if someone ambitious decides to target him in dirty ways. Bai Dafei tells him to rent a private pill room for safety, then gives him cover by saying he dozed off during today's test and remembers nothing. As Bai Dafei walks away, Lu Yuan feels even more certain that people with outrageous luck are never simple. Watching Bai Dafei leave makes Lu Yuan think of Meng Rian too, another high-luck figure he is sure will stay important and dangerous. He also thinks of Qin Yan and suspects someone carrying that much luck and resentment will eventually come back looking for a reckoning. In the end, the one Lu Yuan appreciates most is Bai Dafei, because that cautious, steady way of handling people feels exactly like his own. Taking Bai Dafei's advice seriously, Lu Yuan rents a private single pill refinement room in Pharmacist Valley. Once he confirms he is alone, Lu Yuan quickly takes out the perfect pill again and stares at it with open impatience. Inside the private room, Lu Yuan starts picking apart why the perfect pill appeared, and the key clue seems to be the threaded furnace boosting his success rate past 100%. He pushes the idea further and guesses that every point above a 100% success rate might translate into that same chance of producing a perfect pill. To test the theory right away, Lu Yuan starts another round of pill refinement in the private room. 2 hours later the system shows a 105% success rate, and Lu Yuan opens the furnace expecting another perfect result. The batch comes out perfectly successful, but all 10 pills are ordinary, so Lu Yuan realizes his idea is only a probability, not a guaranteed rule. Instead of sulking, he keeps refining all day until the experiment finally gives him solid numbers. By day's end, Lu Yuan is staring at 2 boxes holding 47 ordinary pills and 3 perfect ones, and the result finally leaves him genuinely excited. That result convinces him he can keep producing perfect pills, and his odds should only get better as his pill refining proficiency rises. His thoughts jump even further, because if perfect grades exist in alchemy, they may exist in weapon refinement and talisman work too. He cuts the idea off almost immediately, because right now his real priority is still survival and cultivation, not collecting extra skills. Even inside the sect, Lu Yuan keeps thinking defensively, and reminds himself that trouble can still crash in from outside at any time. Meng Rian still feels like the most immediate threat, because Lu Yuan still cannot read her real personality or true combat ability. The more he thinks about it, the clearer it gets that even reaching foundation establishment right now would still leave him nowhere near Meng Rian's level. So Lu Yuan locks in one rule for himself: keep developing steadily, hide his edge, and wait for real strength and trump cards before any showdown. From there, his plan narrows to 2 priorities only: raise his cultivation and raise his pill refining level as fast as he can. Since his ordinary pill supply is already speeding up his cultivation, Lu Yuan turns to the perfect pills and starts weighing the right time to use one. The system answers his hesitation directly and tells him that with 300 luck or more, the perfect pill's spiritual root boost will trigger for sure. When the pill interface updates to show his current luck at 195 out of 300 and a 65% trigger rate, Lu Yuan immediately decides not to waste it yet. He does the math and realizes that about 6 more exchanges with Meng Rian, roughly a month and a half, should push his luck to the guaranteed threshold. That ugly arrangement with Meng Rian suddenly looks useful to him, because every forced exchange means another chunk of luck he can cash in later. He even reassures himself with the trade. She takes some aptitude for a while, but he takes her luck, so in his mind the deal still works in his favor. Once the planning is done, Lu Yuan puts the scheming aside and goes back to the one thing he trusts most: grinding forward through hard work. He swallows an elementary cultivation pill and begins cultivating in earnest, squeezing every bit of value out of his new path. A full year later in Pharmacist Valley, Lu Yuan has quietly become famous, and outer disciples now greet him like a rising alchemy star. At the rental office, the staff disciple warmly hands him his usual room token, a small sign of how much his status has changed. Once he shuts himself into his private pill room, Lu Yuan reveals why today matters. He plans to push every key skill to its limit. His status screen shows how far he has come in 1 year. Chi cultivation level 7, lifespan stretched to 260, luck over 500, and his core alchemy skills almost capped. That growth came from a brutal routine. Outside of Meng Rian's forced visits, Lu Yuan spent the whole year refining pills and cultivating without wasting time. Meng Rian kept calling for him during the first few months, but after she left on a foundation establishment mission, Lu Yuan went nearly 8 months without seeing her. Her absence removed the constant danger, but what Lu Yuan really missed was the steady stream of luck he had been stealing from her. With Meng Rian gone, he finally dared to use his perfect elementary cultivation pills without worrying that she would notice his improving spiritual roots. Because his luck stayed above 300, every perfect pill triggered its special effect, and Lu Yuan pushed all 5 spiritual roots up to 40 points each. That progress also showed him the next wall ahead. If he wanted stronger aptitude gains, he needed a foundation establishment pill like the marrow cleansing pill. He realizes the perfect pill he made before was only a lower stage echo of this formula, which makes the marrow cleansing pill even more tempting. But he still holds back, because without the recipe, the herbs, and enough alchemy skill, forcing a foundation establishment pill now would just waste resources. So instead of rushing, he returns to the one thing that always works for him: grind his alchemy skills higher first. He spends the day refining 3 more batches in full concentration until the last missing proficiency points finally click into place. The system finally offers all 3 breakthroughs at once, but Lu Yuan does not gamble with half-good odds. He immediately activates Destined Lucky Star and burns disaster points to trigger Destined Time, doubling his luck for a short window. With his luck doubled, every advancement chance jumps to a clean 100%, and Lu Yuan seizes the moment. For pill refinement technique, he chooses the path that raises luck's upper limit during alchemy, trusting his fortune more than raw technique. For fire manipulation, he picks finer control over hotter flames, because precision matters more to his current alchemy plans. For item manipulation, he again chooses precision, locking in a build completely focused on cleaner, safer pill refinement. When the new advanced skills settle in, Lu Yuan can feel that this is more than a menu upgrade. Even his underlying control of spiritual energy has grown sharper. That realization pushes his thinking wider. Mastering one divine ability will make future techniques easier, so he refuses to build himself with an obvious weakness. While other cultivators chase one route for speed, Lu Yuan chooses balanced development across all 5 routes because dead geniuses do not get second chances. He even judges his own steady style as deeper than Bai Duffei's, because hiding well is not enough for Lu Yuan unless his whole build is hard to exploit. He turns that mindset into a strict 5-year plan: reach foundation establishment, learn 5 life-saving divine abilities, and do not leave Qinyan sect. Once the plan is set, Lu Yuan stops theorizing and moves straight to the next step: finally try a real foundation establishment pill. He goes to Pharmacist Valley's treasure pavilion and exchanges his outer disciple privilege for the marrow cleansing pill recipe. 4 hours later he returns with both the recipe and the herbs, and the formula confirms exactly what he wanted. This pill boosts cultivation and can improve spiritual root aptitude. The good news comes with a painful price tag, because these ingredients are far older and rarer, turning one attempt into a serious chunk of money. Even so, Lu Yuan decides the gamble is worth it, because this pill is the path to stronger roots and safer long-term growth. He lights the threaded pill furnace with green flame and officially begins his first marrow cleansing pill refinement. The new success screen appears, and the number is brutal. His starting chance is only 2%, even with the good furnace helping him. Lu Yuan does not panic, because he already expected the first attempt to be practice more than victory. The moment the precious herbs hit the green flame, he feels the difference immediately. These older ingredients fight back far harder than ordinary pill materials. He manages to refine them only by leaning on the green flame technique, but he still loses a painful amount of medicinal power along the way. Instead of getting rattled, Lu Yuan treats the losses like a normal first-time mistake and keeps moving into the fusion stage. As the process advances, the numbers crawl upward, but the attempt still feels unstable and dangerously fragile. Then the whole attempt blows apart, and Lu Yuan bolts out of the pill room in a cloud of black smoke, covered head to toe in soot. A nearby senior brother happens to see the disaster and cannot hide his amused grin at catching a famous genius in such a messy failure. After another failed try, Lu Yuan ignores a mocking senior brother and goes outside to wash the soot off his face at the sinks by the pill rooms. Bai Duffei suddenly appears behind him with a grin and casually asks if junior brother Lu failed his pill refinement. Lu Yuan forces down the urge to punch that cheerful face and instead asks why Bai Duffei is free when the outer disciple assessments should be keeping him busy. Bai Duffei laughs it off and explains that examiner duty was only one mission, and now that it is finished he is back to being a normal Pharmacist Valley disciple. Seeing Lu Yuan's state, Bai Dafei kindly offers to help and says that even if his talent is worse, his pill refining experience might save Lu Yuan some trouble. Lu Yuan immediately lights up and bombards him with detailed questions about temperature control, ingredient rejection, and stabilizing the final fusion of a marrow cleansing pill. Bai Dafei freezes, then stares at him in disbelief and asks if he was really trying to refine a foundation establishment stage marrow cleansing pill just now. Lu Yuan answers yes and casually admits he spent his precious exchange chance on that recipe, which makes Bai Dafei smack his forehead in despair. Bai Dafei tells him the ugly truth: the marrow cleansing pill is almost as hard to refine as a foundation establishment pill, but its actual value is far worse. Then he drops the real blow and says the marrow cleansing pill is widely treated as a useless pill by the sect's disciples. When Lu Yuan asks how it can be useless, Bai Dafei explains that the famous spiritual root improvement effect is so rare that even 100 pills might not trigger it once. Without that tiny special chance, he says, the pill is barely better than ordinary cultivation pills, so refining it is expensive, difficult, and almost never worth it. That leaves Lu Yuan stunned, because he suddenly realizes his own easy gains came from his destined lucky star talent, not from the pill being reliable for everyone else. Bai Dafei sees he has said enough, tells Lu Yuan to treat it as an expensive lesson, and urges him to ask first next time instead of walking into another trap. As Bai Dafei walks away, Lu Yuan does not give up at all and instead spots an opportunity hidden inside the warning. He figures that if direct disciples think marrow cleansing pills are bad value, they may be happy to trade them away for a bigger pile of ordinary cultivation pills. The plan excites him even more when he realizes those traded pills would also give him the perfect cover story for any future change in his spiritual roots. With that settled, Lu Yuan heads back into the refinement room and decides his first priority is still the same: keep refining cultivation pills, build proficiency, and master the marrow cleansing pill properly. As he works seriously, his technique keeps climbing step by step through repeated practice with pill refinement, fire control, and green flame use. Half a year later, the story jumps to a moonlit night at Legacy Valley, where two black-clad figures slip into the forest like they are meeting for something illegal. One masked man demands the goods, and the other tosses over a bottle of top-quality cultivation pills for inspection. After checking the bottle, the buyer confirms the pills are genuine top quality, and finally hands over a bottle of marrow-cleansing pills in return. The buyer turns out to be Lu Yuan, and after confirming there are 3 marrow-cleansing pills inside, he calmly ends the deal and parts ways with the direct disciple. Back in his pill room, Lu Yuan lays out his stash and reveals just how far the secret trading has gone. 3 bottles sit on the table in front of him, and together with the newest trade they bring his total to 10 marrow-cleansing pills. Looking at the pile, Lu Yuan calculates that Meng Rian should return soon, which makes these pills even more valuable as protection for his secret. He reminds himself that with a demoness like Meng Rian, being overly cautious is safer than ending up drained dry and completely at her mercy. But even now he still cannot use them, because his system shows that a normal marrow-cleansing pill only guarantees spiritual root improvement once his luck reaches 1000. The next chapter shifts to Qingyan Sect's main peak, where sect leader Mu Qin smiles at his daughter Mu Qiqi and asks what she really came to him for. Mu Qiqi plays cute for a moment, but Mu Qin knows her too well and waits for the actual reason she came. Once she drops the act, Mu Qiqi explains that something strange has happened in the inner sect. Direct disciples have suddenly been rushing to exchange for marrow-cleansing pills. She says the surge is so bad that Elder Han, the only person in the sect who can refine those pills, is stuck refining nonstop and cannot even cultivate properly. That finally catches Mu Qin's attention, because regular marrow-cleansing pills are a long-standing sect benefit reserved for direct disciples and tied to long-term talent growth. Mu Qiqi reveals the source. An outer disciple has been offering 20 cultivation pills for every 1 marrow-cleansing pill, so many direct disciples happily trade theirs away. She even points out why the trade looks attractive to them. The aptitude boost is too uncertain, while a pile of cultivation pills gives immediate and obvious benefits. Mu Qin slams the armrest in anger, because to him this is not a harmless trade but disciples throwing away future potential for short-term gain. He sees something worse in it too. If disciples openly trade away sect benefits now, that habit could grow into a much uglier culture later. So Mu Qin gives Mu Qiqi full authority over the case, orders the law enforcement hall to follow her, and tells her to capture the audacious outer disciple behind the trading ring. Mu Qiqi happily accepts the mission and runs out at once, thrilled to take charge. Left alone, Mu Qin quickly guesses Mu Qiqi was pushed to bring this matter up, and the most likely instigator is Elder Han, who is suffering most from the sudden demand. But he also digs deeper than Elder Han's complaint, and realizes a mere outer disciple should not be able to move that many cultivation pills unless something larger may be behind him. That possibility hardens his stance, and he decides the marrow-cleansing pill trade must be crushed quickly before it affects the sect any further. At the same time, Mu Qiqi does not go to the law enforcement hall first, and instead heads straight for the core herb fields of Pharmacist Valley. She lands at Han Yuanshan's thatched cottage, pushes in without waiting, and casually plucks a spirit fruit from the herb field on her way inside. Han Yuanshan comes out and can only laugh helplessly as he scolds her for raiding his herb field again. Mu Qiqi cheekily offers the half-eaten fruit back, and Han Yuanshan flatly refuses while threatening to complain to her father if she keeps making trouble. The threat works immediately, and Mu Qiqi grabs his arm and starts acting sweet instead of bratty. When Han Yuanshan asks about the good news she bragged about, Mu Qiqi proudly announces that her father has already handed the whole case to her. She boasts that once she personally moves, catching the outer disciple behind the secret marrow cleansing pill deals will be easy. Han Yuanshan looks at her confidence and quietly doubts whether the so-called good news is really good at all. Half a year after getting the marrow cleansing pill recipe, Lu Yuan has quietly built a risky side business in Legacy Valley. He spent 3 months learning the market, then 3 more months swapping his cultivation pills for marrow cleansing pills without breaking the sect's written rules. By now he has scraped together 30 marrow cleansing pills, but the whole operation feels more dangerous the bigger it gets. He decides tonight will be the last trade, partly because he needs his own pills for cultivation and partly because too many direct disciples are suddenly asking for deals. The problem is obvious to him now. He is basically turning sect resources into higher-level resources through a loophole, and that kind of trick can get dangerous fast. Under the gloomy sky, Lu Yuan waits for his final trading partner and starts getting a bad feeling when nobody shows up. Just as he is about to leave, a chubby masked figure finally steps out of the shadows. Lu Yuan instantly recognizes the newcomer as Bai Dafei, and that makes the whole meeting feel even stranger. Bai Dafei casually asks if Lu Yuan is the man trading for marrow cleansing pills, and Lu Yuan gives a guarded nod. The moment Bai Dafei smiles and strides forward with a medicine bottle, Lu Yuan catches a flicker of spiritual energy and realizes this is a trap. Lu Yuan reacts without hesitation and bursts into green flame to force Bai Dafei back. Seeing that green flame, Bai Dafei is stunned because all the clues suddenly point to one person, Lu Yuan. Bai Dafei remembers the outer sect exam and realizes he is the only one who knows Lu Yuan mastered the green flame technique. That is when Bai Dafei finally understands the disaster here. Mu Qiqi's little sting operation has just targeted his own junior brother. Lu Yuan knows none of that, so he sprints through the forest convinced Bai Dafei just tried to betray him. He is furious that a foundation establishment cultivator would ambush a Qi cultivation junior like this, because in a real fight he knows he should be hopelessly outmatched. 10 seconds later, the trap gets much worse as several foundation establishment cultivators rise into the sky around the forest and chase him from above. One look at the flying pursuers makes Lu Yuan think the sect has turned murderous over a trade he never believed was that serious. Instead of waiting to be crushed, Lu Yuan decides to fight back with the same techniques he usually uses for pill refining. He whips out green flame multi-fireball and sprays a cluster of green fireballs straight at the cultivators overhead. The fireballs carry enough bite to hurt foundation establishment opponents, and one careless pursuer gets blasted out of the air. Mu Qiqi is startled but thrilled, and she orders everyone to be careful because she wants this hidden traitor captured alive. Now facing 5 foundation establishment cultivators in total, Lu Yuan is so cornered he nearly curses out loud. With nowhere left to run, he decides that if they want to play dirty, he will make them pay for it. He swallows 2 marrow cleansing pills on the spot, and uses their stored spiritual energy as an emergency refill. Power flooding his body, Lu Yuan slams both hands into the ground and releases a violent wave of green flame through the whole forest floor. The burning trees and vines answer his control, turning into green flame chaotic forest and lashing at Mu Qiqi's group. The sight shocks the pursuers, because this kind of large-scale control should be far beyond an ordinary Qi cultivation outer disciple. Mu Qiqi counters first by unleashing the giant sword technique, while the others scramble to defend themselves. The clash erupts in a violent blast of fire and force, swallowing the forest in smoke and light. When the flames clear, Lu Yuan has already slipped farther away. Mu Qiqi grows even more curious, because a disciple with this kind of green flame mastery should not be an unknown nobody. Curiosity only makes her more determined, and she immediately orders the chase to continue. Bai Dafei, meanwhile, realizes this chase could get Lu Yuan badly hurt if the senior brother stopped holding back. So Bai Dafei finally shouts the truth. Disciples from the law enforcement team are already waiting ahead, and Lu Yuan cannot escape. Near Pharmacist Valley, Lu Yuan stops cold when more foundation establishment figures appear in front of him and close the circle. That is when Lu Yuan finally understands the situation. This is an arrest over the marrow cleansing pill trade, not a secret killing attempt. He drops the fight, spreads his arms, and stands still to show he is done resisting. Mu Qiqi lands in front of him, and still buzzing with victory, asks which valley this troublesome disciple belongs to. Lu Yuan pulls off his mask, reveals his face, and calmly identifies himself as an outer disciple of Pharmacist Valley. Mu Qiqi is briefly struck by how good-looking he is, but she immediately snaps back to business and orders him seized. Law enforcement disciples step in and subdue Lu Yuan, and this time he does not resist at all. Even while captured, Lu Yuan shoots Bai Dafei a bitter look that says he still feels thoroughly sold out. Bai Dafei can only answer with a helpless look, because he truly did not know the man they were trapping would be Lu Yuan. Completely absorbed in her big success, Mu Qiqi grandly announces that they are taking Lu Yuan to see the sect leader. Under law enforcement escort, Lu Yuan is hauled into Qingyun's sect's main peak hall and instantly realizes this is far bigger than a normal questioning. Mu Qiqi cheerfully announces that she brought Lu Yuan in, and Mu Qin can only swallow his embarrassment in front of the whole hall. Mu Qin steps forward and directly asks whether Lu Yuan is the outer disciple who has been buying marrow-cleansing pills on a large scale. Lu Yuan admits it, but he still protests that trading pills between disciples does not seem to break any sect rule badly enough to justify this kind of spectacle. His question leaves the hall awkwardly quiet, because everyone knows this matter is not truly that serious on the surface. Mu Qin cuts off any debate about right and wrong and makes it clear that a small outer disciple does not get to argue the sect's interpretation here. Once Lu Yuan confirms he really is the culprit, Mu Qin finally asks the question that matters most: where did a Qi cultivation disciple get so many pills to trade? Lu Yuan decides to stop hiding and calmly reveals that every one of those cultivation pills was refined by his own hands. To prove it, Lu Yuan even offers to swear on his Dao heart or refined pills on the spot, and that confidence makes the hall believe him. The mood in the hall flips, because this reckless outer disciple suddenly looks like a rare pill-refining genius the sect cannot afford to waste. Sensing that the wind has turned, Bai Dafei steps out to vouch for Lu Yuan and asks the sect leader to go easy on him. Lu Yuan is so touched by Bai Dafei's timing that he almost wants to cry, and Bai Dafei even shoots him a steadying look like a true good brother. Then Han Yuanshan finally speaks and proposes a punishment that is really a protected work assignment: lock Lu Yuan in the back mountain confinement room to refine pills for 5 years. Instead of panicking, Lu Yuan's eyes light up, because to him this punishment sounds suspiciously like a reward. Mu Qin accepts Han Yuanshan's suggestion and formally sentences Lu Yuan to 5 years of pill-refining seclusion in the back mountain. Lu Yuan eagerly accepts with perfect obedience, while the storm everyone expected inside the sect dies before it can truly start. By the next day, the whole sect is buzzing about the outer disciple who could casually produce enough cultivation pills to stir up this much trouble. When Qin Yan returns from the mortal world and learns that Lu Yuan from Pharmacist Valley is the man tied to his fiancée, his face turns dark on the spot. Qin Yan immediately decides that Lu Yuan cannot stay hidden in Pharmacist Valley forever, and he will be waiting when that chance comes. Meng Rian also returns to the sect, only to discover that her little lover has already been locked away for 5 full years. Her shock quickly becomes fury, because Lu Yuan's disappearance wrecks both her desire and her cultivation plans. Meanwhile, inside a Pharmacist Valley pill room, Lu Yuan is doing the opposite of regretting anything and is honestly upset that he did not make the incident even bigger. He even grumbles that 5 years is too short, and that a 10-year sentence would have been a real bargain. To everyone else 5 years of confinement sounds brutal, but to Lu Yuan it feels like heaven handing him exactly the protection he needed from Meng Rian. He reasons that with Mu Chen's order protecting him, even Meng Rian should not be able to drag him back out whenever she wants. Lu Yuan also realizes this so-called punishment has raised his value, because both Mu Qin and Han Yuanshan now clearly remember him as talent worth protecting. But instead of turning over a new leaf, Lu Yuan starts reading the rules of Qingyun's sect like a man searching for better vacation options. He rejects the rule against secretly learning sect techniques, because the lightest outcome still gets his cultivation crippled and the worst gets him killed. He tosses aside the rule about forcing someone into becoming a partner for the same reason: the punishment range is too wild to gamble on. Then he finds a newly added rule on privately buying and reselling sect resources, and his whole expression brightens. Because serious cases can add more than 10 years of confinement on top of fines and confiscation, Lu Yuan immediately files it away as the ideal rule to break later. He figures this rule only exists because of his own marrow-cleansing pill scandal, which makes the whole discovery even funnier to him. From Lu Yuan's perspective, the back mountain confinement room is nearly perfect: remote, quiet, hard to get dragged into trouble, and even easier to flee from if the sect is attacked. He also learns that confinement here is really just forced closed-door cultivation, because he can still exchange for techniques and keep training normally. The only real drawback is weaker access to new resources, but Lu Yuan dismisses that immediately since his pill refining already solves the resource problem. For him, what matters is simple: a stable place, enough time, and no one disturbing his steady development. He even gets tempted to break the rules again right away, but finally reins himself in because 5 years of safe cultivation is already a huge win. Just as he is planning out this happy 5-year stretch, Bai Dafei shows up outside the room calling for him in his usual hearty voice. Lu Yuan hurries out, jokes that Bai Dafei caused him a lot of trouble yesterday, and Bai Dafei immediately lifts the food and wine as his apology. The joke clears the air, and Lu Yuan invites him into the rough little confinement room without any real resentment left. Once inside, Bai Dafei sees that the room really is just a stone bed and a pill furnace, and he sighs over how bleak the next 5 years will look from the outside. Lu Yuan thanks him seriously for speaking up in the hall, and Bai Dafei answers that the sect would never really waste talent like his anyway. Then Bai Dafei gets to the real reason for the visit and hands over a storage bag packed with the techniques and herbs Lu Yuan asked for. He also passes on Han Yuanshan's message that he will check Lu Yuan's pill refining progress every half year, making it clear this confinement is also supervision and protection. Bai Dafei bluntly tells him that Mu Qin and Han Yuanshan are shielding him in their own way, so he should not waste the effort they are spending on him. Lu Yuan nods and agrees, at least outwardly, that he understands exactly what this arrangement means. When Bai Dafei notices how many different root techniques Lu Yuan asked for, he lays out 4 manuals and questions what exactly junior brother Lu is planning. Lu Yuan explains that because his spiritual root situation is awkward, he plans to test every path first and only decide later which one to focus on. Bai Dafei warns him to make that choice soon enough, then drops the serious talk and pushes the day back toward drinking. The two spend the whole afternoon drinking together, and the bleak confinement room fills with easy laughter instead of misery. After seeing Bai Dafei off, Lu Yuan comes back to the tiny room, looks around at the rough space, and smiles like he has just moved into his dream home. Lu Yuan's push to learn all 5 elemental manipulation arts is not a whim at all, but part of the long plan he made for surviving and reaching foundation establishment with balanced 5 spiritual roots. He sets 2 blunt rules for himself. Every spiritual root needs a matching divine ability, and every skill needs to be advanced at least once. Lu Yuan knows he hates conflict, but recent disasters taught him that hiding and cultivating quietly means nothing if he has no real way to fight back when trouble still finds him. After summing up his mistakes, he decides defense alone is not enough anymore, and starts building a real set of offensive trump cards. His exposed green flame technique is still powerful, but Lu Yuan no longer counts an already seen move as a true hidden card. What he really wants next are more rare elemental divine abilities like green flame, because those techniques can let a weaker cultivator hit far above his realm. Those special abilities are usually hard to cultivate and heavily luck-based, but Lu Yuan is absurdly confident that luck is the one thing he never lacks. The problem is practical. He cannot afford more rare sect techniques right now, so he settles for the basic 5 elemental manipulation arts first. He also realizes those basic techniques matter because strong advanced arts grow from the same roots, and his easy success with green flame was helped by his fire foundation as much as by luck. So he decides to grind the basics first, then use that foundation to make later special divine abilities easier to master. To keep all of this on track, Lu Yuan drafts an almost military schedule for the next 5 years of confinement. His plan is brutally simple: mornings for alchemy and skill growth, afternoons for divine abilities, nights for cultivation, with only short breaks to keep himself steady. Looking at that packed routine, Lu Yuan feels oddly satisfied, because if nothing goes wrong, 5 quiet years should let him break through exactly the way he wants. 4 years pass, and that peaceful back mountain is still the sect's polished version of punishment, a place reserved for disciples important enough to be locked away safely to cultivate. That calm is broken when Mu Qiqi, the sect leader's daughter, arrives under law enforcement escort as if she is about to be confined there herself. The guard is stunned to hear the order came straight from the sect leader. Mu Qiqi is to spend 3 years in secluded cultivation and cannot leave without his permission. Mu Qiqi fumes that she was only punishing a Yuchan mountain brat who dared speak to her like they were destined to marry, and she thinks her father is being outrageously unfair. Her grumbling makes the situation clear. During a major 5-sect conference, she publicly beat up a guest from the Yuchan sect after he crossed the line with her. Mu Qiqi still refuses to admit she did anything wrong, convinced she was already being merciful and would have gone even further if no one had stopped her. With her talent and status, Mu Qiqi is used to doing as she pleases, so instead of sulking quietly, she demands a tour of the back mountain to choose where she wants to stay. Then she suddenly remembers the outer disciple she personally caught 4 years ago, and decides she wants to see Lu Yuan first. The guard immediately tries to stop her, because Lu Yuan's mountain has gained such a bad reputation that the disciples whisper there are ghosts on it. That warning only excites Mu Qiqi more, and she insists on going to see these so-called ghosts for herself. Unable to stop her, the guard leads Mu Qiqi's group deep into the back mountain until they reach the peak where Lu Yuan has been living. From the sky, the mountain looks completely normal, and Mu Qiqi cannot see anything ghostly about it at all. The guard hurriedly explains that the weirdness only started after Lu Yuan had been there for 2 years, and tries to warn her not to fly in directly. Mu Qiqi ignores the warning on the spot and flies straight toward the peak, sure there is nowhere in Xinyan's sect she cannot enter. The moment she nears the mountain, 4 boulders on the summit suddenly move and announce that an unfamiliar foundation establishment cultivator has entered the area. The puppet guards demand an invitation or the correct passcode, turning Lu Yuan's lonely mountain into a full restricted zone. Amused, Mu Qiqi loudly makes up a ridiculous passcode on the spot and acts as if that should be enough. The fake code instantly fails, and the whole mountain escalates to full alert as the puppets classify her as an enemy inside the danger zone. The stone puppets split open and reveal hidden cannon barrels, proving that Lu Yuan's so-called haunted peak is packed with weapons. They fire 4 huge green flame shots at once, and Mu Qiqi immediately recognizes the same green flame style Lu Yuan used when she captured him years ago. Instead of getting angry, Mu Qiqi gets fired up and answers with her sword pellet, unfolding the Qingyan giant sword technique in midair. Her giant swords crash into the incoming fireballs and detonate them in the air, turning the mountain sky into a roaring cloud of green explosions. The puppets switch from single shots to a dense barrage, hammering Mu Qiqi with enough green flame power to threaten weaker foundation establishment cultivators. But Mu Qiqi is a level 7 foundation establishment genius, so she treats the attack like a game and spins her giant swords into a moving barrier around herself. While her attention is on the sky battle, a much larger hidden puppet crawls out on the mountaintop below, built more like a lizard than a stone shell. Mu-Chi-Chi finally senses the stronger threat under her and spots the 2-meter puppet charging a much heavier green flame blast. She answers that bigger shot seriously for once, pulling out the black iron bell and dropping into a proper defensive stance. The large puppet's blast slams into the bell with power close to a stronger foundation establishment attack, and for the first time the mountain's defenses feel genuinely dangerous. The watching disciples are left staring, because Lu Yuan somehow turned his lonely peak into a puppet fortress that even uses heavenly flame-style attacks. Mu-Chi-Chi quickly figures out the trick. The puppets are not casting true flame techniques at all, but firing explosive pill shots made from green flame. Once she understands that, her interest starts to fade, and she is just about ready to smash the whole setup and move on. At that exact moment, Lu Yuan finally rushes out from his residence and calls that it was all a misunderstanding before Mu-Chi-Chi tears his defenses apart. Mu-Chi-Chi is surprised on sight, because Lu Yuan already carries foundation establishment level spiritual energy even though he has not fully completed the breakthrough yet. She bluntly points out that he seems to be only one cultivation method short of becoming a true foundation establishment cultivator, and wonders why he has not exchanged for it yet. Lu Yuan forces himself to stay respectful, greets her as senior sister, and calmly claims he just cultivated hard and happened to reach this stage by luck. Mu-Chi-Chi nods and, with zero tact, says his poor spiritual roots make luck the only explanation, landing another hit on Lu Yuan's pride without even trying. Behind that calm smile, Lu Yuan is already cursing his luck, because Mu-Chi-Chi showing up here means the secret progress he protected for 4 quiet years may be exposed early. He quickly realizes his traps, arrays, and puppet defenses already gave away far too much, and the 1 year of peaceful confinement he still had left is now in danger. Even so, he keeps the smile on his face and silently begs the sect princess to leave him alone, while Mu-Chi-Chi instead stares at him with open curiosity. Inside his crude confinement room, Lu Yuan politely seats Mu-Chi-Chi while quietly panicking, because the longer the sect leader's daughter stays here, the more likely she is to uncover his secrets. He bitterly realizes his own defenses betrayed him, because only a strong cultivator could build a mountain formation that threatens foundation establishment experts. Since he still had no way to hide his cultivation, Lu Yuan had no choice but to arrive on a flying sword and openly reveal that he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. The brief show-off felt great, but now Lu Yuan's real priority is hiding again as fast as possible before anyone drags him out of his safe, quiet back mountain life. So he finally asks why Mu-Chi-Chi came, hoping to push the visit toward a quick ending. Mu-Chi-Chi stares at him in confusion, because other than his looks, smooth tongue, and calm temperament, she still cannot see how this junior brother built those dangerous puppets outside. Then she bluntly asks how he made the puppets, going straight for the secret without any tact at all. Lu Yuan tries to dodge with a vague answer claiming the puppets are just something he tinkers with and not worth explaining. That only annoys Mu-Chi-Chi, who snaps at him to stop dodging and just answer her. Lu Yuan can only swallow his complaints, because Mu-Chi-Chi is both the sect leader's daughter and a terrifying level 7 foundation establishment genius. So he carefully explains that the puppets themselves are actually simple, and the only real trick is the hidden ammunition inside them. Mu-Chi-Chi immediately cuts to the core of it, saying the puppets only matter because they fire hidden green flame pellets and are mainly useful against opponents below level 5 of foundation establishment. Lu Yuan is not too shocked since a talent like Mu-Chi-Chi can use spiritual sense to catch details that ordinary people would miss. He thinks back to how the pellets started as a cultivation shortcut, after discovering that fully draining his spiritual energy made his cultivation recover faster than usual. Ordinary pill refining burned too much mental focus and too little spiritual energy, so Lu Yuan developed green flame pellets as a faster way to empty his reserves while building up spare firepower. Over 4 years, that habit built real firepower, leaving Lu Yuan with 300 foundation establishment green flame pellets and countless chi cultivation ones in reserve. But Mu-Chi-Chi gets bored with the explanation and abruptly asks whether he has anything more fun than puppets. Lu Yuan goes silent, and Mu-Chi-Chi notices something new about him. Unlike every other man around her, he is not trying to flatter her at all. That resistance only makes her more curious, and Lu Yuan's good looks make Mu-Chi-Chi even more willing to indulge that interest. So Mu-Chi-Chi suddenly plays rough, shoving Lu Yuan against the wall and lifting his chin as she offers rewards if he can amuse her. Then she ups the pressure by dumping a mountain of treasures onto the table, and Lu Yuan's resistance cracks immediately. A second later, Lu Yuan shamelessly changes his tune and admits he does have some interesting things to show her after all. Mu-Chi-Chi is delighted that her money worked again, and the mood shifts into a smug little deal between them. Lu Yuan leads her deeper into the confinement residence, revealing that he secretly expanded it far beyond a normal back mountain room. He brings her into a place he calls the laboratory, where he experiments with strange new mechanisms and other creations. Knowing ordinary cultivation gadgets won't impress her, Lu Yuan decides to pull out something truly novel. When he whips the cloth away, Mu-Chi-Chi sees a strange steel mechanism with many hollow barrels and no spiritual aura at all. At first she is unimpressed, because in her eyes it is only a mechanism and nothing special. Lu Yuan tells her not to rush and leads her to a practice area so he can show what the machine actually does. He loads the Gatling gun with hundreds of chi cultivation green flame pellets and opens fire. A storm of small green fireballs shreds the wooden stakes, and Mu Chi-Chi's boredom vanishes instantly. Now genuinely excited, Mu Chi-Chi snatches the weapon from him and demands a turn. After a quick explanation from Lu Yuan, Mu Chi-Chi learns the controls almost immediately, which is no surprise for someone this talented. The power is only toy level to her, but that does not stop Mu Chi-Chi from gleefully mowing down targets with it. Once the pellets run dry, Mu Chi-Chi immediately asks to buy the Gatling gun for herself. Lu Yuan starts to pretend it is hard to part with, and Mu Chi-Chi casually throws him her storage bag again, telling him to pick whatever he wants. This time Lu Yuan drops the act fast and rummages through the bag with no shame at all. He quickly finds what he really needs: the aura concealment technique to hide his aura, and an earth-type divine ability called Gilded Sand. He adds just one high-grade spiritual stone and stops there, deliberately refusing to get carried away. Mu Chi-Chi is genuinely surprised, because she had deliberately left 3 high-grade spiritual stones in the bag and Lu Yuan still took only 1. Lu Yuan keeps the price modest on purpose, because taking too much from someone like Mu Chi-Chi would only give her leverage over him later. That restraint only makes him more interesting to Mu Chi-Chi, but she has business elsewhere and finally prepares to leave. Before going, she asks whether the Gatling gun can fire anything besides green flame pellets, already thinking ahead about other uses. Lu Yuan says yes in theory, but the mechanism would need adjustments, and he cannot promise how effective it would be. Satisfied, Mu Chi-Chi tells him to cultivate well and cheerfully promises she will come play with him again. She shoots off on her flying sword toward the sect center, leaving Lu Yuan to suspect she plans to show the weapon to the sect leader. He figures she wants the sect leader to judge whether the Gatling gun can be improved into a weapon useful for ordinary chi cultivation disciples. Still, Lu Yuan is not worried about changing the world, because in a cultivation realm, clever machines will never outrank true high-level cultivators. For him, these mechanisms were never about changing the world, only about keeping some combat power when his spiritual energy runs dry and raising his skill proficiency along the way. A skill interface in his mind confirms the payoff, showing his item manipulation, 5-element techniques, pill refinement, and weapon refinement all rising together. By the end, Lu Yuan has already decided his path. Alchemy alone is not enough, and a steady cultivator should master as many useful life skills as possible. Lu Yuan doubles down on his old plan: learn every support skill he can, because more pills, gear, and utility all mean a better chance of staying alive. Because his cheat can steadily raise recorded skills, Lu Yuan knows he would be wasting a huge advantage if he trained only one path like everyone else. But Mu Chi-Chi's incident exposed his real cultivation early, so the days of hiding at chi cultivation are over. His immediate problem is simple and annoying. The Qinyan technique he uses only covers chi cultivation, so without a foundation establishment method, his progress stops here. His cheat can upgrade ordinary skills, but it cannot directly push special things like cultivation methods or divine abilities unless he learns stronger related paths first. That is why he keeps collecting broad skills in the first place. One day they can merge into stronger paths instead of staying as scattered tricks. So even without today's chaos, Lu Yuan was always going to the scripture pavilion, because choosing a foundation establishment technique would expose his breakthrough anyway. He also cannot ignore the benefits, since registered foundation establishment disciples get monthly spirit stones, cultivation pills, and free access to one advanced technique and one divine ability. Looking at the sex system, Lu Yuan dryly compares cultivation to joining a company. Trainees get fed, but once you finally debut, the real exploitation starts. That attitude is exactly why he prefers his current confinement life, because staying hidden in the back mountain feels safer and far less deadly than doing sect missions. If not for the missing technique problem, he would gladly keep pretending nothing happened and coast in peace. By the time he reaches the scripture pavilion, his mood has dropped from easygoing to pure deadpan, because slacking off is ending and formal sect life is about to begin. Even so, Lu Yuan has not abandoned his bigger plan, and he is already quietly thinking about how to keep slacking off after everyone learns he reached foundation establishment. Inside the scripture pavilion, Lu Yuan formally asks to exchange for a foundation establishment cultivation technique and identifies himself as a disciple from Pharmacist Valley to the guarding senior brother. After his cultivation is confirmed, Lu Yuan is led deeper inside and quietly senses that the real protector of this small pavilion is a hidden powerhouse, not just a disciple guiding him. He quickly realizes the true security of the scripture pavilion is a concealed core formation elder, while the disciple out front is only handling routine work. On the second floor, Lu Yuan finds fewer manuals, all protected by restrictions, so he can only study their names and brief descriptions before choosing. Seeing his confusion, the guarding disciple explains that the sect once allowed open reading until a devil spy memorized the scriptures and defected, which is why everything is sealed now. That story hits Lu Yuan like a personal betrayal, because someone in the past already pulled off the exact shortcut he wanted to try. The guarding disciple lays out the rule clearly: Once Lu Yuan chooses a manual, the restriction opens and he gets only 3 incense sticks worth of time to memorize it before leaving. After the disciple steps back, Lu Yuan starts searching in earnest, because this choice will define his foundation establishment path. He reminds himself that this is not a casual upgrade, since a foundation establishment technique does more than raise power. It starts shaping what kind of cultivator he will become. At this stage, the technique begins strengthening specific spiritual roots, so the right choice decides future specialties instead of just filling the same old energy pool. That is why most cultivators choose one root and stick to it, while Lu Yuan's balanced 5-element setup makes every later decision broader and more troublesome. Even with countless sect manuals available, Lu Yuan's standard stays stubbornly simple. Whatever he picks must make him harder to kill. He rejects the plain Qingyun Foundation method almost immediately, because a little extra would attribute spiritual energy is nowhere near enough if a real enemy catches him. For Lu Yuan, the answer has to be one of 2 things, either a technique that helps him run faster, or one that lets him survive being hit. The first candidate he finds is the Undying Spring technique, a wood method built around immense vitality, and the dream of blood drop rebirth in the far future. It sounds powerful, but Lu Yuan drops it for now when he learns the sect is missing the crucial nascent soul chapter that would actually complete that life-saving path. His second option is the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique, a rare dual-root method that toughens spiritual energy like armor and even strengthens the body a little. That defensive technique fits him extremely well, so it immediately earns a place on his shortlist. Then he sees the breeze mystical scripture and discovers something new. A cultivator can split aptitude to form an acquired spiritual root they were not born with. The technique's reward is exactly what he wants, because once that wind root reaches foundation establishment, his speed rises across the board. Lu Yuan decides on the spot that this is worth it, because after years of marrow cleansing pills and lucky perfect effects, his total aptitude has already climbed to 240. With that much aptitude to spare, he is sure he can carve out 40 points for a wind root without crippling the rest of his foundation. He calls the guarding disciple back and firmly names the breeze mystical scripture as his chosen foundation establishment cultivation technique. The guarding disciple is visibly surprised and warns Lu Yuan not to sacrifice his original aptitude for an acquired wind root unless he has truly thought it through. Lu Yuan does not waver at all, and his calm answer makes it clear he already weighed the cost before choosing this path. Just as the guarding disciple is about to unseal the manual, Lu Yuan stops him with one more question about the free foundation establishment divine ability reward. The guarding disciple confirms the free divine ability reward is real and assumes Lu Yuan is asking because he wants to choose one next. Instead, Lu Yuan points at the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique and asks if he can trade that free divine ability slot for a second foundation establishment cultivation technique. That request leaves the guarding disciple stunned, because a newly advanced disciple trying to cultivate 2 foundation establishment methods at once is almost unheard of. When the guarding disciple realizes one technique is for defense and the other is for escape, he can only conclude that Lu Yuan is absurdly afraid of dying. Lu Yuan is perfectly fine with that judgment, because in his eyes, pride means nothing if you die and lose the chance to cultivate any further. So he calmly confirms the trade, giving up the free divine ability and locking in both the breeze mystical scripture and the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique. The guarding disciple finally stops arguing and can only marvel that this bizarrely cautious junior brother is somehow completely serious about it. In the scripture pavilion, Lu Yuan changes his plan on the spot and takes 2 foundation establishment techniques instead of one technique and one divine ability. He decides passive survival matters more than flashy attacks, because a strong defensive technique fits his cautious style far better than any active skill. Once the pavilion disciple lifts the seals, Lu Yuan races the 3 incense time limit to memorize both manuals before access ends. The sect's strict timer reminds him these manuals are heavily protected because Qingyun's sect learned long ago not to leave important secrets exposed. He manages to memorize both techniques in time, but the breakthrough notes inside stop him cold. For the first time, Lu Yuan learns that foundation establishment has 3 grades: human, earth, and heaven, and heavenly foundation is overwhelmingly stronger than the human path. That revelation kills his old plan to break through immediately, because now he refuses to settle for an ordinary foundation if heaven path is possible. His system answers that thought with a breakthrough screen showing brutal odds: 60% for human path, 35.2% for earth path, and only 4.8% for heaven path. Lu Yuan immediately rejects the tiny heaven path chance, because anything under near certainty feels like suicide to him. He also realizes heaven path success depends on the aptitude of each individual spiritual root, which makes the threshold even more absurdly high. When he compares those numbers to sect geniuses like Mu Chi-Chi, even she falls far short of what a natural heaven path breakthrough would need. That finally explains why nobody bothered teaching ordinary disciples about heavenly foundation in the first place. For most people, it is just unreachable. But Lu Yuan is not ready to give up, because his system lets him read success rates and push them with luck in ways normal cultivators never can. He decides to delay the breakthrough, go back, and build a real plan to force his heaven path odds higher first. His ambition instantly grows even bigger. He wants all 6 roots, including the future wind route from the breeze mystical scripture, to reach Heavenpath Foundation establishment. To him, that is not obsession for its own sake, but the safest future possible, absurd defense from the tortoiseshell technique, and extreme escape speed from the wind scripture. Before leaving, he gets system confirmations that both new Foundation establishment techniques have been successfully learned. Back in his back mountain confinement room, Lu Yuan sits down and starts listing practical ways to raise his Heavenpath success rate. The first lever is luck, and he already knows his destined Lucky Star talent can bend impossible odds if he feeds it enough points. The second lever is spiritual root aptitude, so he turns to the marrow cleansing pill line and estimates ordinary pills can still raise his current total a little further. He thinks a perfect marrow cleansing pill could push his aptitude much higher, and that would make a Heavenpath breakthrough far more realistic. The third lever comes from the manuals themselves. Certain rare heavenly treasures can directly support a specific Heavenpath foundation. For the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique, the ideal treasure is a 1,000-year black tortoise shell, or at least a magic item made from one. Even so, he reins himself in, because rushing to foundation establishment before luck and pills are ready would only ruin everything. He checks his alchemy progress and sees his metaphysical pill refinement technique has already climbed to level 9, far ahead of his other support skills. That strength gives him real confidence that he can now refine both ordinary and perfect marrow cleansing pills with near certainty. His bigger headache is luck, because even though Manhwa has been gone, his luck still rises only slowly as his skills and cultivation improve. From that, Lu Yuan guesses other lucky people are capped by the sex limits, while his own future luck has no obvious ceiling because the system keeps opening more room to grow. Still, he admits the fastest way to farm luck is painfully obvious. Manhwa is still the most efficient source by far, harsh process and all. So he makes a practical decision. When his confinement ends in a year, he will go find Manhwa himself instead of waiting to be dragged back. He is even bolder now, because his liquefied spiritual energy gives him half-step foundation establishment confidence that Manhwa should no longer be able to control him so easily. For now, though, he shelves that future clash and focuses his final confinement year on 2 goals: marrow cleansing pills and the acquired wind spiritual root. Because he is dropping new divine abilities and narrowing his focus to one root, Lu Yuan believes 1 full year should be enough to bring the wind root all the way up. His days settle into a hard routine, with pill refining in the morning and wind root cultivation through the afternoon and night. With perfect cultivation pills and marrow cleansing pills supporting him, his wind root progress starts moving at an unusually fast pace. 10 months pass in that rhythm, until one day a loud voice outside his door shatters the peace and announces senior sister Mu has arrived again. Lu Yuan's face twitches the moment he recognizes Mu Qiqi's voice, because this has become a miserable routine of its own. He tries the oldest defense he has left and pretends not to hear her, stubbornly continuing today's pill refinement inside. A few minutes later, that strategy fails exactly as expected when explosions erupt outside his residence. Mu Qiqi blasts the door open with a huge green sword and storms in carrying 2 broken green flame puppets like trophies. Lu Yuan is left staring in disbelief, because she looks less like a visitor and more like a bandit who kicked in his home. Mu Qiqi casually blames his puppet design instead, complaining that his defenses attack her every time she comes and he really should fix that. That almost makes Lu Yuan choke, because those puppets exist specifically to keep her from barging in whenever she feels like it. She keeps teasing him anyway, peeking over his work and mocking how every visit finds him doing nothing but pill refining and cultivation. Lu Yuan forces himself to stay quiet and calm, repeating inwardly that he has to endure this without exploding. Mu Qiqi pushes even harder by waving a hand in front of him and pretending he has gone crazy from too much pill refining. That finally snaps his patience, and Lu Yuan blurts out that just because she is the sect leader's daughter does not mean she can do whatever she wants here. Mu Qiqi only folds her arms and asks, almost amused, what exactly he plans to do about it. Reduced to his weakest threat, Lu Yuan says he will apply to move out if she keeps tormenting him like this. Mu Qiqi bursts out laughing and reminds him there is basically nowhere in Xinyan's sect she cannot reach if she really wants to find him. That leaves Lu Yuan bitterly aware of the real problem. Her status is stronger, and he cannot even beat her in a fight. Even so, he makes one last stand and warns that if she barges in again, he will tell the sect leader she has been running around during confinement. Mu Qiqi hears the threat, stands up with a sigh, and suddenly acts as if she is willing to leave after all. Lu Yuan immediately senses something is off, and his suspicion spikes before she even shows her hand. Then Mu Qiqi pulls out a black tortoiseshell from her storage bag, and the moment Lu Yuan sees it, his whole attitude changes. She calmly reveals it is a 5,000-year black tortoiseshell she specially exchanged from the sect treasure vault after hearing he wanted to cultivate the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique. Still smiling, Mu Qiqi says that since a certain junior brother dislikes her so much, she may as well take the treasure and leave. Lu Yuan panics and grabs her sleeve on the spot, because there is no way he is letting that shell walk out the door. Mu Qiqi turns back and innocently asks what is wrong, rubbing in the fact that he was the one who demanded one of them leave. Without any dignity left, Lu Yuan instantly switches to full hospitality and insists it was all a misunderstanding, urging her to sit back down. He even claims a heart demon flared up during cultivation and made him say nonsense, hoping that absurd excuse will smooth things over. Mu Chichi keeps teasing, saying maybe those angry words were just his true thoughts speaking through the heart demon. When she pretends to get up once more, Lu Yuan blocks her path in a hurry, now completely desperate to keep both her and the tortoiseshell here. He lowers himself even further and formally apologizes, admitting he spoke too loudly and asking for forgiveness. Seeing him fully surrender, Mu Chichi smiles with narrowed crescent eyes and starts naming the price of peace. First, she asks whether he will finally modify his puppet array so it stops attacking her whenever she visits. Lu Yuan agrees instantly and even curses his own puppets as blind for daring to stop senior sister Mu. Then she asks if she still needs to notify him before coming, and Lu Yuan immediately says no, she can show up whenever she likes. Satisfied at last, Mu Chichi decides to stay, and Lu Yuan is so relieved he practically wants to cry. Inwardly, Lu Yuan can only complain that other transmigrators charm beautiful women, while he keeps ending up completely toyed with by them instead. Mu Chichi, perfectly comfortable now, tells him to stop standing there and bring out something fun because she refuses to believe he made nothing new this month. Lu Yuan swallows his humiliation, agrees at once, and decides that whatever it takes, he will use all his old tricks today to win that 5,000-year black tortoiseshell from her. In his back mountain residence, Lu Yuan fusses over every little comfort for Mu Chichi, serving tea, desserts, and even the room temperature like a desperate innkeeper because he wants her 5,000-year-old black tortoiseshell that badly. Once Mu Chichi finally seems satisfied enough to stay, she opens her storage bag and takes out the gray 5,000-year-old black tortoiseshell Lu Yuan has been waiting for. But the instant Lu Yuan ignores her and stares only at the tortoiseshell, Mu Chichi gets visibly annoyed that she lost to a piece of shell. Mu Chichi suddenly snatches the tortoiseshell back, declares she changed her mind, and stands to leave, leaving Lu Yuan stunned. Lu Yuan quickly realizes the problem is not the shell at all but Mu Chichi's jealousy, because he paid more attention to the treasure than to her. He hurriedly calls her back, and Mu Chichi stops with her arms crossed, clearly daring him to explain himself. Instead of admitting fault, Lu Yuan smoothly claims he avoided looking at her because she is too beautiful and he was afraid of seeming rude. The line works instantly, and Mu Chichi's anger melts into pleased embarrassment because Lu Yuan has judged her temper exactly right. Back in a good mood, Mu Chichi tosses the black tortoiseshell over to him at last. Mu Chichi explains that the sect rewarded Lu Yuan with the tortoiseshell because his Gatling gun helped elders develop useful mechanisms for low cultivation disciples. She adds that because he is both a rare pharmacist and a young Foundation establishment cultivator, her father passed along a message telling him to keep cultivating and trust that the sect will not treat him poorly. Lu Yuan immediately puts on a loyal, grateful face and asks Mu Chichi to thank sect leader Mu for his concern. Then Mu Chichi turns serious and warns him that demons and devils have become more active outside the mountain, enough that the righteous sects already expect a coming war. She specifically tells him not to slack off on divine abilities, warning that cultivation alone will not save him if he ever truly meets a demon or devil. Her warning makes Lu Yuan think of Meng, and he decides again that exposing the demoness now would be reckless without hard proof or enough confidence to beat someone with luck that high. Mu Chichi leaves as decisively as she came, and Lu Yuan realizes she likely made this trip just to deliver the reward to him. Looking at the treasure, Lu Yuan figures the sect would never reward an ordinary disciple this generously for a Gatling gun alone, so Mu Chichi must have quietly helped persuade Mu Chin on his behalf. That hidden help leaves him genuinely touched, and he admits to himself that proud, blunt Mu Chichi is far easier to trust than the smiling, dangerous Meng Rian. With the tortoiseshell and months of saved marrow-cleansing pills in hand, Lu Yuan decides his preparation is almost complete, and the last thing he still needs is more luck from Meng Rian. 2 months later in the back mountain, Lu Yuan checks his status and sees the result of that preparation: Foundation Establishment Level 1, Spiritual Root Aptitude at 600, and Luck at 700. He has burned through all of his marrow-cleansing pills, including many perfect ones, which is how his total aptitude climbed this high. His acquired wind spiritual root already reached perfection at the Qi cultivation stage, but without a rare wind treasure he cannot schedule its heavenly breakthrough yet. So for now he focuses on the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique, where his water and metal spiritual roots must break through together, making this heavenly foundation establishment harder than usual. Even so, his year of preparation has pushed the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique to a 77% heavenly success rate thanks to his current luck, the technique bonus, and the 5,000-year black tortoiseshell. Most people would gamble on that number, but Lu Yuan refuses, because anything short of near certainty still counts as failure to him. He calculates that his luck talent can temporarily double his luck to raise the rate to 84%, but even that still is not safe enough for him. After more math, he sets a new target. If his base luck can reach 1500, then doubled luck will finally give him a perfect 100% chance. That means he still needs another 800 luck points, and there is only one person he plans to squeeze them from: Meng Rian. Once his confinement ends, Lu Yuan flies off toward Meng Rian's mountain, bracing himself for the price of chasing that luck. A month later in Legacy Valley, Lu Yuan finally returns to his newly assigned residence while rubbing a painfully sore waist after all those visits. During that same month, Lu Yuan's released confinement and foundation establishment cultivation let him officially become a direct disciple of Qinyan sect. He chooses Han Yuanshan as his master, partly because he already fulfilled Elder Han's old request and partly because Bai Dafei is there, and the arrangement feels familiar. The other thing he has done all month is keep going back to Meng Rian, only to discover that reaching foundation establishment did not make him any less exhausted by her. As he spends more time with her, Lu Yuan starts piecing together Meng Rian's cultivation technique and realizes it seems to absorb other people's spiritual root aptitude to nourish her own. What unsettles him more is that her method does not look like ordinary devil cultivation at all, because instead of showing backlash she only seems more radiant and stable. Even so, Lu Yuan clamps down on his curiosity and sticks to his usual rule that a steady survivor does not poke at mysteries he does not need to understand. When he checks the numbers again, his Heavenly Foundation establishment rate is still only 84%. Because although he gained a lot from Meng Rian, he still has not pushed his base luck high enough. He cannot keep farming luck from her anyway, because Meng Rian leaves the sect again to deal with devils causing trouble in the mortal world. That news also reminds him he could be sent out too, so he immediately sketches out his next cautious scheme, Stable Development Plan 1.0. His idea is shameless but practical. Lose enough challenge matches that everyone decides he is a combat weakling who should stay home refining pills instead of fighting outside the sect. For now, though, all of that can wait, because the one thing he needs to do next is finally attempt the 9-guard tortoiseshell breakthrough. Lu Yuan activates Destined Lucky Star, and Destined Time triggers, doubling his luck while revealing 22 disaster points from the month he just endured. With his doubled luck reaching 2800, the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique climbs again and stops at a Heavenly Foundation establishment success rate of 98%. 98% is finally close enough for Lu Yuan, so he steels himself and begins his Heavenly Foundation establishment breakthrough with the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique. Before daring to break through, Lu Yuan decides something this important has to be cleared with the heavens first. After bathing and dressing carefully, he lights 3 incense sticks and formally petitions the heavens for permission to attempt foundation establishment today. He even sets a sign for heaven's answer. If the incense burns 1 long and 2 short, he will stop, but if not, he takes it as approval. When all 3 sticks burn evenly, Lu Yuan beams because in his mind the heavens just gave him the green light. A system notice flashes that Destined Time has activated and doubled his luck, confirming this is the moment he was waiting for. Holding the 5,000-year black tortoiseshell, Lu Yuan begins circulating the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique to force his water and metal roots into a heavenly breakthrough. The tortoiseshell's water and metal power pours into his body, merging with his spiritual energy and reshaping the 2 spiritual roots in his dantian. As the transformation deepens, an ancient black tortoise phantom rises behind him and his aura turns heavier, steadier, and far more profound. Lu Yuan himself feels none of the spectacle, because his consciousness has already sunk into a warm, blank trance at the heart of the breakthrough. Outside, a golden auspicious cloud starts gathering over his mountain, but the many concealment arrays around his residence hide the abnormality from the sect. Those paranoid arrays were something Lu Yuan paid to install earlier, insisting he even needed protection from sect elders' pet spirit birds going berserk. That over-the-top caution pays off now, because the heavenly sign stays sealed inside the mountain instead of exposing his breakthrough. When the golden cloud sinks into Lu Yuan's body, an invisible heavenly sound rings through Qinyan's sect. Deep in secluded cultivation, Patriarch Qing Hong snaps his eyes open the instant he hears it, and realizes a heavenly descent just happened. He appears before Mu Qin without warning and bluntly asks whether the sect leader heard the sound from heaven just now. Mu Qin is confused, and Qing Hong immediately understands the sound was too high level for him to perceive clearly. After sweeping the sect and finding no visible omen, Qing Hong concludes something major has appeared, whether a treasure, a blessed breakthrough, or a rare moment of enlightenment. He orders Mu Qin to send disciples out and search 1,000 miles around Qinyan's sect for any unusual sign, then vanishes again. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan reaches the final step, and golden patterns settle onto his metal and water roots as the heavenly blessing completes. The system confirms his success. Both his water and metal roots achieved foundation establishment through the way of heaven and gained massive aptitude and cultivation bonuses. His 9-guard tortoiseshell technique also jumps forward, unlocking the first guard and a new layer of tortoiseshell power. When Lu Yuan wakes up and feels the surge inside him, he knows the breakthrough really worked. Then he spots his current luck value and his joy freezes on the spot, because it has crashed all the way down to 10. A follow-up notice explains the price. Triggering heaven's blessing during the breakthrough consumed his stored luck and reset it to the minimum. He fumes at first, but after thinking it through, Lu Yuan realizes luck only gets drained when it buys a truly life-changing opportunity. Once he checks the results properly, the pain eases, because both his water and metal root aptitudes have jumped to a terrifying 200 points. The blessing also doubles how efficiently he can cultivate water and metal techniques, making him feel less like he leveled up and more like he was rebuilt from the ground up. By the time he finishes comparing gains and losses, Lu Yuan accepts the trade and decides he can save up luck again later. That also means his plan to give his wind root the same heavenly breakthrough has to wait until he rebuilds his luck reserve. With Meng Rian still away from the sect, he knows the easy source of luck is gone for now and he will have to rely on slower, ordinary methods again. Before making new plans, he heads outside to test what this heaven-built foundation can actually do. The moment he activates 9-guard tortoiseshell, a black tortoise phantom wraps around him like a living shield. Lu Yuan quickly finds the first guard is absurdly solid, enough to completely block full attacks from a 3rd-level foundation establishment cultivator, and still endure some pressure from a 5th-level one. The technique also boosts his body enough to match a 3rd-level chi cultivation body cultivator, proving this path is defense first but not defense only. After the test, he is delighted because this brutally sturdy technique is exactly his kind of cultivation, simple, durable, and safe. He immediately sets a new target for himself. Rebuild his luck to at least 1400 and search for a natural treasure that can help his wind root reach heavenly foundation establishment too. In his head, the full dream expands fast. If he can keep giving roots heavenly breakthroughs, he can stack monstrous aptitude with terrifying defense and escape speed. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes that waiting for the right heavenly breakthrough instead of settling for an ordinary one was the best decision of his life. Then his mood turns reverent again, and Lu Yuan bows to the sky to thank the heavens, insisting this success was heaven's grace more than his own merit. He goes even further and promises to do more good deeds in the future, trying his best to sound like the heavens' most loyal son. Whether it is real or not, the stars above seem to brighten in response, and Lu Yuan ends the night basking in what feels like a strangely warm bond between heaven and its absurdly filial cultivator. While testing the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique, Lu Yuan realizes it is far better than a simple shield method because it also boosts strength and can lengthen his lifespan like a black tortoise. The manual also reveals a distant higher form, the 9-guard mystical black tortoise technique, but only if a cultivator can obtain mystical black tortoise blood essence and awaken true atavism. He knows that path is almost fantasy for everyone else, but he calmly judges that if he reaches the right stage and gets the blood essence, his system might let the technique advance for real. That idea sparks an even bigger thought. If black tortoise techniques exist, then weaker versions of other divine beast techniques should exist too, from azure dragon to white tiger and beyond. Even so, Lu Yuan reins himself in at once and decides not to chase flashy beast techniques yet, because his real goal is still heavenly foundation establishment for every spiritual root, one step at a time. He narrows his focus to the urgent problem in front of him, raise his luck, find the right treasure, and push his wind spiritual root into heavenly foundation establishment next. After making that decision, Lu Yuan goes back to his residence and quietly consolidates his new cultivation instead of stirring up trouble. Outside his secluded routine, Qingyan sect is in an uproar because the heavenly sound from Lu Yuan's breakthrough sent almost the whole sect searching for a rare treasure or genius. They tear through the surrounding land for days and still find nothing, because the person they are looking for is hidden right under their noses. 7 days later, Mu Qin reports to Patriarch Qinghong that 3,000 disciples have finished searching and still found no strange person or phenomenon. Qinghong cannot accept that answer, because a heavenly sound should mean either a powerful treasure, a monstrous genius, or some other extraordinary event worth seizing. After considering that the chance may already be gone, Qinghong finally tells Mu Qin to stop the search and let the sect return to normal cultivation. With that storm fading in the background, Lu Yuan heads deep into Pharmacist Valley to formally visit his new master, Han Yuanshan. Han Yuanshan lets him in, and the moment Lu Yuan steps through the courtyard gate he is hit by a dazzling spread of rare spiritual herbs that would be priceless outside. Han Yuanshan deliberately leaves him standing there in silence, and Lu Yuan instantly sees through the old master's favorite act of making himself look deep and unfathomable. Even though he understands exactly what is happening, Lu Yuan wisely keeps quiet and lets his master finish the whole routine. After making him wait long enough, Han Yuanshan finally turns around, praises Lu Yuan for reaching foundation establishment despite mediocre talent, and starts testing him on the herbs in front of them. Lu Yuan answers honestly that he recognizes most of the plants but not all of them, and Han Yuanshan immediately tosses him a new pill recipe instead of dragging the lesson out. The scroll is the foundation establishment pill recipe for the spirit concentration pill, and Han Yuanshan sets the rule clearly: refine it on your own within 1 year, and you may ask me for a reward. The moment Han Yuanshan says he is serious, Lu Yuan asks for something absurdly expensive on the spot, a drop of blood essence from a wind-type demon king. Han Yuanshan is stunned, because a demon king stands on the level of a core formation expert, and getting even 1 drop of that blood usually means persuading a monster to give it up or paying dearly to have it killed. When he sees the refusal forming, Lu Yuan does not back down and starts pressing his case with a deliberately miserable face. Lu Yuan claims that with his terrible multi-root distribution he has almost no hope of ever reaching core formation, so all he can do is stack more foundation establishment spiritual roots and become harder to kill. He pushes the point further by saying that if he gets Wind Demon King blood essence, He can establish his wind route too and at least buy himself a better chance to survive at the foundation establishment stage. Han Yuanshan falls quiet, because he understands exactly how brutal Lu Yuan's road looks. Balanced routes make core formation exponentially harder, and 6 routes would be almost hopeless. The old master finally stops seeing greed and starts seeing a disciple desperately trying to squeeze one last bit of hope out of a dead-end future. In the end, Han Yuanshan relents and promises the Wind-type Demon King blood essence, but only if Lu Yuan can truly refine the spirit concentration pill within a year. Lu Yuan immediately thanks him, and Han Yuanshan tells him to stay here for the next year, tend the herbs, study the recipe, and ask senior brother Bai for help before troubling the master again. After giving those instructions, Han Yuanshan walks away with obvious heartache, still not over the fact that his new disciple gift somehow turned into Demon King blood. Left alone in the herb field, Lu Yuan does feel a little guilty for emotionally cornering his master, and he swears to himself this will be the last time. Then his eyes slide back to the priceless herbs, and he suddenly notices a loophole. Han Yuanshan said he could use the field's herbs, but never said only for the spirit concentration pill. In one shameless turn, Lu Yuan decides he wants everything he can get out of this place too, proving that his apology lasted about 1 second. After becoming Han Yuanshan's disciple, Lu Yuan shamelessly decides his master never said he could not use the herb field for himself too. He is greedy, but not reckless, so he only plans to touch the less valuable herbs and keep enough room to talk his way out later. Lu Yuan even rehearses his fallback plan, apologizes sincerely, and if that fails, asks to be confined in the back mountain where Han Yuanshan will probably go easy on him. Convinced he understands his kind master's bottom line, Lu Yuan settles into a quiet new life in the herb field. His days become steady and full, watering herbs in the morning, refining pills at noon, practicing divine abilities in the afternoon, and cultivating through the night. While tending the field, Lu Yuan unexpectedly unlocks a new practical skill, the elementary nurturing technique. He immediately realizes this plain-looking skill is valuable because better herb survival means better herb yield, which matters to any pharmacist. That makes him like it even more, because low-cost basic skills can be advanced later and usually fit his cautious style better than flashy dead-end techniques. Even in this comfortable routine, Lu Yuan never relaxes completely, because he already thinks a bigger storm is coming. From what Mu Chichi told him about the 3 devilish sects, he suspects they would not stir up trouble in righteous territory unless they believed they could win. He does not care who wins the righteous devilish war nearly as much as one simple fact: a small foundation establishment cultivator like him could die in it for nothing. So in Lu Yuan's mind, Qingyun sect is still a job, and he has no intention of taking on any glorious life-or-death mission for it. His first survival plan is to prepare several hideouts in advance, like a rabbit keeping more than one burrow. His second plan is to map out a clean escape route so he can run the instant the situation turns bad. And if both of those fail, Lu Yuan is already willing to make the ugly choice and switch sides. He has even narrowed down the least unacceptable option, privately thinking the Hehuan sect is the only devilish sect he might tolerate joining. Even so, he would much rather keep slacking off peacefully inside Qingyun's sect than ever use any of those plans. The one problem he still cannot solve is luck, because without Meng Rian nearby, he has no easy source for the huge luck value he wants. Since Meng Rian is away on an open-ended mission, Lu Yuan can only suppress that inconvenient dependence and keep developing steadily on his own. Far away at the same time, the person he is trying not to think about is also thinking about him. The story shifts to the Great Xia capital, a mortal kingdom under Qingyun sect's protection and one of the places that feeds the sect new disciples. That balance matters because sects need mortal populations to survive, which is why even devilish sects usually avoid attacking mortals outright. When strange supernatural threats do appear, Qingyun's sect handles them through the Great Xia Devil Slayers division. Late that night, a soldier leads Meng Rian, using the alias Yidingyu, to a remote inn where something abnormal has happened. The moment she faces the inn, Meng Rian frowns because the corpse aura pouring from it is far too strong to ignore. Then a sudden heavenly thunderbolt crashes down and turns more than 10 walkers to ash right in front of her. Only the leading black zombie survives the strike, and it instantly bolts into the night. Meng Rian leaves the remaining walkers to the Devil Slayers and immediately goes after the one that matters. She catches up almost immediately, disgusted by the half-dead thing in front of her. 2 sword orbs at her waist fly out and become blades, and before the zombie can swat them away, another lightning strike pins it in place. Her flying sword sliced through the opening and cut the black zombie's head clean off. But Meng Rian does not relax, and instead sends her sword straight into the nearby forest where the real threat has been hiding. An old man carrying a coffin blocks the blades with the coffin itself, and the hit only leaves shallow scratches on his magic instrument. The coffin-carrying old man winces at the scratches on his magic instrument, then leers and threatens to make Meng Rian his servant girl. The old man sets his coffin down and reveals a fiercer black zombie inside, one already close to evolving into a green zombie. With his stronger zombie beside him, the old man smugly boasts that he has already preyed on other righteous disciples and says their blood tastes better than mortals. Meng Rian lands lightly on the forest floor, studies the disgusting old man in front of her, and then catches one detail that makes her even colder. She coldly asks whether his surname is Lu, and the old man answers yes without realizing he just crossed the line. The instant he admits it, Meng Rian's pink branches erupt from the ground and bind the old man and his stronger zombie at once. The bound zombie thrashes and gushes poison and corpse aura, but the pink branches only tighten and start feeding on that energy instead. Only then does the bound old man realize the woman in front of him is from Manhwa sect, not just an ordinary Qingyun disciple. Meng Rian does not deny it, and coldly tells him the only reason he has to die is that someone as ugly as him should not share Lu Yuan's surname. The branches devour Lu Mo completely, and she deliberately preserves only his head along with the coffin as proof of the mission. That reveals the truth of the assignment. The walkers were just bait around the outskirts, and Lu Mo the zombie keeper was the real target all along. The reason she won so cleanly is also exposed here. Meng Rian is not only a Qingyun direct disciple, but secretly a direct disciple of the independent Manhwa sect as well. Manhwa sect cultivators grow through a more decent form of dual cultivation than the Huan sect, though their path eventually leads to a dangerous love tribulation. After confirming the mission is done, Meng Rian looks up at the moon and decides it is finally time to go back. And with that thought, she wonders whether the heartless man she left behind has missed her at all. Back in the herb field, Lu Yuan suddenly sneezes right before his nightly cultivation and briefly wonders if some girl is thinking about him. He dismisses the idea immediately, tells himself women only slow cultivation down, and gets back to work with complete confidence in his own heartlessness. As the righteous and devilish factions stayed deadlocked, the Manhwa sect kept playing both sides by secretly planting disciples in each camp. That gamble only worked because Manhwa sect was strong enough that neither side could casually crush it. Lu Yuan still had no idea Meng Rian was one of those hidden Manhwa disciples, because his systems showed traits and skills but never a person's true faction. A year and 2 months passed after Meng Rian left Qingyun's sect to hunt Lu Mo, and 3 months into her absence Lu Yuan became Elder Han's direct disciple. Meng Rian's mission dragged on because tracking Lu Mo through the Great Xia Kingdom's endless evil incidents was far harder than expected. Meanwhile, the real front line between the 5 righteous sects and the 3 devil sects was even hotter, though the war was still only in its probing stage. Even so, the 10-year war had become both a slaughterhouse and an opportunity, with rare rewards and real combat pushing young cultivators to chase glory. From that chaos, busybodies built the heaven, earth, and mortal ranks, and only the youngest foundation establishment cultivators really cared enough to obsess over them. The weirdest part was the heaven rank leader. The Manhwa sect master was acknowledged as the strongest nascent soul expert alive, yet even that person's name and gender stayed hidden. On the mortal rank, Qingyun sect's brightest star was Mu Qiqi, a terrifying 20-year-old at foundation establishment level 8 who could crush ordinary level 9s in one hit. But even Mu Qiqi only sat at 6th place, which made the list feel painfully real to righteous disciples already irritated that the top 2 spots belonged to demonic cultivators. Lu Yuan cared about those rankings for the exact opposite reason. He studied them so he could avoid dangerous people, not become one of them. Then the latest issue hit him like a curse, and Lu Yuan exploded in the herb fields, cursing at the notice in open outrage. The notice had placed him at exactly 100th on the mortal rank and publicly listed his 9-guard tortoiseshell technique, green flame technique, pill refining skill, and even his old feat of surviving a siege that included Mu Qiqi. Instead of feeling honored, Lu Yuan went numb with horror because someone had dug up the exact kind of information he never wanted spread. Most people would celebrate making the mortal rank, but Lu Yuan could only sit there like disaster had just found his address. Before he could recover, Bai Dafei rushed in carrying his own newsletter and yelling that there was good news. But one look at Lu Yuan's funeral face expression stopped Bai Dafei cold. When Bai Dafei asked what was wrong, Lu Yuan simply raised the sheet and grimly told him that something terrible had happened. Bai Dafei was baffled, because in his world getting on the mortal rank was supposed to be a month-long excuse to brag to everyone alive. So Bai Dafei hesitantly asked the unthinkable, was being on the mortal rank actually bad? Lu Yuan stood up and flatly told him yes, because the ranking was less an honor roll than a death warrant with names and targets attached. He explained that once rankings existed, every cultivator could quickly judge who looked weaker and feel tempted to attack instead of backing off. Then Lu Yuan pointed out the second danger. The list exposed cultivation, abilities, and trump cards to outsiders who could prepare a perfect counter in advance. By the time Lu Yuan finished, Bai Dafei's pride had turned into cold sweat because the whole ranking suddenly looked like a trap. Ashamed of ever celebrating his own rank, Bai Dafei immediately asked if the real answer was not to climb higher, but to get off the list entirely. Lu Yuan nodded, and Bai Dafei got even more anxious when he realized Lu Yuan was only ranked 100th while he himself was stuck all the way up at 50th. Still, Lu Yuan told him there was a way and calmly began thinking it through. Bai Dafei all but begged for the answer and promised he would remember this life-saving favor. Lu Yuan reasoned that since the mortal rank updated monthly and reflected current strength, Bai Dafei might be able to sink his ranking by appearing weakened. His blunt suggestion was simple. A serious injury that looked like it had damaged Bai Dafei's cultivation should do the trick. Bai Dafei's eyes lit up instantly, and the terrifying plan somehow sounded perfect to him. Grabbing Lu Yuan's hand in gratitude, Bai Dafei thanked him for waking him up before false glory got him killed. Then Bai Dafei hurried off to lower his own rank as fast as possible, fully convinced Lu Yuan had just helped him dodge future disaster. Not long after, a new system notification popped into Lu Yuan's mind and told him his warning had helped Bai Dafei avoid a death tribulation. The message hit even harder when it added that his destined lucky star talent had activated and handed him 1,000 luck points from Bai Dafei. Lu Yuan was stunned, because until now he had never realized that simply helping someone sidestep disaster could also earn him luck. That payout only convinced him more that the mortal rank really was dangerous, and that he needed to get off it as soon as possible. With the new gain, Lu Yuan's total luck value jumped to 1321, including the smaller amount he had built up over recent months as Elder Han's direct disciple. That mattered because Han Yuanshan's assessment was almost over, and Lu Yuan had been worrying that he still lacked the luck needed to force a Heavenly Foundation establishment for his wind route. Now, with only 2 more months to wait for the Bird Demon King blood essence, Lu Yuan finally felt he had enough capital to make that breakthrough happen. In his mind, the future suddenly looked perfect. The 9-guard tortoiseshell path for defense, the breeze mystical scripture for escape, and a life so stable that death could never catch him. With that absurdly practical dream back on track, Lu Yuan finally broke into a pleased, slightly creepy laugh all by himself in the herb fields. After helping Bai Dafei avoid a deadly fate, Lu Yuan realizes for the first time that changing someone else's bad luck can earn him luck value too. He even comforts himself that Bai Dafei did not lose out at all, because luck is precious, but staying alive is obviously worth more. Thinking about pharmacists being easy targets, Lu Yuan decides he basically saved senior brother Bai from becoming an easy kill for some devil cultivator looking for fame. By the end of that little speech to himself, Lu Yuan has already decided the extra 1,000 luck points count as a perfectly reasonable thank you gift. Once he settles down, Lu Yuan turns practical again and decides the mortal rank is not a real crisis, because he can always throw a match to some foundation establishment disciple and drop off it later. He also understands why the ranking matters to others, since getting onto the mortal rank brings fame, sect attention, and proof that a direct disciple has real potential. That thought leads him to wonder less about his own place on the list and more about how the Taohua sect can judge talents across all the major sects in the first place. Lu Yuan suspects the Taohua sect either has a special treasure that measures strength, or, more likely, hidden spies planted inside every sect. Once that idea clicks, Meng Rian immediately comes to mind, and Lu Yuan starts quietly wondering if she might really be tied to the Taohua sect. Even so, he immediately decides not to probe her, because the Taohua sect is far too dangerous to test carelessly. He remembers what Han Yuanshan taught him before. This world sits on the edge of the greater cultivation world, so nascent soul is the local ceiling unless someone can leave for the center. That bigger truth does not shake him much, though, because right now Lu Yuan only cares that a closed world means fewer outside monsters wandering in to kill him. Since resources are not yet a bottleneck for a small foundation establishment cultivator, he drops the topic and returns to the one thing he trusts most: steady cultivation. He starts the day with alchemy again, refining pills with the same methodical focus that has become his safest path forward. After that, he heads outside and tends the herb fields, using earth, wood, and water techniques in a practice rhythm to care for every plant. By afternoon, the work is done, and the new rankings leave him with an uncomfortable thought. One day even a pharmacist like him may be dragged onto a battlefield. He knows sect cultivators fight over resources all the time, and compared with wandering cultivators risking their lives for pills and stones, he has actually been protected for years. So instead of pretending danger will never reach him, Lu Yuan decides he needs more trump cards before real trouble arrives. He already has the 9-guard tortoiseshell technique for defense and the breeze mystical scripture for escape, so the obvious gap now is offense. The answer comes fast. If he wants a proper attack method and at least a little cultivator dignity, he should start learning swordsmanship. From then on, Lu Yuan officially adds sword training to his routine and begins building up his most basic swordsmanship skill. 4 years pass, and in the Pharmacist Valley herb fields, Han Yuanshan drops a shock on Lu Yuan by calmly saying he already arranged for him to go to the Great Xia capital as acting director of the Devil Slayers division. Lu Yuan is so stunned he asks his master to repeat himself, as if the words might sound less insane the second time. When Han Yuanshan repeats the order without blinking, Lu Yuan instantly launches into a frantic argument that he is nowhere near fit to command demon hunters. He keeps underselling himself on purpose, saying he only has a little alchemy talent and no real fighting skill, so sending him there would ruin both Great Xia and the sect. That self-denigration only makes Han Yuanshan's expression worse, because if Lu Yuan is trash, then what does that say about the master who accepted him? At last Han Yuanshan cuts him off with a sharp shout and marches right up to him, done listening to excuses. Pointing at Lu Yuan's face, Han Yuanshan finally says what he has clearly wanted to say for years. Lu Yuan is not steady, he is absurdly afraid of death. He presses the point hard, asking Lu Yuan how many times he has even left the sect in the last 5 years under him, and Lu Yuan instantly deflates. When Lu Yuan cannot answer, Han Yuanshan answers for him and exposes the truth. Aside from visiting Yiting Yu, Lu Yuan has spent 4 full years without leaving the sect at all. Then Han Yuanshan widens the count and roasts him properly, saying Lu Yuan has basically spent 20 years on the mountain between cultivation, confinement, and direct disciple life. He even says the old confinement punishment probably made Lu Yuan happy inside, because being locked up suited him far too well. Lu Yuan tries to deny it with a guilty red face, but Han Yuanshan looks at him like the lie is painfully obvious. After that, Han Yuanshan stops dancing around it and bluntly says Lu Yuan cannot keep hiding forever, because cultivators are supposed to fight heaven, earth, and men on the road to transcendence. Lu Yuan mutters that refining pills for life does not sound so bad, but he is smart enough not to say it loud once his master's temper spikes again. Han Yuanshan finally softens just enough to make it an order instead of a lecture. Lu Yuan must go down the mountain for 10 years, then he can hide in the sect for 100 more and Han Yuanshan will not stop him. The promise of a peaceful century afterward works instantly, and Lu Yuan's mood brightens enough for him to ask whether his master is serious. When Han Yuanshan says yes, Lu Yuan pushes his luck one step too far and asks for a written pledge or even a Dalhart oath. Outside the herb field courtyard, Bai Dafei and Mu Qiqi happen to arrive just as Lu Yuan is still inside being called in by their master. Before either of them can go in, a violent explosion erupts from inside, and both of them flinch on the spot. They peek inside together and find utter chaos. Lu Yuan has become a streak of green light, screaming that his master is trying to kill him while Han Yuanshan chases him with blazing pill fire. Watching that disaster, Mu Qiqi and Bai Dafei silently agree that a master disciplining his own disciple is not something they should interrupt. So instead of helping, both of them quietly pull their heads back, and Bai Dafei even locks the courtyard door from the outside. Lu Yuan races for the main entrance, only to discover the door has been locked, and he shouts in disbelief at whoever sealed him in. Outside, Bai Dafei hears the yelling and braces his leg against the door anyway, choosing self-preservation over brotherhood while his master vents inside. A moment later, Lu Yuan's cries turn into the sounds of a full beating, and Bai Dafei can only apologize to him in his heart for taking the safe side. Mu Qiqi, on the other hand, is delighted by every sound coming from inside, smiling openly as Lu Yuan gets taught a hard lesson. By the end of the mess, the whole herb field scene has settled into one ridiculous truth. Han Yuanshan is furious, Bai Dafei and Mu Qiqi are watching from safety, and Lu Yuan is the only one really suffering. Han Yuanshan's sudden order to leave the mountain catches Lu Yuan completely off guard, and he hates how little control he has over it. Even so, Lu Yuan knows Han Yuanshan protected him for years while the sect was short on manpower during the war, so he can't truly resent his master. He understands the pressure too. Other elders' disciples have already gone on expeditions and some have died, so Han Yuanshan can no longer keep one pharmacist hidden on the mountain forever. Han Yuanshan still secures him the gentlest posting he can, making Lu Yuan the director of the Devil Slayers division in Great Xia's capital instead of sending him to the front lines. From Han Yuanshan's view, the capital should be one of the safest places in the mortal world, and he mainly wants Lu Yuan to stop hiding in his room and see a little of real life. Lu Yuan does not share that confidence at all, and he starts packing like he expects the trip to turn into a disaster. He insists on bringing green flame pills and combat puppets, convinced they might save his life if he runs into the wrong enemy. He keeps going, piling in cultivation pills, recovery pills, the Demonist talismans, Mu Qiqi's magic instruments, and even his pill furnace. By the time he finishes, 10 extra storage bags are hanging from his waist, and he looks absurdly over-equipped even by his own standards. Sitting in the nearly empty room, Lu Yuan still feels uneasy because the next time he returns could be 10 years later, if he returns at all. Before coming back to pack, he already spent his saved contribution points and spirit stones on more techniques, because he wanted every possible survival option. One of those manuals is Fire Cicada 9 Transformations, a straightforward fire cultivation technique he can actually use. The stranger choice is Mountain River Array Diagram, an Earth-type geomancy technique he wants for one very Lu Yuan reason: spotting dangerous burial grounds early and staying away from them. He is genuinely worried about buried old monsters reviving, so even tomb reading becomes part of his life-preserving toolkit. Even after all that, Lu Yuan still refuses to leave immediately and decides to investigate the capital first, just in case the sect's base camp has already been infiltrated. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes that Foundation establishment is nowhere near safe enough, and his preparations are still not enough. To investigate, Lu Yuan goes to Meng Rian's residence and calls for Senior Sister Yi, knowing her cover name but still treating the visit like serious business. Inside, Meng Rian opens the door and receives him sprawled on the bed with half-loosened clothes, already assuming he came for something less official. Lu Yuan tries to stay stern, but Meng Rian takes that as part of the game and teasingly says she will cooperate with his serious act. Then she shifts her whole presence in an instant, turning from seductive demoness into a pure, untouchable white-clad beauty, and Lu Yuan immediately wavers again. She lightly asks whether he likes her like this, and Lu Yuan's resolve collapses on the spot. 2 hours later, after getting thoroughly sidetracked, Lu Yuan finally remembers he came here to ask about Great Xia. He asks how much she knows about Great Xia's capital and explains that Han Yuanshan is sending him there for 10 years as the Devil Slayer's division director. The moment Meng Rian hears that post, her surprise slips out, and Lu Yuan instantly senses that his bad feeling was justified. When he asks if something is wrong with the capital, Meng Rian steadies herself and starts with one crucial fact. Great Xia's imperial family is surnamed Qin. That hits Lu Yuan like thunder, because Qin Yan is not just a sect rival after all but part of the imperial family of the place he is about to enter. Meng Rian immediately needles him for only getting scared now, after being plenty bold with her a moment ago. Then she gets practical and tells him not to overestimate the imperial family, because a mortal royal clan means little in front of sect cultivators. She reminds him that Qin Yan's standing is nowhere near hers, and Lu Yuan himself is no weakling now either. Meng Rian even hints that she has already noticed his spiritual root quality is far beyond ordinary foundation establishment, so his hidden growth is no longer something she can ignore. She explains the political rule behind Great Xia. Every emperor must be someone who cannot cultivate, so the throne never grows too ambitious against Qin Yan's sect. To balance that rule, Qin Yan still brings some imperial descendants into the sect to cultivate, and Qin Yan was one of them. Meng Rian next reveals her own cover background, saying the Yi family she comes from is an unaffiliated Great Xia cultivator family and her father is the empire's pseudo-core imperial advisor. Her old engagement to Qin Yan was arranged before that rise, but once she became a direct disciple she gained the right to decide that marriage for herself, which is why Qin Yan tried to cancel it publicly first. By the end of her explanation, Lu Yuan understands the good news. If he goes to Great Xia, Meng Rian's side has enough status there that Qin Yan should not be able to crush him openly. But almost immediately, the bad news hits harder. Meng Rian's family connection makes Lu Yuan realize Great Xia's top circles may already be tied to outside forces. Lu Yuan grimly concludes that he may have just traced one nest of spies straight to another, and the capital he hoped was safe now looks deeply suspect. After piecing together Meng Rian's clues, Lu Yuan finally sees Great Xia for what it is, not one solid kingdom, but a balance of rival powers under Qin Yan's sect control. He realizes the Yi family and its pseudo-core imperial advisor were likely left in place on purpose, so the royal clan would stay dependent on Qin Yan's sect. But that balance now looks rotten to Lu Yuan, because a hidden third force has slipped into both the kingdom and possibly even Qin Yan's sect itself. With Meng Rian's strange technique and the mention of Tahua sect, Lu Yuan becomes almost certain she is one of their people. He trusts that devil sect spies could not hide from Qin Yan's checks so easily, which makes a neutral hidden faction like Tahua sect the only answer that fits. He still has no idea what Tahua sect wants, so he falls back on his safest habit and prepares for the worst. That makes the coming trip to the capital feel dangerous, and Lu Yuan starts planning only around one goal: staying alive. His first instinct is to avoid the trip entirely, but that option dies as soon as he thinks about what it would cost to explain himself. If he tried to change Han Yuanshan's mind, he would have to admit he can actually reach core formation and explain how his talent jumped from ordinary to absurd. Lu Yuan knows a secret that can boost spiritual root aptitude that much would tempt not just his master, but even Patriarch Qing Hong himself. The problem is simple and brutal. His progress comes from the system, and that cheat is something he cannot share even if he wanted to. So instead of calling himself paranoid, Lu Yuan judges the situation by his own standards and admits he would chase that secret too. For now his low cultivation and his Heaven Path Foundation establishment still help him hide, but he knows that cover will only get thinner as he grows stronger. That is why he had already planned to leave the mountain someday, build himself up in secret, and only return when no one could bully him for answers. This mission only pushes that plan forward earlier than he expected, and Lu Yuan grudgingly accepts that he cannot avoid going now. Even so, he still believes joining a big sect was worth it early on, because the protection and resources outweighed the loss of freedom. Once he stops fighting the trip itself, Lu Yuan reassesses the capital and realizes his link to Meng Rian might actually keep Tahua sect from targeting him. Meng Rian still feels dangerous, but Lu Yuan has sensed no resentment on her and remembers her luck is rising, so he judges Tahua sect as either purely righteous nor purely evil. That leads him to the steadiest answer of all: stay neutral, mind his own business, and survive by doing as little as possible. With his behavior plan settled, Lu Yuan turns to the real emergency before departure, preparing a way to someday form a heavenly golden core. He recalls that core formation also comes in human, earth, and heaven paths, but unlike foundation establishment, heavenly core formation barely listens to outside help. The success rate depends on spiritual roots alone, and every extra heaven path root adds hope, while also making the actual fusion wildly more violent. To Lu Yuan, trying to merge many heaven path roots into one core is like forcing a pack of tyrants to trust each other, which is why almost no one can do it. But where others see a dead end, Lu Yuan sees a technique problem, because he can treat core formation as pill refinement inside his own body. That means if he can push his pill refinement technique even higher, he may be able to drag his heavenly core formation success rate up with it. So after leaving Meng Rian's place, he quietly slips back to Han Yuanshan's herb fields with one very greedy idea in mind. Staring at the medicinal plants, Lu Yuan practically drools as he apologizes to his master in advance for borrowing them before he leaves the mountain. His greed is not sudden at all, because Lu Yuan has been quietly eyeing this herb field for years. Back when he knew fewer recipes, he mostly stole herbs for marrow-cleansing pills, and those ingredients were too minor for a rich core formation pharmacist like Han Yuanshan to care much. Now 5 years have passed, and with more recipes and stronger alchemy, the same field suddenly looks full of ingredients he can actually use. He came back for 2 specific pills, an earth spirit pill for gilded sand and a wind spirit pill for formless squall. These spirit pills are tricky because their final effect depends on what rare materials go into them, so refining them well matters as much as having the recipe. For Lu Yuan, that means these pills are the missing step if he wants to finish cultivating the special divine abilities he picked up for survival. Gilded sand came from Muchichi, and the other technique he got with it, aura concealment, has already become one of his most useful trump cards. After maxing it out and advancing it, aura concealment evolved into aura obscurity, a stronger technique that hides his cultivation even from spiritual sense. That explains why even Meng Rian, despite getting so close to him, still could not pin down Lu Yuan's exact realm. Lu Yuan has also figured out the broader rule behind the system. Once a skill advances, it stops being ordinary and starts gaining power closer to a real divine ability. The catch is that advanced skills demand far more proficiency, so his growth is still slower unless he trains with a clear method. From long experience, he has settled on 2 ways to train fast: steady repetition for stable gains, or intense focus on one skill for a sharper spike. His own swordsmanship proves the second method works, because years of targeted practice pushed it into a new advanced flying sword technique. With wind riding sword control, Bree's mystical scripture, and his heaven path wind root stacked together, Lu Yuan has quietly turned himself into an absurdly fast escape specialist. That speed came after another hidden success 4 years ago, when Han Yuanshan gave him Bird Demon King Blood Essence, and Lu Yuan completed his wind root's heavenly foundation establishment. By now he has 3 heaven path spiritual roots, which means he has already quietly surpassed even Mu Chichi in that one measure of talent. Even that is not enough for Lu Yuan, because his true ambition is much bigger: all 9 spiritual roots in the heavenly path before he ever forms his core. He can already count the roots he has and the 3 special ones still missing: Lightning, Yin, and Yang. Qingyan sect has no records for those 3, so if Lu Yuan wants them, he will have to find those methods somewhere out in the world. He gives himself a full 100 years to chase that impossible ideal, and if he still fails by then, he will settle for whatever roots he has and form his core anyway. Inside that huge goal, he keeps a shorter 5-year plan, and version 2.0 now has only 2 jobs left before he leaves. He has already finished the heaven path root target with wind, so the last 2 tasks are a second skill advancement, and 1 special attribute divine ability. And that is exactly why tonight matters, because his pill refinement technique is near another breakthrough and the materials for his special abilities are right here in front of him. His master only said to go down the mountain quickly, and Lu Yuan shamelessly decides that still leaves plenty of room to delay a little. Once he interprets Han Yuanshan's words in the most convenient way possible, Lu Yuan drops the last bit of guilt and fully commits to this detour. A strange excited laugh finally slips out in the silent fields, because Lu Yuan is now completely in his element. The numbers in his head line up behind that grin: Foundation Establishment Level 3, 900 point aptitude, 3 heaven path roots, over 1,000 luck, and a pill refinement technique just 1 push from the limit. Lu Yuan realizes the real bottleneck for the wind and earth spirit pills is not his alchemy, but the terrifyingly rare primer materials they require. For the wind spirit pill, he needs wind-attributed Demon King Blood Essence, a core formation level treasure that almost no one could casually replace. Luckily, when he built his wind spiritual root, Lu Yuan had used only 2/3 of that essence, and stingily saved the rest for exactly this kind of moment. The earth spirit pill is covered too, because he still has a piece of ancient black tortoiseshell left from his foundation establishment breakthrough. With the key treasures already in hand, Lu Yuan's eyes turn to the herb fields, and he decides this is the perfect time to quietly borrow what his master will definitely hate losing. He moves fast and professionally, slipping through the herb fields at night and collecting every herb he needs before sneaking back to his empty residence. Back inside, his nerves finally settle, because this theft only works while Han Yuanshan is away at a core formation wedding and unlikely to return for a year. Knowing he must leave the mountain before his master comes back, Lu Yuan immediately starts refining both spirit pills and throws his remaining luck into the process. A month later, the long refining session pays off with 2 perfect pills, 1 for wind and 1 for earth. He checks their effects and confirms both pills can permanently raise his elemental affinity by 50 points, making them far better than ordinary foundation establishment medicine. But before using them, Lu Yuan focuses on something even bigger. His metaphysical pill refinement technique has finally hit its cap and can advance. Its raw advancement chance is only 63%, so Lu Yuan calmly triggers destined time to force the odds in his favor. With the success rate pushed to 98%, he commits without hesitation and begins the breakthrough. The advancement succeeds, and Lu Yuan is forced to choose what kind of alchemy path he wants next. After thinking it through, he chooses the wildest route, turning his alchemy into something that can do far more than make pills. His old technique transforms into the Divine Soul Pill Refinement Technique, a new skill that can be used for alchemy, combat, and even cultivation itself. As soon as he grasps the technique's meaning, Lu Yuan realizes this upgrade is far more outrageous than he expected. To test it, he condenses his green flame directly with soul power and spiritual sense until a smooth pill forms in his palm out of almost nothing. The result is a green flame pill soul form projectile, proof that his new technique can literally create combat pills from his own power. Then he sees the real prize. If pill refinement can temper the soul itself, he can start strengthening divine soul power at foundation establishment instead of waiting for core formation. That means a stronger divine soul now could later force his mixed spiritual roots into fusion, massively improving his odds of reaching core formation. After that surge of excitement, Lu Yuan reins himself in and turns back to the next urgent step, cultivating the 2 special divine abilities. With the perfect pills and his luck talent backing him, he spends 3 days and 3 nights and successfully learns Gilded Sand and Formless Squall. His cultivation realm does not jump, but his body, spiritual energy, and overall combat power all become noticeably stronger. Gilded Sand especially boosts his defense, because it stacks perfectly with the 9-guard Black Tortoise Shell, even if he can currently only coat about 1 arm with it. Formless Squall is just as dangerous, producing silent, violent wind that pairs perfectly with his sword control for sudden kills. Using the Divine Soul Pill Refinement Technique, he even learns to mix part of Gilded Sand into Formless Squall, creating hidden attacks that are nasty, fast, and hard to block. Now armed with real offensive tricks instead of just survival tools, Lu Yuan spends his remaining time drilling these abilities before departure. A year passes, and the quiet plan finally explodes when Han Yuanshan returns to the herb fields and sees that a full third of them has been cleaned out. While searching for the thief, he spots a letter left behind and opens it with growing suspicion. The letter is shamelessly polite. Lu Yuan claims the Great Xia trip might still be deadly, says he only took herbs to protect himself, and even signs off as his master's beloved disciple. So Han Yuanshan gets the worst possible update at once. He knows exactly who robbed him, and he knows the culprit has already fled. At the worst moment for Bai Dufei, he walks in smiling and innocently mentions that he personally saw Lu Yuan off not long ago. When Han Yuanshan confirms that detail, Bai Dufei finally senses the danger, but it is already too late to back away. A little later, Bai Dufei is inside wailing as Han Yuanshan uses him as a substitute punching bag and invents a ridiculous excuse about stepping in with the left foot first. Meanwhile, outside Qingyan sect, Lu Yuan is already far away on his flying sword, sweating as he congratulates himself for escaping just in time. He knows his timing only worked because he had been watching the sect letters and bolted the moment he learned his master would be back soon. Once he calms down, Lu Yuan pulls out a map and checks the route to the Great Xia capital. The distance is reassuringly short, and he figures he is only about half a day from the capital now. With the sect behind him and his new strength ready, Lu Yuan heads straight for the capital, where the next Devil Slayers Division director is about to arrive. In the Great Xia capital, the Devil Slayers Division headquarters is so feared that ordinary people avoid even passing nearby. That fear comes from the black-robed Devil Slayers themselves, because people usually meet them only when something deadly or unforgivable has happened. Rumors have turned the headquarters into a place of ghosts and punishment in the public imagination, which leaves the whole devil-suppressing lane eerily deserted. But inside the front courtyard, the division looks nothing like those rumors, because rows of black-clad practitioners are standing in formal formation to welcome a new director. As they wait, the lower-ranked practitioners whisper that the old director has been recalled to his sect and the replacement is coming directly from Qingyan sect. Another practitioner cuts in bitterly, and says it hardly matters who takes the job, because compared with true sect disciples, they are still disposable dogs sent to die. No one argues, because most devil-slaying practitioners are only low-level cultivators or martial artists, and the iron and bronze ranks are the first to die when a strange case turns bad. Their fear is grounded in experience, because 2 earlier zombie keeper investigations ended in total annihilation before Meng Rian was finally sent in to eliminate Lu Mo. So the courtyard keeps waiting with mixed nerves, hoping the new director is not another hot-blooded sect elite who will spend their lives like cheap bait. By evening, people are starting to wonder if the new director will not come at all when a streak of green sword light suddenly cuts across the sky. Lu Yuan descends on a flying sword and lands right in the center of the courtyard, instantly becoming the focus of every eye there. Before Lu Yuan can do much more than look around, for masked gold-rank great practitioners walk up to confirm that he is the Qingyan sect's celestial master Lu. The moment Lu Yuan answers yes, the entire division drops to one knee, including the 4 great practitioners, and loudly welcomes their new director. Lu Yuan is caught off guard by the grand welcome, even if he has to admit the feeling is not bad at all. Instead of acting lofty, Lu Yuan quickly tells everyone to stand up and says he only expects ordinary courtesy, not empty formality. His easy tone stuns the room for a beat, and the 4 great practitioners exchange looks before leading everyone else back to their feet. Lu Yuan asks the 4 to identify themselves, making it clear he wants to know the real power structure around him right away. The leader introduces them as Crane, Lion Ape, Firebird, and Iron Ox, and explains that 2 are cultivators while 2 are innate martial artists on par with Foundation establishment experts. That catches Lu Yuan's interest, because he has heard of innate martial artists before but has never actually worked beside any. Still not wanting a crowd around him all night, Lu Yuan tells the rest of the division to return to their duties and even jokes that nobody should die on the way home just because he arrived. The ordinary practitioners leave with surprise and relief, because for the first time in a long while a sect director seems to be speaking to them like fellow people instead of trained animals. That reaction is real, because Lu Yuan genuinely cannot accept the idea that cultivators count as human, while mortals somehow do not. Once the courtyard clears, the 4 great practitioners remove their masks and finally show Lu Yuan who his top subordinates really are. Lu Yuan is briefly surprised to find that Firebird is a beautiful middle-aged woman, and Crane calmly introduces her as his wife Fang Ru. Shan Yun adds that he and Fang Ru fled the Western Devil Lands years ago and were taken in by Qingyun sect, which tells Lu Yuan why 2 capable cultivators ended up assigned here instead of inside the sect proper. Looking at Lion Ape and Iron Ox up close only confirms that the 2 martial artists are monsters of pure physique, built on a level that would stand out anywhere. After quietly checking their strengths and techniques, Lu Yuan relaxes a little because nothing about the 4 great practitioners looks secretly evil or corrupted. He concludes that the capital division is probably kept unusually clean, because Qingyun sect rotates directors too often for spies to settle in safely. Then Shan Yun quietly shoots his wife a look, clearly hatching some kind of social move now that the formal introductions are done. Fang Ru instantly understands, rolls her eyes at her husband, and politely excuses herself first by saying she needs to return home to her children. Lu Yuan immediately agrees and even reminds her to be careful on the road, still treating a subordinate's family life like it matters. Once Fang Ru leaves, Shan Yun trades meaningful smiles with the 2 martial artists and moves to the real after-hours welcome. Shan Yun warmly suggests that they find a place to sit and talk, sounding exactly like an old hand trying to entertain a newly arrived superior. Lu Yuan's instincts fire immediately, so he asks the most practical question he can think of and makes sure the place is safe. Shan Yun pauses, misreads the question in a very worldly way, and answers with a meaningful smile that yes, it is very safe. A moment later, Lu Yuan finds himself stiffly staring up at the drunken cloud brothel and realizes exactly what kind of safe place Shan Yun had in mind. Lu Yuan can only ask in disbelief whether this brothel is really the place Shan Yun meant for discussing serious matters. Shan Yun cheerfully doubles down and explains that the girls here are discreet, so Lu Yuan does not need to worry about any partner finding out. That is when Lu Yuan fully realizes they were talking about 2 completely different kinds of danger, and that his new subordinates may already be testing what kind of boss he is. In the end, Lu Yuan gives up resisting, dryly agrees that the place does look very safe, and follows the 3 gold-rank practitioners inside for his first bizarre round of team building. As soon as Lu Yuan and the others reached the drunken cloud brothel, the house madam swept over with a polished smile and started her usual pitch for drinks, music, and girls. Lu Yuan had no idea how to answer, but Shan Yun stepped in like a regular, slipped the madam a banknote, and coolly ordered the best private room and the best girls. The madam recognized Shan Yun at once, became even more attentive, and called over several girls to escort the 4 men upstairs. On the way upstairs, Lu Yuan tried to copy Shan Yun's cold face so he would not look inexperienced, but the girl on his arm saw through him and flirted even more boldly. By the time they reached the 3rd floor room, Lu Yuan was already reeling from the girl's shameless professionalism and trying very hard not to react. Inside the 3rd floor room, the antique decor, screen, and zither music were refined enough to make even Lu Yuan stop and admit this top brothel really knew how to entertain people. After they settled in, Shan Yun paid again and had the courtesans and even the zither player leave first so the men could talk business in private. With the room empty, Shan Yun raised a soundproof barrier, and Lu Yuan immediately dropped the pretense and asked for the Devil Slayers division's real situation over the past few years. Shan Yun handed over a small enlightenment jade, and Lu Yuan still checked it first, because steady people do not trust unknown objects on sight. Only after confirming the jade was safe did Lu Yuan read the stored records, which split neatly into solved cases and unsolved cases too dangerous for the division to handle quickly. While scanning the records, Lu Yuan spotted the names Chen Yan and Meng Rian, and his attention immediately locked onto the Demoness file. The records showed Meng Rian had solved 3 Foundation establishment-level incidents perfectly, but every time she lingered at the Yi family in the capital for suspiciously long stretches. Because Lu Yuan knew Meng Rian was not really Yi Tingyu, he immediately sensed a secret there, and just as quickly decided he wanted no part in digging it up. He buried that clue on the spot, reminding himself that his plan in the capital was simple: survive 10 years, avoid mistakes, and never invite trouble on purpose. After getting the picture, Lu Yuan closed the meeting and told the others to relax, saying that tonight there was no hierarchy, only the bond of people brought together by fate. Shan Yun instantly understood the mood, clapped for the women to return, and turned the room back into a proper night of drinking and pleasure. Then Shan Yun made the power balance crystal clear, warning the brothel girls to keep Lu Yuan happy because the Devil Slayers division could decide whether peace in the capital lasted. That only made the women look at Lu Yuan with even hungrier enthusiasm, and he almost could not handle the attention. Seeing Lu Yuan freeze up, Shan Yun laughed and called for the music and dancing to continue, pushing the whole night fully into celebration. As the night stretched on, Lu Yuan looked at the luxury around him and soberly understood that this glittering world belonged to the powerful, not to the suffering masses outside it. That thought did not turn him heroic, but it did sharpen his rule for living: know your limits, protect your life, and still keep enough self-respect to live as yourself. Right in the middle of that hazy reflection, a faint white mist rose around Lu Yuan, and Shan Yun's group realized in shock that he was actually breaking through while drinking. When the breakthrough settled, Lu Yuan felt his cultivation deepen and was honestly baffled that a night of wine and brothel revelry had somehow pushed him forward. Shan Yun, Lu Wu, Zhang Tinu, and even the girls hurried to congratulate him, and Lu Yuan answered with an easy smile and another drink. That casual reaction only made his new subordinates feel even more strongly that their director was frighteningly talented and worth relying on. The breakthrough became an unexpected bonus to the team's first night together, and the four men spent the rest of it being entertained in earnest. The next morning, Lu Yuan and Shan Yun came out looking hollowed out and supporting themselves on the wall, while Lu Wu and Zhang Tinu were still absurdly full of energy. Even so, Lu Yuan recovered fast, and after one night of shared vice, his relationship with Shan Yun and the others had clearly become much closer. Lu Yuan was even starting to wonder how Shan Yun stayed out at a brothel all night without his wife causing trouble, when a disturbance farther down the street cut that thought off. A crowd had gathered in broad daylight, and with a woman's crying drifting out from the center, the four of them pushed forward to see what had happened. Still hungover on the imperial capital street, Lu Yuan suddenly spots a painfully familiar scene: a young woman in mourning being cornered in public by a rich young master and his servants. The woman looks helpless and genuinely terrified, but the crowd still hesitates because everyone can tell the mounted troublemaker has money, power, and dangerous backing. Shan Yun quietly asks if they should step in, but Lu Yuan refuses to move too fast because he is new here and the whole setup feels suspiciously staged. Lu Yuan keeps his doubts to himself, thinking this classic rescue could easily be bait aimed at a soft-hearted outsider with status. Before Lu Yuan can explain himself, Lu Wu completely misunderstands and confidently praises him for waiting until the woman falls into deeper despair so the rescue will hit harder. Lu Wu doubles down on his wild theory, and somehow both Shang Yun and even the honest Zhang Tini start treating it like deep wisdom from their director. Just as Lu Yuan is about to deny all of it, his system interrupts with a far more important clue: there is a luck item nearby called the Evil Buddha clay statue. Following the alert, Lu Yuan notices the plain little Buddha statue resting on the coffin and realizes this fake street tragedy may hide something worth taking. Lu Yuan instantly changes his tone, flatly telling Shan Yun that Lu Wu understood him perfectly and that they really were waiting for the right moment to interfere. Then Qin Wei finally dismounts and approaches Su Wana in person, and this time Lu Yuan gives the order to move. In the brief pause before they act, Lu Yuan quietly confirms his own rules again: never rush blindly, never trust too easily, and never ignore dangerous details. He checks the trapped girl first, and is surprised to learn her name is Su Wana. She has no cultivation, and her luck is absurdly high for an ordinary person. The readout gets even stranger when Su Wana's talent appears as devastatingly beautiful, making Lu Yuan realize this helpless girl is no simple passerby in the larger story. Lu Yuan checks the young master next and learns he is Qin Wei, the great Xia Sixth Prince, with only modest luck and ordinary early cultivation. That settles it for Lu Yuan. Between the luck item, Su Wana's future value, and the fact that he has already offended this royal family before, stepping in is absolutely worth the risk. Back in the street, Qin Wei enjoys Su Wana's fear and stalks closer like a cat playing with prey while the crowd watches in tense silence. The moment Qin Wei reaches out, a flying sword flashes in and stops him cold right in front of Su Wana. Four masked figures step out from the crowd, and Qin Wei immediately recognizes the problem: 3 gold-rank great practitioners and the new director of the Devil Slayers division. Lu Yuan's white jade mask with its green flame emblem leaves no room for doubt, and the prince realizes he is facing Green Flame himself. Qin Wei tries to push back on status alone, accusing the Devil Slayers division of meddling in mortal affairs that should belong to the imperial family. Shan Yun answers smoothly that they are not seizing a civilian woman at all. They are taking Su Wana because her father's death may involve demons or evil spirits. For Su Wana, that is hardly comforting, because ordinary people see the Devil Slayers division as a place people enter and never return from. Even so, Su Wana realizes Qin Wei would be worse, so after a trembling pause she gives a timid nod and chooses to go with Lu Yuan's side. That choice pushes Qin Wei over the edge, and he openly declares that he is taking Su Wana today no matter what the Devil Slayers division says. Lu Yuan answers with a laugh and a blunt reminder: the Devil Slayers division may not meddle in ordinary mortal affairs, but anything strange and evil is their business, not his. Normally Qin Wei would have backed down in front of the director, but this time he cannot, because the one who wants Su Wana is not him alone but the emperor behind him. So Qin Wei makes his choice and calls for hidden support, summoning Uniquely as the one person present who can still stand against Lu Yuan. An old palace eunuch steps out at once, revealing himself as Li Tianlu, a palace martial expert who had been quietly watching all along. Li Tianlu approaches with fake politeness and asks Lu Yuan to give him face, which really means giving face to the imperial family. Lu Yuan does not bend at all, laughing right in the eunuch's face and asking since when the Devil Slayer's division needed to give a mere eunuch any face. With that one sentence, Li Tianlu's expression turns cold, and the standoff shifts from political pressure to a clash that clearly will not end peacefully. On the street, Li Tianlu stops bluffing and openly warns Lu Yuan that celestial sect disciples are not supposed to bully mortals in the imperial capital. He pushes harder by invoking sect rules and even the imperial clan's ties to cultivators, making it clear this is a threat disguised as advice. Lu Yuan asks flatly whether Li Tianlu is threatening him, and the air around them turns ice cold. The spiritual pressure crashing out of Lu Yuan is so overwhelming that even the bystanders feel it, and Li Tianlu cannot bear it at all. With a loud crack, Li Tianlu is forced to his knees hard enough to split the street, and fear finally replaces his arrogance. Lu Yuan does not hide his contempt, calling Li Tianlu a eunuch with too much nerve and declaring that anyone behind this can come talk to him at the Devil Slayer's division. He turns to Su Wanner, simply tells her to stand, and the frightened girl obeys without daring to question him. But Li Tianlu still fights the pressure and snarls a final threat at Su Wanner. If she leaves now, her dead father will never rest and even his family line will be dragged down. That threat nearly breaks Su Wanner on the spot, but Lu Yuan catches her before she can collapse. When Su Wanner looks up, the calm eyes behind Lu Yuan's white mask steady her racing heart for the first time. Then Lu Yuan glances back once, and Li Tianlu suddenly realizes his body is already burning. In a blink, the green fire devours Li Tianlu completely and burns an innate master to ashes on the capital street. Chen Wei, Shan Yun, and the others are left stunned, because none of them even saw how Lu Yuan killed him. Lu Yuan tells the trembling Su Wanner that others wanted her kneeling, but he wants her standing, and he repeats that her father's death is not simple. He walks off toward the Devil Slayer's division, and Su Wanner follows because she has no better choice, even if she still doubts his motives. No one on the way dares to stop them anymore, and even the sixth prince goes quiet. Back at the Devil Slayer's division study, Shan Yun and the others suddenly find excuses to disappear, leaving Su Wanner alone with Lu Yuan. Once the room empties, Su Wanner sits there terrified and curious, stealing glances at the man who just burned someone alive in front of her. Lu Yuan barely notices her at first, because a new system reward tells him saving Su Wanner changed Great Xia's fate and earned him 1500 luck. That result makes him realize Su Wanner's beauty and luck really are extraordinary, far beyond an ordinary helpless girl. His other gain is the evil Buddha clay statue, and the system warns that this strange little idol stores luck and may attract something dangerous if destroyed. While Lu Yuan studies the statue, Su Wanner nervously asks if they can change locations, which catches him completely off guard. When she shyly says the study is a little unsightly for that kind of thing, Lu Yuan finally realizes she thinks he brought her here to sleep with her. He is so stunned by the misunderstanding that he can only stare, wondering what exactly this shy-looking girl thinks of him. To clear the air, Lu Yuan removes his mask and bluntly tells Su Wanner he brought her here to investigate her father's death, not for what she is imagining. He repeats that Shan Yun was not joking and that her father's death very likely involved something strange, which finally steadies her. Su Wanner begins telling her story, starting with how she was born a merchant's daughter before her father Su Jiaping built up wealth and then bought his way into office. She says everything changed when she was 10, because one day her father came home carrying a Buddha statue and told her the Su family's rise would depend on her. After that, Su Jiaping's career suddenly surged, and within 3 years he had climbed to a rank that let the family move into the imperial capital. Only after they arrived did Su Wanner learn her father's real ambition. He wanted her close to Emperor Chengde and eventually seated as Great Xia's empress. At 14, Su Wanner appears at a palace banquet and lives up to the rumors so completely that the emperor praises her and nobles immediately begin proposing marriage. But Su Jiaping rejects every offer, because he is saving her for the future consort selection and aiming at the emperor alone. Those 5 years become his most glorious stretch, as he rises all the way to rank 2 and everyone understands he is preparing a daughter fit to threaten the current empress. Su Wanner explains that this was where the danger truly began, because the moment her father became a real threat, Empress Zhao's side had every reason to strike back. Then, in the very year Su Wanner was about to enter the consort selection, disaster hits at a palace banquet. Not long after he steps away, Su Jiaping is accused of drunkenly molesting a concubine, and the woman dies to prove her innocence. Whether it was true or not no longer matters, because the emperor has Su Jiaping imprisoned and the entire Su family collapses overnight. Su Wanner says the emperor spared them from full disgrace, but once the money and servants were gone, she was still reduced from a high official's daughter to a powerless commoner. As she tries to save her father, another blow lands. Su Jiaping suddenly dies in prison before she can do anything. After that, every former ally keeps their distance, so with no money left even for burial, Su Wanner is pushed all the way to selling herself in the street. Listening to it all, Lu Yuan pieces together the uglier truth that today's street incident was not simple lust at all, but a neat political solution for both the Emperor and the Empress. He realizes that if the Devil Slayers division had not stepped in, Su Wana would probably already be locked away somewhere in the capital as a convenient secret. Instead of backing off, Lu Yuan decides he will take the rest of this matter himself, because palace politics and Empress Xiao do not scare him. He dismisses Su Wana to rest, and she leaves with a complicated look, still unsure what kind of man just pulled her out of that trap. Left alone at the end, Lu Yuan stares down at the evil Buddha clay statue in his hand, weighing the danger behind Su Wana's case. Lu Yuan quickly sees the problem. Once he takes Su Wana into the Devil Slayers division, the palace will come for her almost immediately. He is sure the one who wants Su Wana most is Emperor Chinda, which means he has just stolen a woman the ruler fully intended to keep for himself. That thought only makes Lu Yuan bolder, because this is not even the first time he has ruined the Qin family's plans for a woman. He remembers snatching Qin Yan's fiancée back when he was still weaker, so now that he has reached foundation establishment, he refuses to fear a mortal emperor. Lu Yuan firmly decides that Su Wana is under his protection now, and no one is taking this lucky lady from him. He even judges Su Wana to be more beautiful than Meng Rian, though he still suspects the demoness has been hiding behind a false face all along. Before coming to Great Xia, Lu Yuan had already worried that being far from Meng Rian would make farming luck much harder. Now Su Wana solves that neatly, because her luck potential and the ease of drawing it out both seem comparable to Meng Rian's. With that in mind, he starts planning how to raise Su Wana's luck in a way that also lets him harvest it smoothly. He treats it like delicate work, convinced only someone as experienced as him can control that balance without ruining it. As for the evil Buddha clay statue, Lu Yuan decides to leave it alone for now because the thing feels far too strange to touch recklessly. That pushes his attention back to Su Wana, until he suddenly realizes his steady cultivation path is starting to look suspiciously like raising a lucky girl on purpose. He is still mentally questioning his life choices when Shang Yun appears outside the study to report that someone from the palace has arrived. Lu Yuan calmly tells Shang Yun to bring them to the front hall, because if the palace has come to test him, he plans to answer as the man in charge here. He puts on his green flame mask and heads for the front hall, fully ready to remind the secular nobles that the Devil Slayers division answers to him. In the front hall, 21 palace guards are already waiting, heavily armed and packed with bloodshed like a full military assault team. Their leader is Chu Jing, the Imperial Guard commander, and just entering this headquarters already breaks the usual boundary between mortal authority and cultivator territory. As the Devil Slayers division practitioners gather around them, everyone understands this dangerous standoff started over a single powerless woman. But the strange part is obvious at a glance. The Devil Slayers division looks relaxed, while the palace guards are the ones visibly tense. Fan Ru openly mocks Chu Jing for barging into their headquarters with a pack of imperial lackeys, and he can only pretend not to hear it. That attitude says everything about the power balance here, because these cultivators only fear Qin Yun's sect, not a mortal emperor. Then Lu Yuan arrives with Shang Yun, and the entire Devil Slayers division immediately straightens up to greet Director Green Flame. Chu Jing also bows, but Lu Yuan cuts straight to the point and warns that if the palace cannot justify this intrusion, all 21 of them can stay here permanently. A ball of green flame rises behind Lu Yuan, and terrifying spiritual pressure crashes down over the entire palace squad. Chu Jing and his men survive only by locking into a special battle formation, barely holding together under pressure. Lu Yuan is not even using seriously. Grinding through the pressure, Chu Jing finally states the palace demand. By imperial order, the Devil Slayers division must hand over the criminal's daughter, Su Wana. Lu Yuan does not answer directly and instead throws the question to Shang Yun, making his subordinate frame the refusal for him. Shang Yun smoothly replies that the Devil Slayers division has no woman named Su Wana, so there is simply no one to hand over. Lu Yuan backs that line at once, making the lie the official position of the entire headquarters. When Chu Jing tries to keep talking, Lu Yuan crushes him with even harsher pressure and warns that one wrong word could get him killed on the spot. That is enough to silence Chu Jing completely, and Lu Yuan makes it clear in his heart that even the emperor would not take Su Wana from him today. Standing on the edge of disaster, Chu Jing finally chooses survival and says he will report the director's words back to the emperor before leaving. But just as the palace party starts to retreat, Lu Yuan stops Chu Jing again with one last message for Chinda. Lu Yuan warns that humans and celestials each have their own path, and if the emperor reaches into matters tied to Lord Su's death, he had better be ready for the consequences. As Chu Jing leaves, he starts to suspect the whole affair is much deeper than palace lust, and that Director Green Flame may be punishing the emperor for crossing a hidden line. Back in his study, Lu Yuan drops into his seat and finally exhales, relieved that he has sent the palace away for now. He still stays cautious, because while he thinks the imperial family will swallow this loss, he refuses to ignore the tiny chance that some hidden old monster exists in Great Xia. Even so, he believes this move had a 98% success rate, so he chose to act decisively and take both the luck item and the second lucky lady. His real shield is simple. As a Qin Yun sect successor disciple, if Lu Yuan dies in Great Xia, the entire kingdom will be dragged into disaster. That means the imperial family does not dare attack him directly, and the more openly he clashes with them, the more they are forced to keep him safe. In other words, Lu Yuan deliberately created a scene where if he is harmed, suspicion falls straight on Great Xia's rulers first. He is openly pleased by the twisted result. He stole their woman, and now they may have to protect him on the way home too. He does not ignore the risk of someone else attacking him and framing the imperial family, but he already has a simple answer for that too. He decides he will simply stay inside the Devil Slayers division and not leave at all. That choice is backed by the headquarters itself, because the Devil Slayers division is effectively a small sect with defensive arrays and even a hidden escape teleportation array. So in Lu Yuan's eyes, this whole stunt was never reckless at all, and he is now confident Su Wanner's matter is basically settled. He even savors the irony that both Qingyan and Qinda had their plans ruined by the same man stealing the women they wanted. Certain the emperor can only wear this humiliation in silence. Lu Yuan lets out a nasty little laugh to himself. At the imperial palace, that silent loss turns into fury as Qinda smashes a vase into Chu Jing for returning empty-handed. Chu Jing does not dare dodge or argue, and Qinda tears into him for failing to bring Su Wanner back from the Devil Slayers division. Once Qinda calms enough to think, he asks whether the new director really claimed demons were involved in Su Wanner's case. Chu Jing confirms that Director Green Flame did say that, and the emperor's expression immediately turns dark and unreadable. A moment later, Qinda abruptly drops the issue and orders Chu Jing to forget Su Wanner and leave. After Chu Jing is gone, Qinda's face grows strangely meaningful, as if he has connected this warning to something hidden. Then Qinda walks to a bookshelf, opens a hidden mechanism, and reveals a secret passage inside the imperial study. After making sure no one is watching, the emperor slips into the passage and disappears underground. Following a hidden passage, Emperor Qinda enters a pitch-dark secret chamber built around a deeply unsettling Buddha statue. The statue's hands are posed as if they once held something precious, and Qinda immediately thinks of the missing Buddha and the captured woman now under Devil Slayers Division protection. Seething with frustration, Qinda curses the Devil Slayers Division and Qingyan sect for wrecking his plan to cultivate a reincarnated Buddha body and steal a path to longevity. After venting, he forces himself to think coldly again. The woman can be replaced, but without the Buddha statue his rootless mortal body has no way to cultivate at all. Driven into a corner, Qinda offers 10 years of Great Xia's national luck in exchange for 10 blood monk Suriras. He places the jade seal in the statue's hands, slices his own palm, and lets blood drip onto the imperial treasure to start the ritual. Golden national luck surges out of the seal, and the little dragon carved on top stirs like a living creature. But the instant the little dragon looks up, it starts shaking in terror as the once still Buddha statue opens its eyes and bends down with a predator's smile. A miserable beast-like scream tears out from the chamber, making it clear the price of this trade is far uglier than Qinda admits. 2 hours later, Qinda finally comes back out pale and drained, carrying a half-open wooden box filled with strange blood monk Suriras. These Suriras can force acquired stage fighters into the innate realm, but the new blood warrior monks pay for that power with their lifespan and their sanity. Back in the royal study, Qinda quietly calls for eunuch Zhao. Zhao Yuwei answers at once, slipping out of the darkness like he had been there the whole time. As chief of the East Chamber and an innate expert on par with the late Li Tianlu, Zhao carries the same dangerous palace menace under his servant manners. Qinda hands over the Suriras and orders the same plan as before: pick 10 of the best acquired imperial guards, make them swallow the pills, and train them hard. After Zhao leaves, Qinda slumps onto the imperial chair, spent enough that even his face has turned faintly gray. He broods over the mess and blames Lu Yuan for forcing him to burn national luck just to buy time for stealing the Buddha statue back later. He knows Great Xia's weakened luck could draw attention from the imperial family and Qingyan sect, so he plans to bury the loss later under some public absurdity. For a man who already holds mortal power at its peak, that gamble only makes sense because old age has scared him more than any enemy ever did. Qinda bitterly remembers that his lack of spiritual roots once helped him win the throne, yet now that same flaw bars him forever from easy immortality. His obsession really began 20 years earlier, when the 40-year-old emperor went on a disguised inspection tour hoping to govern the country better. That trip changed everything when a devil monk from the Joyful clan found Qinda and quietly offered him 2 Buddha statues. One statue became the monster hidden in Qinda's secret chamber, and the other was secretly planted with Su Jiaping so it would later look like a lucky discovery. The devil monk told him the only way to cultivate was to throw away his rootless body and reincarnate into a new one. The ritual required a woman born under the right gloomy date, pregnant with Qinda's child after turning 20, with the Buddha fused into the fetus for rebirth. Qinda wanted more than survival though, so he aimed to be reborn as a prince of Great Xia and enter Qingyan's sect with full legitimacy. That is why Su Wanner could not just be seized and hidden away. For Qinda's rebirth plan to produce a prince, she first had to be raised to princess status. So Qinda secretly backed Su Jiaping and pushed the peddler upward, all to prepare Su Wanner for the role he needed. He understood perfectly well that the Joyful clan monk wanted him inside Qingyan's sect for darker reasons, but the promise of longevity still made him accept the trap. Once he found Su Wanner, the so-called goddess, Shinde carefully began arranging every step toward that rebirth. The one thing he failed to account for was palace jealousy, and that unexpected meddling knocked Su Wanner and the Buddha statue straight into Devil Slayer's division custody. Even after that failure, Shinde refuses to let go, because to a man staring at death, almost any sin starts to feel acceptable. He fixes his hatred on Lu Yuan and swears that once the new director leaves Devil Slayer's division, he will take back everything he lost. At Devil Slayer's division headquarters, Lu Yuan picks the backyard for his residence and calmly insists that a cultivator should stay focused on longevity, freedom, and cultivation instead of worldly distractions. He grandly declares that he will live inside headquarters, never leave during his time as director, and set an example of a firm Dao heart for everyone else. Shan Yun praises him out loud, but inside he remembers Lu Yuan's brothel nights and the peerless beauty he just brought back, so not a word of this saintly speech lands. Shan Yun even decides he needs to warn Shuru to stay away, because in his mind Lu Yuan has become a walking danger sign all by himself. With Shan Yun handling the arrangements, a dangerous corner deep inside headquarters is quickly transformed into a neat little courtyard for Lu Yuan. The place is not luxurious, but it has everything he needs, and Lu Yuan is genuinely pleased with this new home. He only really cares about two practical things anyway: strong soundproofing and a bed big enough to be comfortable. Shan Yun cheerfully misunderstands those requests, personally lays down soundproofing and illusion arrays, and makes sure an especially large bed is delivered. Once everyone leaves, Lu Yuan sits cross-legged on the bed and finally starts sorting through his real next steps in peace. He reviews his current strengths first: green flame, gilded sand, and formless squall already cover attack, defense, and escape well enough to keep him alive. He also counts the 3 Heavenly Path Foundation establishment spiritual roots he already has, so what matters now is steadily adding more. If his progress stays smooth over the next decade, Lu Yuan thinks he can raise that total to 5 and make his survival chances much stronger. After weighing the options, he chooses fire and wood as the next 2 routes because of one specific technique he prepared before leaving the sect. That technique is Fire Cicada 9 Transformations, a dual root method that creates a clone at each level by splitting off part of the user's divine soul. Lu Yuan barely cares about the clone's combat value, because the moment he reads it he sees something much better: a second self that can grind cultivation for him. Because the Fire Cicada clone is essentially a shed shell with the same abilities and body structure, Lu Yuan can recall it later and take back all its memories and training results. That makes him absurdly excited, because in Lu Yuan's mind this is basically an immortal version of shadow clone training with no wasted time. He immediately starts fantasizing about a perfectly disciplined clone that studies around the clock and never complains, sleeps, or slacks off. The only problem is that Fire Cicada 9 Transformations is hard to start, because besides fire and wood roots it also demands an emptiness realm divine soul. That requirement is brutal at foundation establishment, because most cultivators do not seriously train the soul until core formation, when the risks stop being suicidal. Souls are too fragile to handle casually, so most cultivators let ordinary advancement nourish them first instead of risking direct soul cultivation early. Before ascension there are only 4 soul realms, and emptiness is the first real threshold, marked by being able to condense the soul into a vague outline. Lu Yuan knows his own divine soul has not reached that level yet, which means the clone technique is still out of reach for now. Even so, he does not panic, because his divine soul pill refinement technique gives him a possible way to strengthen that weakness directly. After arriving at Devil Slayer's division, he has finally worked out the rough answer too. If he wants more soul power, he should stop thinking about refining his own soul and start refining other people's. With that plan set, Lu Yuan gets off the bed, leaves the quiet courtyard, and heads for the Devil Slayer's division dungeon. That dungeon holds fiends and monsters captured from across Great Xia, and Lu Yuan walks in with one blunt purpose now fixed in his mind: soul refining. Lu Yuan heads into the deepest part of the Devil Slayer's division headquarters, because the underground prison is the one place that could ruin the whole capital if anything inside broke loose. The guards snap to attention and greet him as Director Green Flame, making it clear Lu Yuan now carries real authority here. Lu Yuan casually asks for one guard to lead him inside, saying he is very interested in the dungeon. The older guard silently pushes the chance onto the younger one, and the young man jumps at it, hoping this favor might get him out of endless prison duty. Lu Yuan asks the young guard's name, and Shiranfu blurts it out with obvious excitement the moment his new director shows personal interest. Lu Yuan tells him he'll remember the name, and that tiny promise is enough to make Shiranfu even more loyal on the spot. As they descend, Shiranfu explains the prison holds martial artists, cultivators, demons, and stranger things that are neither human nor demon. Shiranfu breaks down the prison ranks for him. A grade holds the truly deadly monsters, B grade houses lesser threats, and only C grade inmates ever have a chance to walk out alive. Once he understands the setup, Lu Yuan immediately orders Shiranfu to take him to the A grade cells. They pass layer after layer of guards until they reach the deepest section, nearly 30 meters underground, where the air turns wet, rotten, and oppressive. The moment Lu Yuan steps into A grade, a prisoner roars to test him, and the whole place tries to meet the new director with naked hostility. Lu Yuan answers with one icy word and lets his green flame's spiritual pressure crash through the prison. That show of force works instantly, because Lu Yuan's heaven-aligned spiritual roots suppress these blood-soaked inmates so hard that the entire A-grade block falls silent. Shiranfu watches in quiet awe, fully convinced now that this new director is far more dangerous than he looks. With the prisoners cowed, Lu Yuan calmly studies the whole block and picks out only 3 inmates he finds truly worth being careful about. Even those 3 only make him wary for a moment, because in chains and prison seals they are just clawed tigers to him now. He asks how the division normally handles A-grade prisoners, and Shiranfu lists the 3 endings: execution, endless imprisonment after failed executions, or transfer to Qingyun's sect. The mention of Qingyun's sect catches Lu Yuan's attention, and he immediately asks for a prisoner who is not reserved for transfer. Shiranfu reads the meaning instantly. The new director wants to kill an A-grade prisoner himself, just like some powerful officials have done before. As they walk, the logic of the prison is clear. Dangerous cultivators are kept alive only while the division can still squeeze secrets, techniques, or hidden treasure locations out of them. Shiranfu stops at one cell and introduces its inmate, the Black Mountain Practitioner, an old devil path cultivator who used human lives to fuel evil arts. The dossier is ugly enough on its own. Black Mountain killed 1,084 people, including 3 silver rank practitioners, before a gold rank expert finally dragged him in. Even in prison he stayed lethal, killing 12 executioners, which is why he is still sealed in A-grade instead of already being dead. Lu Yuan tells Shiranfu to leave and not come back without orders, choosing to face the old monster alone. The moment Lu Yuan steps close enough, the half-dead prisoner finally moves and launches a hidden blood spirit attack from his own wounds. Lu Yuan's tortoiseshell shield appears instantly, and the blood spirit slams into it without leaving even a crack. The blood spirit recoils in fear and sinks back into Black Mountain's body, because it can tell Lu Yuan's defense is far beyond anything it can bite through. Only after his trick fails does Black Mountain raise his head and beg for mercy, his malice turning into panic in an instant. Lu Yuan does not listen for even a second and drives a flying sword straight through the old man's mouth. He tells Black Mountain the truth with chilling calm: dead is more useful than alive. Green flame erupts along the sword, and Black Mountain burns alive until his body collapses into ash. When the body dies, Lu Yuan finally gets what he came for. The fading soul drifts out where only he can see it. With one motion, Lu Yuan gathers the soul into his hand, taking hold of Black Mountain's life memories and a century of cultivated soul power. That successful extraction makes Lu Yuan realize his divine soul pill refinement technique is far fiercer than its polite name suggests. The system confirms the move counted as real divine soul refining, and Lu Yuan finally understands why ordinary alchemy never raised this technique before. He pieces it together on the spot. The key to this technique was never pills themselves, but the soul refining step that only rare high-level alchemy usually needs. That discovery also gives him a new plan, because this dungeon is packed with dangerous inmates, who are also perfect materials for training the technique. He feels no guilt about it either, because nobody locked in A-grade is innocent, and using them this way is not meaningfully different from executing them. He also sorts the inmates by value in his head, knowing evil cultivators can still be useful for information, while many demons and strange evildoers are mostly just dangerous baggage. Then Lu Yuan turns to the strangest category of all and reminds himself what evildoers really are: not people, not demons, but rule-born beings that only act when their conditions are triggered. Once he frames them that way, his fear of them drops hard, because a known rule-bound monster is safer than a normal person as long as you never touch the trigger. Back on the practical problem, Lu Yuan studies the soul essence in his hand and knows he cannot absorb it raw without risking madness or even losing his own identity. So instead of using it here in the dungeon, he seals Black Mountain's soul essence into a special container and prepares to process it somewhere safer. With that done, Lu Yuan leaves the underground prison knowing nobody in the division will question an A-grade criminal dying under his authority. But the death itself reveals one more secret to him. The dungeon has a hidden array that purifies a prisoner's evil aura the moment they die. Even more importantly, Lu Yuan senses the dead prisoner's luck being pulled into Great Xia's dragon vein, which suddenly explains part of why Qingyun's sect built this whole system. The design is brutally efficient. The monsters who prey on Great Xia's people become nourishment for Great Xia after death. Lu Yuan is tempted by that luck for a moment, but his caution wins immediately because stealing from the kingdom's dragon vein would be a perfect way to get himself hunted down. In the end, he can only sigh and joke bitterly to himself that what he really needs is a scapegoat, someone else to take the blame while he takes the luck. Back at his courtyard, Lu Yuan warned the guard not to interrupt him unless it was urgent, then shut himself away to work in secret. Once he confirmed nobody else was inside, Lu Yuan took out the divine soul essence from the underground prison and prepared to purify it before absorbing anything. He dropped the soul essence into the furnace and raised green flames, treating it like pill ingredients so the dangerous impurities would burn away first. While purifying the soul, Lu Yuan sifted through the Black Mountain practitioner's memories and deliberately threw away anything that might leave too much of the old man's will behind. Those memories revealed the Black Mountain practitioner was a Xiuyang sect devil cultivator who fled to Great Xia after killing a fellow disciple during an internal struggle. The trouble was even bigger because the man he killed was the grandson of a core formation elder, so running was his only choice once he grabbed what he wanted. What he stole was worth it to him, the corpse of a core formation demon king. By feeding on the remaining blood in that corpse, the old devil broke into Foundation establishment and climbed all the way to its 5th layer. Lu Yuan also learned why Xiuyang sect was feared. Its blood soul spell boosted both cultivation and divine soul before core formation, but it left every user addicted to blood for life. That curse explained the Black Mountain practitioner's fate too, because after escaping to Great Xia he kept hunting people for blood until the Devil Slayers division finally caught him. From the purified memories, Lu Yuan kept 2 prizes, the blood soul spell itself and a matching blood control divine ability called the blood soul technique. He had no plan to practice the dangerous blood soul spell now, but he quietly noted that his skill system might let him improve it one day and strip out the bloodthirst. The blood soul technique interested him more, because it only needed a strong enough divine soul to fuse soul power into blood and control it from within. The memories also clarified the 3 devil sects for him, Xiuyang for blood, Shixian for corpses, and Huanxi for something he absolutely did not expect. Lu Yuan had assumed Huanxi sect would be full of seductive fairy-like women, so he was completely blindsided when the truth turned out to be a tantra-style sect of bald muscular men. That single revelation killed any idea of joining the devil path if things went badly, because Lu Yuan wanted no part of Huanxi sect at all. After venting that absurd distraction, he refocused on the furnace and finished refining the soul essence. Half a day later, the fist-sized soul mass had shrunk to about 1/10 of its original size, leaving only pure essence that was finally safe for Lu Yuan to absorb. When the last impurity vanished, that pure essence condensed into a sparkling white soul pill in the furnace. Lu Yuan inspected the pill once, then swallowed it immediately. The effect hit at once, and a cool rush shot straight through his head so sharply that the whole thing felt wildly refreshing. Along with the soul power, the pill preserved the memory fragments he had chosen to keep, especially the cultivation methods for the blood soul spell and blood soul technique. Even after learning the method, Lu Yuan still held back from practicing the blood soul technique and focused first on measuring the change in his own divine soul. Because of his transmigration and this new soul pill, his divine soul was already stronger than normal and had now risen again. He estimated that about 9 more soul pills of this level would push his divine soul into the emptiness realm. That goal mattered because emptiness realm divine soul was the key to finally starting Fire Cicada 9 transformations. From there, his thoughts shifted to the next Heavenly Foundation establishment plan and how to raise the success rate without any natural treasure to help this time. Since treasures were missing, Lu Yuan narrowed the answer down to one thing he could still exploit: luck. That immediately brought Su Wanna to mind, and Lu Yuan started planning how to shape his number 2 lucky lady into someone more useful for his future breakthrough. He even reassured himself that he was only after her luck, though the way he framed it made his self-proclaimed gentleman act feel suspiciously hollow. But for now, Lu Yuan had to shelve that plan because fully refining the Foundation establishment soul pill would still take him about 5 careful days. He also knew he would need extra time to adapt to the stronger divine soul, even if future soul absorption would become easier from here on. With Emptiness Realm finally starting to feel close, the story shifted to Su Wanna waiting alone in the Devil Slayers Division's family wing. On her first day there, Su Wanna's beauty caused an immediate stir, even with her tired face and timid posture after everything that had happened. Once people heard Lu Yuan had personally brought her back, nobody dared treat her carelessly, because everyone assumed a woman like this must matter to the new director. That caution left Su Wanna even more isolated, but she soon stopped caring because her mind was stuck on Lu Yuan's words about her father's death. For days she kept circling the same doubt. Had Lu Yuan lied to take her away, or had her father's execution really hidden something darker? She had been raised so carefully by Su Jiaping that she rarely questioned anything before, but now too many pieces of the case felt wrong. The more she thought about it, the less she could believe her abstinent father would drunkenly molest a concubine at a palace banquet and ruin himself so recklessly. She slowly reached the conclusion that Su Jiaping had probably been framed, even if she still had no idea by whom or for what reason. All that confusion left her drifting through the days in a fog, unable to settle her heart. One late night, she sat alone beside the courtyard pond under the moon, blankly trailing her pale legs through the water. She idly lifted one foot and tapped the surface, watching the ripples blur her reflection as she sighed over being left here alone. She had expected Lu Yuan to come question her quickly, so his total silence after bringing her here was starting to turn fear into quiet resentment. Annoyed, she kicked the pond harder as if she could take out her frustration on the water instead. At that exact moment, Lu Yuan suddenly spoke from behind her, and the shock made Su Wanna lose her balance. She tipped headfirst toward the pond, but Lu Yuan calmly caught her with water manipulation before she could fall in. As the water gently set her back on shore, Lu Yuan casually warned that an ordinary person like her could easily get sick from falling into cold water at night. Su Wanna was so embarrassed by the timing that she couldn't even look at him, and her face burned red as she convinced herself he had done it on purpose. Lu Yuan really had startled her on purpose for a bit of fun, but seeing how flustered she was, he decided not to push the teasing any further. So he steadied himself and told her he had something important to say, asking her to come inside with him. But when Lu Yuan walked a few steps ahead, he realized Su Wanner had frozen in place instead of following. Biting her lip and clutching her clothes, Su Wanner clearly misunderstood what it meant for a man to call her into a room alone so late at night. The look on her face made it obvious to Lu Yuan that she had turned his serious invitation into something indecent in her own head. Annoyed, Lu Yuan stressed that he really did have important business and warned her to come now unless she wanted to deal with the consequences. He went inside expecting that to settle it, but Su Wanner still stood outside looking like a pitiful girl being forced into something awful. That was the final insult to Lu Yuan's patience, because now he was stuck fuming that Su Wanner was openly doubting the character of a man who still insisted he was a gentleman. Late at night, Lu Yuan calls Su Wanner into his room, and even he knows this looks suspicious. Su Wanner realizes she has no real way to resist him here, so after a tense inner struggle, she steps inside anyway. When Lu Yuan tells her to sit, Su Wanner obeys and fidgets in silence, too shy to even meet his eyes. Her timid, delicate manner catches Lu Yuan off guard, because the women he's dealt with so far were all far more aggressive. He drops the teasing mood and tells her he has nearly finished investigating her father Su Jiaping's death. As soon as Su Wanner tries to speak, Lu Yuan stops her and makes her listen to the full story first. Lu Yuan reveals that Su Jiaping's rise into officialdom was tied to the Zhao sect, a devil-linked network in Great Xia that his side later uprooted. He says the clue was the Buddha statue found in her father's book, because it matches the Huanxi Zhao Buddha worshipped by that sect. The deeper Lu Yuan dug, the worse it looked, because her father left that sect and then reached second-rank official in only a few years. Missing records and hidden traces convinced Lu Yuan that powerful people deliberately covered up the truth behind Su Jiaping's death. Before going further, Lu Yuan warns that the next part could change Su Wanner's entire life, and she still chooses to hear it. Lu Yuan bluntly says the direct killer was Empress Xiao, because Su Wanner's beauty would threaten her the moment palace concubinage became real. When Lu Yuan says she really is beautiful enough to shake the palace, Su Wanner can't help a brief, embarrassed spark of happiness. Then Lu Yuan makes it worse by saying the emperor and the remaining Zhao sect also helped push her father to his death. Su Wanner is confused, because even if the emperor ordered the arrest, she still believed her father's crimes were enough to condemn him. Lu Yuan answers by asking who gave her father that Buddha statue, then names the man himself, uniquely Tianlu. That single name makes Su Wanner feel like her whole life has been trapped inside a hidden web she never saw. Lu Yuan finally lays out his conclusion. Empress Xiao framed Su Jiaping, but the emperor and the Zhao sect were really after Su Wanner herself. When she realizes both the emperor and the Zhao sect may want her, Su Wanner's face goes completely pale. Seeing her fear peak, Lu Yuan offers two paths: hide inside the Devil Slayer's division for life, or learn cultivation and seek revenge herself. He makes clear that his own hands are tied in some matters, but if Su Wanner acts personally, revenge becomes possible. After weighing her future, Su Wanner chooses the dangerous path and asks Lu Yuan to teach her cultivation. Lu Yuan agrees at once and tells her that from tomorrow on, she will move into his mansion. He adds one condition: publicly he will not admit to being her master, and she must appear to be his servant instead. Su Wanner blushes and timidly calls him master, and Lu Yuan instantly sprays out his tea in shock. Flustered, he hurriedly tells her to use young master instead, and Su Wanner obediently repeats it in a tiny voice. Looking at her shy face in the candlelight, Lu Yuan privately celebrates that his second dark lucky lady plan has finally taken shape. In Lu Yuan's eyes, sending Su Wanner down a revenge path means future danger, future rescues, and a steady harvest of luck from her fate. He even expects this mess to shake Great Xia itself, which could let him reap national luck on top of hers. The thought delights him so much that he is barely holding back a creepy little laugh. By the next chapter's reflection, Lu Yuan lays out the rule he has finally figured out: changing a lucky person's fate is the cleanest way to draw off some of their luck. He proves it to himself with past examples, helping Meng Rian cultivate, helping Bai Dafei avoid future danger, and pulling Su Wanner away from uniquely all changed destinies and paid him back in luck. He also realizes rescuing Su Wanner may have saved the whole kingdom from a future palace disaster if she had been taken inside and eventually broken. Once he understands that, Lu Yuan briefly wonders if killing a lucky person might absorb all their luck at once, but he decides living targets are more profitable. With the plan settled, Lu Yuan moves to the practical first step and asks Su Wanner for her hand so he can test her spiritual root. The moment Lu Yuan holds her soft hand and sends spiritual energy into her body, Su Wanner lets out an involuntary sound and turns red with embarrassment. Su Wanner sneaks a nervous glance at him, but Lu Yuan has already shut his eyes because he does not trust himself to keep staring at her. Once he focuses, Lu Yuan is stunned to discover that Su Wanner has an extremely rare ultimate water spiritual root. Her aptitude is a shocking 300-point ultimate water root, the kind of single-root talent any sect would treasure. But the more absurd part is that a genius like this should already carry some spiritual energy, and Su Wanner has none at all. Tracing the problem deeper, Lu Yuan finds the reason hidden inside her root, a strange bald golden fetus lodged within it. Lu Yuan immediately understands why no one noticed Su Wana's talent before, because that thing has been stealing all the energy her root absorbs. Lu Yuan opens his eyes and tells Su Wana something is wrong inside her body, then warns that fixing it will hurt. Then Lu Yuan activates the Divine Soul Pill refinement technique and drives soul-infused spiritual energy straight into her spiritual root. The parasite senses danger, opens its eyes, and violently fights back from inside Su Wana's root. That clash turns Su Wana's body into a battlefield, and the pain hits her so hard that she screams. Lu Yuan quickly realizes the real problem. The creature is no longer just attached to Su Wana, it has fused with her spiritual root itself. A system check finally names the thing, a Jiao Buddha child in embryonic form, a parasite that grows by feeding on luck. That answer ties everything back to the Huanxi Jiao Buddha, and Lu Yuan realizes Su Wana may have been targeted by this scheme since birth. He also understands why almost no one could fix this, because brute force would tear Su Wana's spiritual root apart along with the parasite. But instead of backing off, Lu Yuan locks in and prepares to beat the parasite at its own game with a far more delicate method. Facing the parasite in Su Wana's spiritual root, Lu Yuan stays calm because he knows ordinary cultivators would be helpless here. But he has one method they do not. He realizes brute force will only ruin Su Wana's root, so instead he treats the Jiao Buddha child like pill material and plans to refine away its self-awareness while merging its power into her safely. When his technique marks the target as Jiao Wisdom Root with a 96% refining chance, Lu Yuan stops hesitating and activates Divine Soul Pill refinement technique on the spot. The instant the green flame wraps around her spiritual root, the Jiao Buddha child fights back and Su Wana convulses in agony like she is being stabbed by countless needles. Lu Yuan ignores everything else and pours all his focus into the soul battle, because a parasite at Qi cultivation level 7 still cannot beat a foundation establishment cultivator like him. After 6 brutal hours, the parasite finally loses as Lu Yuan melts its body and erases its sense of self piece by piece. Every fragment Lu Yuan refines is fed straight back into Su Wana's root, so the Buddha child's desperate struggle only speeds up its own fusion into her power. The trap fully reverses, and the parasite that meant to steal Su Wana's life ends up becoming the nest that she absorbs instead. When the Jiao Buddha child vanishes for good, a shocking new blue-gold spiritual root appears in Su Wana's body with both ultimate water and pure Buddha nature fused together. Lu Yuan is stunned because this kind of root fusion should only happen much later in cultivation, yet Su Wana has reached that threshold while still effectively at the Qi cultivation stage. He immediately realizes that if she keeps cultivating smoothly, Su Wana now has terrifying potential and may one day reach core formation with almost no barrier at all. Then the system floods him with rewards as his technique proficiency jumps, Su Wana's luck rises, and huge waves of luck pour in from her, Chinda, Great Xia, and even Qingyan sect. Seeing his luck points climb past 10,000, Lu Yuan is outright dazzled because he has never won a battle this profitable since arriving in this world. Once the excitement settles, he pulls his power out of Su Wana's body and finds her unconscious, pale, and drenched in sweat after serving as the battlefield for that entire overnight fight. Lu Yuan judges that the worst is over, and once her body adjusts, Su Wana will wake up transformed from an ordinary mortal into a Qi cultivation level 7 cultivator. After confirming she is safe, he uses water-wielding technique to clean her up, settles her back onto the bed, and leaves so he can sort through what tonight really changed. Outside the courtyard, Lu Yuan is already thinking hard about why helping one girl changed the fate of so many forces, especially Qingyan sect. That is when he runs into Shangyan waiting nearby, and Lu Yuan is surprised to hear the man lives right next door. Shangyan nervously lowers his voice and asks Lu Yuan for a favor, clearly trying to be respectful while bracing for an awkward topic. He finally blurts out the misunderstanding. If the director is going to do that kind of thing with Miss Su in the future, could he at least set up a soundproof barrier because children live next door? When Shangyan even suggests bringing Su Wana to his own residence instead, Lu Yuan can only stand there speechless because the situation looks impossible to explain. Later, looking at his status and the huge jump to 10,052 luck, Lu Yuan realizes Su Wana's case is tied to far deeper currents inside Great Xia than he first thought. Digging through Black Mountain practitioners' memories, he pieces together the truth that a Jiao Buddha child is really a Huanxi sect reincarnation method for a senior monk to start over inside a lucky host. That scheme only works if the host has great luck and survives several calamities, so Lu Yuan now sees that he himself became the tribulation that ruined this reincarnation. He also realizes that by destroying the Buddha child early, he did not just save Su Wana, he accidentally saved Emperor Chinda from being devoured too. The devil monk's offer to Chinda was a trap from the start, because the emperor thought he was getting an empty vessel for longevity when he was actually preparing a body for a Huanxi senior monk to awaken and eat him. If that possession had succeeded, the reborn Buddha child could have stolen Great Xiao's national luck, entered Qingyan sect through imperial status, and grown into a disaster hidden deep inside the sect. Following that trail backward, Lu Yuan suspects Chinda secretly connected with the Huanxi sect long ago and had Li Tianlu deliver the Buddha child to Su Jiaping as part of a carefully arranged plan. In Lu Yuan's reconstruction, Su Wan's failed entry into the palace and his own intervention were not random setbacks at all, but the very calamities that blocked the Buddha child's rebirth. Once he understands the plot, Lu Yuan turns to the next problem: what to do with Chinda now that the hidden threat is gone. The obvious move would be reporting everything to Qingyun's sect, but Lu Yuan immediately sees the cost. He would need proof, and that proof would expose his terrifying divine soul pill refinement technique. He knows that once that technique and his Heaven Path Foundation roots are exposed, his peaceful life in Great Xia ends and he will be thrown into the far deadlier battlefield where righteous and demonic elites clash. So after weighing the risks, Lu Yuan decides to bury the matter for now because Chinda without the reincarnated Buddha child is no longer dangerous enough to threaten Qingyun's sect. In his eyes, the emperor is only a mortal ruler anyway, and Qingyun's sect can replace him whenever it wants, so leaving Chinda on the throne is actually useful. That thought sparks a new scheme, because Lu Yuan has long coveted Great Xia's national luck and suddenly sees a safe way to skim some of it for himself. His final realization is shameless but practical. If Great Xia's fortune starts declining, Chinda is the perfect man to take the blame while Lu Yuan quietly benefits. Even with a scapegoat already picked, Lu Yuan refuses to rush his future national theft plan because moving too soon would make the sixth prince look suspicious. He coldly reasons that he needs 2 or 3 full years to build an airtight alibi, because in his eyes anything below a near certain win is just asking to die. Lu Yuan credits his smooth rise to that same steady mindset, convinced that flashy transmigrators who love showing off usually die before they get far. He knows people like Qinyan and Mu Chichi could have been easy targets to impress, but he has zero interest in proving himself and getting sent to the front lines. Instead of acting like a hero, he happily chooses the safest path possible: stay in the rear, outlevel everyone around him, and win ugly from the shadows. After changing Su Wan's fate and cashing in a huge wave of luck, Lu Yuan turns to his next major step: Heaven-blessed foundation establishment for his fire and wood roots. He picks the 9 flaming cicada transformations, aiming not just for 2 more foundation establishment roots but for the future prize that really excites him: a tireless tool clone. The thought of a clone that never gets tired, never complains, and can grind his skills for him leaves Lu Yuan openly pleased with this path. Once he decides, he wastes no time and immediately begins locking his courtyard down for the breakthrough. He activates every array in the courtyard and warns the guards outside not to let anyone disturb him, even if devils attack the sect itself. The warning lands hard, and the people guarding the entrance silently realize this seclusion is important enough to protect at all costs. Lu Yuan still does not trust the outer defense alone, so he layers in his own nastier traps inside the courtyard. He buries green flame pills under the surface so any intruder stepping in will be blasted by scorching spiritual fire. Then he stations ambush puppets nearby, ready to swarm anyone who survives the explosion. With Shan Yun's magic array, the Devil Slayers Division's central location, and his own layered defenses, Lu Yuan decides this place is now practically a death trap for enemies. Only after confirming everything is foolproof does he finally sit down to begin his third Heaven-blessed foundation establishment. His fire and wood roots are already trained to perfection, so what he needs now is simple in theory and absurd in practice: another blessing from heaven. Just like before, he treats the breakthrough like a sacred ritual and carefully goes through bathing, changing clothes, prayer, and incense at the right auspicious hour. Facing the heavens, Lu Yuan shamelessly lists his recent good deeds and frames them as proof that helping him cultivate will help build a better world. When he plants 3 incense sticks in the cauldron and watches them burn cleanly to the end, Lu Yuan takes it as a very good sign. By sunrise, he opens his eyes, activates Destined Lucky Star, and pushes his firewood foundation establishment success rate all the way to 99%. To Lu Yuan, heaven has already done its part, so he steadies himself for the final 1% and starts the breakthrough. This attempt is far smoother than his previous ones, because this time pure luck makes up for the natural treasures he does not have. A golden auspicious cloud soon forms above his small courtyard, quietly announcing that heaven is answering him again. Because the Devil Slayers division is packed with screening arrays and Lu Yuan cleared the area in advance, the strange phenomenon stays hidden inside the compound. The cultivators inside the base stare at the heavenly sign in shock, but as unaffiliated practitioners they have no idea what it truly means. The cloud vanishes almost as fast as it appears, leaving the whole event feeling even stranger and making Lu Yuan seem more mysterious than ever. 10 days later, Lu Yuan finally opens his eyes as the breakthrough settles and the system confirms that both his fire and wood roots have successfully reached foundation establishment. That success pushes both roots to 200 aptitude and leaves Lu Yuan with 5 foundation establishment spiritual roots in total, with only earth still unfinished. With his total spiritual root aptitude jumping to 1100, Lu Yuan realizes he can now absorb spiritual energy at a level ordinary cultivators simply cannot match. The price still stings, because the heaven's blessing burns through 5,000 luck points and drops his remaining fortune to just over 5,000. He quickly talks himself through the loss, accepting that without matching natural treasures he had to spend luck to force the same result. He decides the trade was still worth it, since he only needs a baseline amount of luck for pill refining, and this breakthrough bought something much bigger. With the breakthrough done, the fire cicada path is basically complete too, but Lu Yuan still cannot use the clone until his divine soul reaches the emptiness realm. He understands the limit clearly. The fire cicada clone needs both a body made of fire and with spiritual power, and a split piece of his own soul. Thanks to his green flame technique, Lu Yuan realizes his future fire cicada clone will be stronger than normal and carry the green flame's endless vitality. That means the clone should last much longer once it exists, which in Lu Yuan's mind translates directly into more training time and more free progress. After judging his current state, Lu Yuan estimates he only needs about 1 more month for his divine soul to step into the emptiness realm. In his eyes, that next soul breakthrough will matter just as much as the clone, because an emptiness realm divine soul would also make same-level soul attacks far harder to land on him. When he adds everything up, Lu Yuan sees a fighter with outer defense, inner defense, escape methods, and enough pills to support it all. By the end, Lu Yuan can only come to one deeply satisfied conclusion: unless he meets a monster on his own level, he is basically untouchable now. With techniques and cultivation mostly prepared, Lu Yuan decides magic items can wait, and keeps relying on his ordinary Qingyun sword for now. He settles into a steady routine in the Devil Slayer's division, and now Su Wanner is part of that life as his maid and student. Day after day, Lu Yuan cultivates, teaches Su Wanner in the afternoon, and trains again at night until the quiet schedule becomes surprisingly full. Su Wanner's talent turns out to be frightening, because the fused Jiao Buddha child pushes both her water root and Buddha root to 300 aptitude each. She also inherits the Buddha child's stored cultivation, skipping straight to Qi cultivation level 7 the moment her body stabilizes. Fragments of the dead monk's memory surface too, giving Su Wanner bits of Jiao sect techniques even though her soul is still too weak to unlock everything. One of those inherited techniques is the Huanxi Prajna Sutra, a method that cuts down the 6 emotions until only joy remains. Lu Yuan realizes why Huanxi sect monks can look like proper eminent monks one moment, and shameless degenerates the next. Once only joy is left, many of them end up expressing it through lust. That strange insight sparks a bigger idea, because Lu Yuan sees that the sutra could suppress the bloodlust side effect of the Shuyang sect's blood-soul spell. He goes further and concludes Su Wanner's water Buddha dual roots make her almost tailor-made for this dangerous pair of demonic arts. Even the blood-soul spell's soul pollution has an answer, since Lu Yuan can cleanse those impurities with his divine soul pill refinement technique. With those shortcuts in hand, Lu Yuan judges that Su Wanner might actually keep pace with his own brutal cultivation speed despite starting late. So instead of wasting the demons rotting in the B-grade prison, Lu Yuan starts bringing Su Wanner down into the dungeon to use them as nourishment. The division's practitioners slowly get used to seeing Lu Yuan with a breathtaking maid, only to realize she is no helpless ornament at all. Before long, the same people are forced to admit that Lu Yuan's maid is really a fast-growing demoness in disguise. 3 peaceful years pass with Lu Yuan staying buried inside the Devil Slayer's division and refusing to play the capital's political games. 3 years later in the Great Xia Palace, Jinda stares in disbelief when Zhao Yue confirms that Director Green Flame has not stepped outside the division even once. Zhao Yue explains that this new director has no interest in the imperial city, no interest in the noble families, and seems perfectly happy to hide inside his post until his term ends. Chinda cannot understand it and blurts out the real question: doesn't Green Flame have any desires at all? After an awkward pause, Zhao Yue finally admits that Green Flame does have one obvious hobby: he is lecherous. That answer only makes Chinda angrier, because Green Flame never leaves his post and still somehow stole away the reincarnated goddess Chinda wanted for himself. Once he forces himself to calm down, Chinda turns cold and decides that if Green Flame will not come out, then he will make him come out. He immediately asks Zhao Yue about the Blood Warrior monks, revealing that he has been preparing a far uglier plan in secret. Zhao Yue reports that all 10 innate Blood Warrior monks are finished, and Chinda orders them released at once. Chinda lays out the trap with chilling logic: if disasters break out across Great Xia at the same time, the 4 gold-rank practitioners will be stretched thin and Green Flame will have no choice but to leave headquarters. And the moment Green Flame steps out, Chinda orders Zhao Yue to snatch Su Wanner back, because the Emperor believes he has almost run out of time. Zhao Yue can see exactly why the Emperor is this reckless now, because Chinda's graying sideburns and spotted face make his coming death impossible to hide. At this point, Chinda no longer cares how many ordinary people die, as long as the bloodshed lures Lu Yuan away from Su Wanner. Far away at the border near Gaoyang County, escort leader Wu Sandao suggests the caravan rest in the county for the night before moving on. Before Zhuang Ping can answer, a cold voice drifts out of the darkness and warns them to turn around because Gaoyang County is no longer a place they can enter. Wu Sandao draws his ghost head blade at once, and the whole escort line follows his lead because a stranger on a night road could mean bandits, demons, or worse. The escorts know enough of the road to be truly afraid, because in Great Xia even ordinary merchants sometimes run into real demons and ghosts. Then the stranger finally steps into view, a 2-meter figure in a black robe wearing a golden mask carved with a ferocious lion ape. Wu San now recognizes the robe and mask, and the caravan's fear flips into relief when they realize this is a devil-slaying practitioner, not a roadside killer. Once the panic settles, Wu San now respectfully asks what exactly happened in Gaoyang County to make even a gold-rank practitioner wait outside the city. Before the practitioner can answer, he suddenly turns toward the woods as 2 unseen monsters start talking back from the dark like they do not fear him at all. 2 huge blood warrior monks walk out of the shadows, bald and monk-like but twisted into half-human, half-demon things covered in blood-red centipede marks. The escorts recoil in terror, but the lion ape practitioner stays planted and calmly asks if these 2 are the monsters that slaughtered Gaoyang County. The blood warrior monks proudly admit it, and brag that they did not just wipe out the county but devoured everyone within 100 miles. That confession is enough, and blood chi begins to roll off the lion ape practitioner as his inborn vitality rises without a hint of panic. To the stunned escorts, it almost looks like a giant white lion ape appears behind him as he calls the monsters all mouth and no substance. One monk sneers back that an innate martial artist would be dangerous alone, but tonight he is badly outnumbered. At the monk's signal, the ground around the road starts rustling, and hundreds of zombies claw their way up from the earth. The escorts finally understand how close they came to walking straight into a death pit, and now survival depends completely on the masked practitioner. But instead of looking cornered, the lion ape practitioner suddenly laughs and asks the monsters who said he came alone. A firework shoots into the sky, and hidden devil-slaying practitioners pour out of the forest on every side. There are around 100 of them, mostly lower-rank fighters with 3 silver-rank practitioners, but their sheer numbers flip the whole battlefield at once. The blood warrior monks are rattled, because they never exposed their true strength and still got met with a force big enough to crush them. The lion ape practitioner mocks them with the answer. Director Green Flame predicted that enemies able to kill silver-rank practitioners at the border would never be ordinary. He explains that Green Flame explicitly told him not to come lightly and to bring a few hundred people, because safety mattered more than pride. Now that he sees the zombies and both monsters together, the practitioner even admits Green Flame was right and he should have brought more men, not fewer. Then he gives the order in Green Flame's name: anyone who harms the people and devours mortals is to be killed without mercy. At Gaoyang, the Devil Slayers division crushes the zombie horde with overwhelming force, and the 2 blood warrior monks finally realize their ambush has failed. The zombies charge without fear, but their mindless brutality is useless against practitioners who deal with monsters for a living. The 2 blood warrior monks try to fall back and escape, but the lion ape practitioner keeps smashing into them whenever they make a move. As the last zombies are wiped out, the monks watch in despair because their only shield is gone. The cleanup is almost absurdly one-sided, with no practitioner killed and only one unlucky metal-rank fighter badly hurt after tripping and smashing his head on a rock. Once the horde is gone, the blood warrior monk's fake innate strength shows its limits, and the siege collapses on them. In the end, one blood warrior monk is killed and the other is captured alive under the lion ape practitioner's personal watch. The same kind of outbreak is happening all over Great Xia, forcing the entire Devil Slayers division to mobilize and leaving headquarters dangerously undermanned. Back at headquarters, Su Wana worries that sending everyone away leaves the place too exposed, which feels completely unlike Lu Yuan's usual caution. Lu Yuan only smiles and tells Su Wana to hide in the dungeon and not come out without his order because guests will be arriving soon. Su Wana immediately understands that Lu Yuan is laying a trap, and she obediently accepts that someone unlucky is about to walk into it. Lu Yuan adds that her foundation establishment is near, and when the moment comes he will personally cleanse her divine soul to help her break through. Just hearing that divine soul cleansing makes Su Wana blush, because Lu Yuan's very proper method always seems a little too hands-on. After Su Wana leaves for the dungeon, another Su Wana walks out from the room behind Lu Yuan, colder and sharper than the real one. This fake Su Wana is Lu Yuan's clone in women's clothes, and he has no shame about using it because the disguise is the core of his plan. Lu Yuan even jokes to himself that if Sun Wukong could fool Xu Beiji with a female disguise, then Chinda should be even easier to trick. As the blood corpse crisis spreads, Lu Yuan studies the situation and decides the chaos benefits Chinda far more than the Jiao sect itself. He reasons that if the Devil Slayers division is tied down keeping order, Chinda gets the perfect chance to snatch Su Wana and the Jiao Buddha child from headquarters. Even so, Lu Yuan keeps one doubt alive. If the Jiao sect really is behind it, then this outbreak must be hiding a much bigger move. So instead of guessing, he decides to test the waters by using his disguised clone as Su Wana and waiting to see who bites. Lu Yuan is confident in the disguise because his divine soul disguise technique lets him copy most of Su Wana's soul fluctuations closely enough to fool almost anyone. Unless a core formation expert checks in person, Lu Yuan believes the fake goddess will pass as the real Su Wana. Not long after Su Wana is hidden away, eunuch Zhao Yue arrives in a rush and begs Lu Yuan to save the emperor from demons inside the palace. Lu Yuan pushes back at once, questioning why the palace came to him, and what kind of demon could get past the imperial advisor's watch. Zhao Yue explains that the imperial advisor has been away for days, and he begs again because the palace servants are helpless if the emperor really is under attack. After watching Zhao Yue's performance, Lu Yuan finally agrees to go and says that with the gold rank experts away, he will handle this himself. Lu Yuan leaves headquarters with a few silver rank practitioners, making the already hollowed out compound look even easier to target. Almost as soon as Lu Yuan is gone, a group of 10 outside practitioners quietly appears at the headquarters gate. They claim they are from Hensei County and say they were ordered to escort a demon into the headquarters dungeon. The gate guards do not relax and demand identity tokens and a proper divine soul verification before anyone enters. The visitors activate their sub-tokens one by one, and every token lights up correctly under the headquarters identity check. With all 10 passing the test, the guards finally lower their suspicion and invite them inside the Devil Slayer's division. On the way to the dungeon, a headquarters practitioner chats with the escort team, and Lu Ming plays along like this is just another prisoner transfer. When the man hears they sent 10 escorts and 2 silver rank leaders, he realizes the prisoner must be far beyond a normal demon. Lu Ming reveals that the prisoner is one of the blood warrior monks that caused chaos in Great Xia, and only Shang Yun was strong enough to capture it. He adds that Shang Yun already sealed the monster's inborn vitality, so now it is dangerous only in body and can be escorted by them. The handover goes through without a hitch, and the blood warrior monk is thrown into the A-grade prison so smoothly it almost feels suspicious. After work, the headquarters practitioner warmly invites them out for drinks and starts praising the new director, Green Flame, for treating everyone far better than before. Those words catch Lu Ming off guard because the headquarters he remembers was cold, brutal, and ruled by sect disciples who treated people like livestock. For a moment he even thinks that if someone like Lu Yuan had been his superior back then, his life might have been very different. He tests the mood with a joking doubt that the new director's kindness might be fake, and the reaction is immediate. The headquarters man warns him not to speak disrespectfully about Green Flame again, making it clear the staff are fiercely loyal to Lu Yuan now. Lu Ming quickly apologizes, but the invitation dies there, and his group is left to head for the rest area on their own. Once inside a small courtyard, Lu Ming has the door shut, and the whole team's tension comes out at once. When one of the men asks when they strike, Lu Ming says they must wait for the palace signal and first confirm whether Lu Yuan has been tied down there. He reminds them that if Lu Yuan returns after learning something is wrong, none of them can beat a Foundation establishment cultivator from a celestial sect. A few minutes later, the copper bell at Lu Ming's waist suddenly rings, and every man in the room knows the order has arrived. With the signal confirmed, Lu Ming frames the mission as serving Great Xia against immortals who trample mortals like ants. The 10 men slip into the night, heading straight for Lu Yuan's residence while assuming Su Wan'er is the only person waiting inside. Their real targets are Su Wan'er and the Buddha child statue that Lu Yuan confiscated earlier. They split cleanly into 2 teams, one for Lu Yuan's courtyard and one for his study, which means someone inside headquarters already fed them exact locations. Even stranger, both groups pass through the core area without meeting a single patrol, and the easy progress starts to bother Lu Ming. Still, he has no choice but to continue, and he leads 4 men to the edge of Lu Yuan's courtyard for a careful look from outside. Even knowing Lu Yuan is in the palace, the thought of breaking into a celestial sect cultivator's home still leaves the whole group sweating. Lu Ming remembers exactly why they are afraid. Sect cultivators have stronger inheritances, stronger techniques, and can crush several unaffiliated cultivators at the same level. That fear is exactly why Lu Ming brought 2 array masters, expecting Lu Yuan to have hidden protection somewhere in this mortal foothold. When Lu Ming checks on the setup, the older array master grins and says the palace magic instrument is ready to hide all their movements, even from Foundation establishment senses. The moment they step through the entrance, Wu's compass releases an illusion array that quietly seals the whole courtyard away from the outside world. Inside the house, Lu Yuan's clone disguised as Su Wan'er senses them immediately and counts 1 Foundation establishment intruder, 3 high-level Qi cultivators, and 1 array master. He judges from their auras that these are proper Great Xia cultivators rather than devil cultivators, because true devilish energy never would have passed the headquarters gate. Lu Yuan casually brushes his long black hair back and starts thinking less like a victim and more like a director deciding how much pain his actors should suffer. He decides the intruders need enough trouble to make the break-in feel real, but not so much trouble that they fail before taking the bait. He quietly notes that he already shut down the main defensive array and removed the deadliest mines and puppets, or these men would have died in the courtyard before reaching the house. After briefly considering dramatic victim roles, Lu Yuan settles on the simplest act possible: a meek sleeping woman startled awake by thieves. Outside, the infiltrators finally hit their first real obstacle when one man steps on a hidden green flame pill and the courtyard erupts. Lu Ming reacts fast enough to extinguish the flames, saving the man from death, but the burns make it painfully clear these leftover traps are still dangerous. The blast rattles the whole group so badly that several men hesitate to take another step in the empty-looking courtyard. Lu Ming forces them onward, warning that the array is masking the noise but the fire may already have startled the target inside, so if they fail now they all die here. With defensive methods active, they push through a string of weakened green flame traps and finally reach the main house alive. They barely arrive before another hidden layer activates, and spider puppets drop from the ceiling to attack. The puppets are only around Qi cultivation level 5, but their green flames still turn the doorway into a nasty close-range fight. They do destroy the puppets, but by the time the room falls quiet again, everyone except Lu Ming is filthy, burned, and badly shaken. Staring at the damage, the intruders can only admit that this is what a Celestial Sect Foundation establishment cultivator can do even while absent. Lu Yuan overhears all of it from the bedroom and is almost speechless, because these men are praising a trap system he already nerfed by 90%. Still, he decides the important part is that they made it inside, and now the stage is finally ready for the main act. As the intruders begin searching the rooms by their stolen information, Lu Yuan grins inwardly and wonders where these hunters think they are taking their prey. Back at Lu Yuan's residence, Lu Ming's team thinks the job is done after grabbing the sleeping girl they believe is Su Wanner. They reassure Lu Ming that the target was easy to recognize and had no cultivation, so a small divine art was enough to knock her out. Not wanting to get trapped inside headquarters if Lu Yuan returns, Lu Ming orders an immediate retreat. Outside, the rest of the team also arrives with the Buddha child statue, and the whole group rushes toward the Imperial Palace. The moment the kidnappers leave, the supposedly quiet headquarters stirs as hidden Devil Slayers emerge from the shadows. Down in the dungeon, a Devil Slayers practitioner reports to Su Wanner that the infiltrators took the bait and never noticed they were being watched. The guard explains that Lu Yuan had the courtyard and study guards deliberately pulled away so the intruders could get in cleanly and walk straight into the trap. When the practitioner nervously hints that this means they are defying the emperor, Su Wanner shuts him down and tells him to obey Lu Yuan's orders. The prisoner in the cell is one of the emperor's moles, already seized shortly after Lu Ming entered headquarters. Lu Yuan found these moles by screening his people for techniques that did not belong in the Devil Slayers division, especially hidden Imperial divine arts. Su Wanner stares at the captured mole and makes it clear that silence will not save him. A burst of blood and pain follows, and Su Wanner walks out with the information she wanted. At the Imperial Palace, Lu Yuan already knows from his clone that the fake kidnapping succeeded and the emperor has finally exposed himself. Zhao Yuwei brings Lu Yuan to a concubine palace, where 30 Imperial guards wait outside with strength that feels badly out of place. As the guards close in, Zhao Yuwei drops the humble act, and Lu Yuan calmly notes that the emperor has been waiting a long time for this. Qin steps out in person and reveals the grudge has been brewing for 15 years, but he looks half-dead even as he claims control. Qin proudly unveils his trap, 30 blood warrior monks who can combine into a formation strong enough to kill anyone below core formation. What unsettles Qin is that Lu Yuan stays completely calm instead of reacting like a trapped man. Lu Yuan takes off his mask, showing his real face for the first time and speaking to Qin as if the emperor is already finished. He tells Qin that cultivation is no different from the mortal world, power and backing matter, and a mere mortal emperor is nothing in his eyes. Then Lu Yuan drops the real twist and says he never came alone. At his call, Mu Qiqi and Bai Dafei descend from the sky and land beside him, instantly wrecking Qin's confidence. Bai Dafei jokes that Lu Yuan has only been off the mountain 3 years and is already dealing with an emperor's rebellion, which says enough about how absurd this is. Bai Dafei also makes it plain that scheming against a Qingyun direct disciple was madness from the start. Qin tries to shame Lu Yuan for calling in help against a mortal, but Lu Yuan only looks at him like he's stupid. Lu Yuan bluntly says he prefers group fights to heroic duels and has no interest in dying just to look righteous. With the talking over, Lu Yuan calls for the fight to start, and Mu Qiqi finally gets the opening she was waiting for. Mu Qiqi flicks out several sword orbs that bloom into flying swords around her, thrilled to cut down a mortal emperor who colluded with the enemy. Qin panics and orders the blood warrior monks to form up at once. The 30 men pour out blood chi together until it knots into a giant crimson deity above the courtyard. Mu Qiqi recognizes the thing immediately as the Huanxi sect's fallen Buddha art, Jiao Buddha descent. Even she admits this pseudo-core formation monster is too much alone, so she calls Lu Yuan and Bai Dafei to attack together. While the 3 sect disciples engage the Crimson Buddha, Qin uses the chaos to flee toward a hidden passage with Zhao Yuwei. As he runs, Qin decides that only one path is left now: complete the reincarnation ritual and survive by abandoning everything else. He thinks through the pieces he still has left, including the Buddha child statue and the captured Su Wanner he believes is real, and bets everything on reincarnation. The hidden route opens into a huge underground chamber that Qin built beneath half the palace for this forbidden ritual. At the center lies the real Huanxi Jiao statue, a giant golden Buddha sprawled on a withered lotus with a deeply wrung smile. Beneath the lotus, blood-colored lines spread across the floor in the reincarnation array that will let Qin start over in a new body. The ritual has brutal requirements: fresh human blood to build it, and a dragon vein rich in luck to keep the reborn Buddha child from being struck down by heaven. Now that the trap above failed, Zhao Yuwei loses his arrogance and asks Qin in fear what they can still do. Qin bitterly reflects that Lu Yuan forced his hand by hiding in headquarters for 3 years, leaving a dying emperor no time to wait for a cleaner chance. What enrages him most is that Lu Yuan never followed the normal order of gather evidence first and ask for help later. He simply called sect reinforcements before Qin could move. Qin realizes too late that what he thought was a clever preemptive strike was just Lu Yuan predicting his desperation in advance. When Zhao Yuwei pushes for an answer again, Qinde instead asks a chilling question about how well he has treated him. Zhao Yue instantly understands he has just been chosen as the next sacrifice, and terror floods his face. The motionless Huanqi Zhao statue suddenly lowers its head and swallows Zhao Yue alive. As Zhao Yue's screams turn into wet chewing sounds, Qinde coldly says the eunuch's last service is helping him keep the Qinyan sect in the dark a little longer. Outside the capital, that delay begins at once as a huge crimson barrier rises from the city walls and seals the entire imperial capital off from the outside world. In the Grand Xia Palace courtyard, a 10-meter crimson-red deity batters the trio so hard that even Mu Qiqi has to take the front line. Mu Qiqi dodges a crushing slap, but the deity's brute force still blasts a giant handprint into the ground. She answers with the Qinyan giant sword technique, sending 4 giant swords crashing into the deity's guard. The attack barely works, and Mu Qiqi goes grim when the deity's shallow wounds start healing almost at once. When Mu Qiqi stalls for a split second, Lu Yuan shouts a warning as the deity opens its mouth and fires a blood-red shockwave at her. Lu Yuan throws up a gilded sand wall wrapped in green spiritual energy, intercepting most of the blast before it reaches her. The weakened blood energy still leaks through, but Mu Qiqi calmly blocks the rest with a defensive bell and pulls back to regroup. With a brief pause in the fight, Mu Qiqi thanks Lu Yuan, and he immediately asks the question that matters most: how do they kill this thing? Mu Qiqi explains that the crimson-red deity is really the blood chi of 30 blood warrior monks, terrifyingly tough and strong but painfully slow. She says one clean kill is possible if Lu Yuan and Bai Dafei can buy her enough time to prepare it. Lu Yuan agrees on the spot, while Bai Dafei complains that nobody even asked him before getting dragged into the plan. Even so, Bai Dafei steels himself, and Mu Qiqi wastes no time once the decision is made. Mu Qiqi draws out a tiny golden flying sword, and the strain on her face makes it clear this is her real trump card. Lu Yuan recognizes it at once as a low-grade magic item, the kind of weapon that can really threaten a pseudo-core realm monster. As Mu Qiqi starts charging the sword, Lu Yuan and Bai Dafei step out to stall the deity before it can interrupt her. Bai Dafei nervously asks for a plan, and Lu Yuan coolly assigns him to ranged harassment, while he handles the close restraint himself. That answer leaves Bai Dafei touched, because he mistakes Lu Yuan's calm confidence for pure self-sacrificing courage. Lu Yuan is nowhere near reckless though, because he has already judged that the deity's biggest flaw is its awful speed. With his wind spiritual root, formless squall, wind-riding sword control technique, and layered defense, Lu Yuan knows stalling this monster is well within his comfort zone. After telling Bai Dafei to stay with Mu Qiqi, Lu Yuan bursts forward alone in a blur and draws the deity's attention. The crimson-red deity gathers blood chi into its palm and condenses a violent blood bead to crush Lu Yuan before he gets close. Lu Yuan slips past the attack so fast he simply vanishes from its aim and reappears above the deity's head. Even Bai Dafei is stunned, because he had no idea Lu Yuan could move this absurdly fast. From there Lu Yuan starts kiting the deity, darting around it just enough to keep every bit of its attention glued to him. The giant keeps swatting at him, but Lu Yuan refuses to commit and dodges every attack with almost insulting ease. Lu Yuan even tosses in a few token sword slashes, not to injure it, but to keep the already furious deity chasing only him. Watching this, Bai Dafei slowly realizes that stepping in would only ruin the rhythm, so the safest help he can offer is doing absolutely nothing. In truth, Lu Yuan is still holding back, because he is already thinking past the battle and making sure he does not look too outstanding afterward. He deliberately keeps his performance at a controlled level, since solving everything too brilliantly would only drag him into the sex's spotlight. That caution does not mean he is gambling though, because Lu Yuan came to the palace with backup plans already in place even if Mu Qiqi and Bai Dafei do not know them yet. At last Mu Qiqi finishes charging the coiling snake golden light sword and calls for Lu Yuan to clear the way. Lu Yuan instantly peels away as a gust of wind, leaving the deity exposed right under the descending golden sword. For the first time, the crimson-red deity looks truly scared when it feels the killing pressure of Mu Qiqi's magic item. Desperate to survive, it starts draining the 30 blood warrior monks even harder, making them cough blood as the swastika on its chest flares bright red. The deity throws up its palm to meet the falling golden sword, and the collision detonates across the whole courtyard. For a tense moment the two forces lock together, and Mu Qiqi strains hard to keep pressing the blade through. The 30 blood warrior monks are in even worse shape, bleeding from all 7 orifices as the deity burns through their lives to hold on. Then the stalemate finally breaks, and cracks rip across the deity's palm and race up its entire arm. Lu Yuan is stunned that the crimson-red deity can still resist Mu Qiqi's low-grade magic item, because a Foundation Establishment Level 9 sword cultivator should have crushed something made from 30 sacrificed monks. The deity finally starts to break down, and 10 blood warrior monks explode into a cloud of blood while the other 20 are left covered in wounds. In a desperate counter, the deity blows apart its own right arm and throws sticky blood onto the coiling snake golden light sword to foul it. The golden light burns away part of the blood, but too much gets through, and Mu Qiqi is hit with backlash through her mental link to the sword. Even with her mind injured, Mu Qiqi forces the sword down one last time and hacks a huge diagonal wound through the deity's shoulder and torso. The strike cripples the monster but still does not finish it. showing just how abnormal the blood-chi body of the deity really is. With Mu Chi-Chi unable to control the sword anymore, the deity uses its heart blood to further corrupt the weapon and smash her consciousness. Mu Chi-Chi finally collapses unconscious, leaving only Lu Yuan and Bai Dafei facing the half-destroyed but still active deity. Bai Dafei panics and suggests grabbing Mu Chi-Chi and running, but Lu Yuan flatly says this is no longer about whether they flee, only where they could even flee to. When Bai Dafei looks up, he finally sees the truth. A gigantic blood formation has already sealed the entire Great Xia capital. Bai Dafei realizes Chinda has been hiding terrifying resources all along, because a mortal emperor should never have been able to build something like this. He quickly changes plans and says the deity is slow enough that he and Lu Yuan might be able to keep kiting it through the city until the sect arrives. Lu Yuan refuses again and says the monster has to die here, because if it gets out of the palace the whole capital will be in danger. To make him understand, Lu Yuan tells Bai Dafei to look behind him, where fires and battle are already spreading outside the palace walls. Lu Yuan reveals he prepared for this before coming to the palace and ordered the Devil Slayers division to seize control of the capital if he failed to send word back in time. That is exactly why Lu Yuan cannot let the deity run loose now, because hundreds of thousands of civilians would be caught in the disaster. Bai Dafei still insists the two of them should not be able to kill that thing, but Lu Yuan points out that Mu Chi-Chi already smashed it down to foundation establishment level, or lower. Then Lu Yuan calmly asks Bai Dafei for one promise: no matter what happens next, pretend he never saw it. After Bai Dafei agrees, Lu Yuan shocks him by walking straight toward the Crimson Red deity instead of retreating. What Bai Dafei does not know is that Lu Yuan is not gambling with his life at all. He sees this fused monster as a perfect soul-refining tonic that could greatly boost his cultivation. The crippled deity still looks terrifying with its sword-pinned shoulder and surging blood essence, but Lu Yuan openly tells it that if it had stayed at core formation level he would not have attacked. Now that the deity has fallen to foundation establishment, Lu Yuan says the situation is different, and the air around him suddenly turns lethal. Bai Dafei feels an aura from Lu Yuan that he has only ever felt from powerful intersect sword cultivator elders, and he realizes this junior has been hiding something monstrous. Lu Yuan draws the Qiyuan sword into his hand as green flames pour from his body and merge with the invisible winds of formless squall. By stacking wood, fire, and wind together, Lu Yuan unveils his fusion divine ability, the formless green flame. For the first time, the Crimson Red deity loses its arrogance and stares at Lu Yuan in shock and fear. Lu Yuan says he has spent more than 20 years cultivating only to stay alive, so his methods were built for self-protection first, not glory. But he adds that on a dangerous cultivation path, even a life-saving technique can become a killing technique when the time comes. With the sword fully charged, Lu Yuan states his confidence outright. Against core formation and below, he is invincible. He swings, and a terrifying wave of formless green flame sword chi tears across the courtyard at the crippled giant. Bai Dafei can only stare blankly, because the thing Lu Yuan calls a life-saving technique looks like a sure-kill move. Lu Yuan's confidence is not empty bravado, because his stacked heaven-grade spiritual roots and divine soul pill refinement technique let a foundation establishment cultivator fight far above his realm. Most core formation cultivators dominate by stabilizing the soul and using divine soul attacks, but Lu Yuan's soul cultivation already cancels much of that advantage. So to Lu Yuan, this badly injured deity is only a loud-looking shell, not a real threat. The green sword she slams into the deity's raised left arm and slices a deep wound almost down to the bone. The surviving blood warrior monks dump the last of their vitality into the giant, and the arm starts regenerating almost immediately. Lu Yuan does not wait for it to recover, because once he starts killing, he intends to finish the job completely. The deity lowers its arm and finds Lu Yuan gone, suddenly forced to search for him in panic. A voice from above makes it look up, and Lu Yuan is already over its head with another fully charged green strike ready to fall. This time Lu Yuan does not throw sword chi from a distance, and instead flashes straight into point-blank range. Face to face with the giant, Lu Yuan quietly says goodbye before swinging across its neck. The deity's monstrous body proves useless against him, and Lu Yuan cleanly beheads it with a single sword. As blood rains down in the palace courtyard, Lu Yuan does not step away and instead raises his left hand to begin refining the deity's soul. After refining the Crimson Red deity, Lu Yuan drags out not just soul power but its blood chi and vitality too. Two pills take shape in Lu Yuan's hands, one for the soul and one for blood chi, while Bai Dafei only assumes this is cleanup work. The arrogant pseudo-core deity finally vanishes, and the 30 blood warrior monks drop as shriveled corpses. With the immediate danger gone, Lu Yuan comes back to Bai Dafei and the still unconscious Mu Chi-Chi. Lu Yuan warns that Chinda is not finished yet, and everything so far was probably meant to buy time for a hidden trump card. Bai Dafei wants to chase Chinda immediately, but he is also worried they cannot leave Mu Chi-Chi behind. Lu Yuan calmly volunteers to pursue the emperor alone and tells Bai Dafei to stay and protect Mu Chi-Chi. Bai Dafei is so thrown off by Lu Yuan's fearless attitude that he barely recognizes the usually cautious junior brother. Before leaving, Lu Yuan asks for one favor. If the sect asks later, Bai Dafei must say Mu Chi-Chi killed the Crimson Red deity. Bai Dafei is stunned, because that kill credit could have won Lu Yuan huge rewards, even a magic treasure. Lu Yuan refuses to explain himself, and only repeats that he needs Bai Dafei to keep his mouth shut. Owing him his life, Bai Dafei solemnly agrees to cover for Lu Yuan and watch over Mu Chichi. Lu Yuan heads deeper into the palace, but his confidence comes from the clone he already has beneath the grounds. Even so, Lu Yuan has no intention of charging straight at Chinda when an unknown trump card might still threaten core formation experts. His so-called pursuit is really a detour for profit, because the treasure he wants is the national luck tied to Chinda's jade seal. Following that luck-rich pull, Lu Yuan stops in front of a bookshelf and finds a hidden passage behind it. True to form, he still refuses to trust an empty hallway and sends puppets in first to test for traps. Only after the scouts return safely does Lu Yuan step into the secret passage himself. The passage leads him into a hidden chamber where an evil Buddha statue is clutching the Great Xia Imperial Jade Seal. Lu Yuan immediately realizes the statue is devouring the seal's luck and feeding the blood-colored array over the capital. Seeing Chinda gamble even the kingdom's fate on this scheme, Lu Yuan cuts the statue down without hesitation. The statue shatters, the jade seal drops free, and Lu Yuan quickly claims it for himself. The system rewards Lu Yuan with a massive jump in luck value the moment the kingdom's fortune shifts. Far below, the whole underground space trembles, and Chinda instantly knows someone has destroyed his Buddha statue on the surface. A Huanchi sect monk named Jingchen steps from the shadows, calm and polite, but his presence makes it clear Chinda was never acting alone. Chinda demands to know why Jingchen never helped kill the Qingyun disciples above them. Jingchen explains that the statue had been suppressing his aura, and now that cover is gone, Qingyun sect experts could discover him at any moment. The moment Jingchen hints he may leave, Chinda panics and begs for time to finish the reincarnation technique. Chinda stakes everything on bringing in the goddess so the ritual can finish, trusting Jingchen's core formation strength to get him out alive afterward. Jingchen agrees on the surface, but behind that smile he already knows Chinda is only disposable fuel for the Buddha child. Soon a group of practitioners arrives carrying both the Gild Buddha child statue and a sack that should contain the goddess, and Chinda lights up with greedy relief. But Jingchen's expression hardens, because the body in the sack has no trace of the Buddha child's divine soul inside it. Jingchen abruptly orders them to throw the person out, exposing that he has seen through the setup. The sack bursts open in a blast of fire as Lu Yuan's disguised clone moves first. The ambush wipes out almost the entire escort on the spot, leaving only Lu Ming alive and badly injured. Standing in the flames in Suwaner's form, Lu Yuan grins and calls Jingchen the real big fish of this trap. Jingchen identifies Lu Yuan's fire technique at a glance, and coldly points out that a Foundation establishment cultivator should not be able to threaten him. Lu Yuan answers by calling for the others to stop pretending, because his trap was never a one-man play. Two burned bodies rise back to their feet and shed the disguise, revealing Han Yuanshan and Patriarch Yuanqing as the hidden core formation cultivators in Lu Yuan's trap. Chinda is horrified to recognize Patriarch Yuanqing among the hidden elders, and the trap suddenly feels like a family judgment as much as a raid. Patriarch Yuanqing openly condemns Chinda for selling out the imperial line to devil monks and asks if he really thought that path could end well. Chinda snaps back that he had no choice but to fight against death itself. Treating it as an imperial family disgrace, Patriarch Yuanqing asks Han Yuanshan to stand back while he settles Chinda himself. Han Yuanshan agrees without hesitation, clearly convinced Patriarch Yuanqing can handle enemies far above the ordinary core formation level. Lu Yuan wants to object, because as far as he is concerned this is exactly when people should gang up, not split into proud one-on-ones. When Han Yuanshan keeps reassuring him, Lu Yuan can only swallow the warning and complain to himself that core formation cultivators are way too unstable. When Qin Yuanqing and Han Yuanshan suddenly step out, Chinda instantly realizes Lu Yuan has been baiting him the whole time. In Chinda's mind, every move of his hidden reincarnation plan has been countered since Lu Yuan took Su Wan'er away. Chinda is especially furious that Lu Yuan treated a mere mortal emperor like a top-level monster, and prepared for every worst-case outcome. The reason core formation elders came at all is that Lu Yuan deliberately framed the case around Great Xia's weakening national luck and possible devil cultivator infiltration. Mu Qin takes that warning seriously and orders Qin Yuanqing and Han Yuanshan to sneak into the capital in disguise and catch the culprits with proof. Now that the trap is shut, Lu Yuan quietly checks the matchup and sees Qin Yuanqing should hold the advantage over Jingchen by one cultivation rank. Even with Qin Yuanqing favored on paper, Lu Yuan still trusts caution more than numbers and quietly backs away before the core formation fight explodes. Jingchen greets Qin Yuanqing with eerie calm, mocking the old fugitive who has now grown into a core formation cultivator. Qin Yuanqing answers bluntly that even Jingchen's master could not kill him, so this junior devil monk has even less chance. Jingchen answers that victory is not decided by seniority, and scarlet devil Buddhist power starts spilling out around him. His twisted Sanskrit does the opposite of holy scripture, dragging hidden desire to the surface instead of calming anyone down. Chinda, with no cultivation and a heart full of craving, is hit worst of all and instantly loses control. To everyone's horror, Chinda starts stripping and shamelessly clings to a stone pillar right in the middle of the hidden chamber. Lu Yuan can only stare in pained disbelief, thinking this is the kind of sight nobody should have to survive. Qin Yuanqing finally roars at Chinde to wake up, furious that the Emperor of Great Xia is disgracing the imperial family like this. The shout snaps Chinde back to himself, and the Emperor looks down at his own naked mess in instant crushing humiliation. While Chinde dies of embarrassment, Han Yuanshan turns to Lu Yuan and finds it very suspicious that this shameless disciple was barely affected at all. Han Yuanshan bluntly lists Lu Yuan's brothel nights, hidden beauty, and general behavior, then says a lecher like him should have been easy prey for Jing Chen's devil voice. His real regret is even worse. Han Yuanshan sighs that it is a pity he could not record Lu Yuan making a fool of himself for future amusement. Lu Yuan can only swallow the slander internally, too guilty looking to argue out loud before the real fight begins. Then Jing Chen drops all pretense and unleashes the Huanqi Arhat body, swelling into a towering muscle-bound monster. A massive Huanqi Buddha staff appears in Jing Chen's hands, turning him into a brutal close-range nightmare. Qin Yuanqing answers by drawing the Great Xia Emperor's sword, a golden dragon-wreathed weapon carrying the authority of the kingdom itself. Lu Yuan immediately recognizes that Qin Yuanqing's sword is the superior magic item, one that grows stronger with Great Xia's national luck but only works inside the kingdom. Even Jing Chen grows more serious at the sight of that sword, while Qin Yuanqing makes it clear he intends to end this inside Great Xia's borders. The core formation battle erupts at full force, with Qin Yuanqing attacking like a war god and Jing Chen forced onto the defensive despite all his bluster. Their clash shakes the whole palace above, turning the secret fight below into a city-level disturbance. Outside, Bai Dafei is still trying to understand the chaos when Lu Yuan suddenly flies toward him at top speed. Lu Yuan does not explain anything except the important part: run, right now. He bolts out of the palace carrying the unconscious Mu Qiqi on his back, and Bai Dafei hurriedly chases after them on his sword. A heartbeat later, part of the palace collapses into a massive pit exactly where they had just been. 3 figures burst from the collapsed pit and streak into the distance, with Han Yuanshan and Qin Yuanqing clearly pursuing Jing Chen through the air. Watching from safety, Bai Dafei is deeply relieved they ran when they did, because one slower step might have buried them too. Once the capital begins coming down, Bai Dafei finally asks the obvious question. Lu Yuan went after the emperor, so where is Chinde now? Lu Yuan simply points at the collapse and says Chinde is buried under there and probably dead. That answer leaves Bai Dafei speechless, and he finally realizes Lu Yuan had hidden backing the whole time while he and Mu Qiqi were only the visible cover. With Jing Chen escaping and Chinde dead, the palace crisis is over, but Lu Yuan knows the real disaster almost swallowed the whole capital too. Chinde had secretly turned all 3,000 imperial guards into blood corpses, planning to unleash them on the civilians and harvest enough life force for his reincarnation. Even the array over the capital was part of the trap, sealing the city so news could not escape and ordinary people could not flee. Lu Yuan had already prepared for that possibility, burning a huge amount of spirit stones to activate the Devil Slayer's division teleportation array and bring reinforcements in early. The cost was painful, but compared to saving the capital, Lu Yuan is already looking ahead to the rewards and favors this victory should bring. In Lu Yuan's courtyard, Bai Dafei finally asks if this whole mess really started because the emperor trusted a Huanqi sect demonic monk and dreamed of cultivating again through reincarnation. Lu Yuan keeps his tone casual as he says he sensed something wrong soon after arriving in the capital, investigated in secret, confirmed Chinde's collusion, and moved first to stop it. Bai Dafei stares at him like he has survived some terrifying game of life and death, while Lu Yuan quietly decides not to ruin that heroic image. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's own idea of danger is a lot less heroic, and his mind drifts to the brothel and the trouble of training Su Wanner instead of battlefield glory. Their chat is cut short when Han Yuanshan and Qin Yuanqing arrive in the courtyard together. Lu Yuan is surprised they came back so fast from chasing Jing Chen, but Han Yuanshan immediately makes him say the obvious part out loud. Lu Yuan guesses the sect is not ready to openly drag core formation experts into the war with the Devil Path, so Jing Chen had to be allowed to escape. Han Yuanshan confirms it, but he also reassures Lu Yuan that he and Qin Yuanqing badly wounded Jing Chen's source, so the monk will need decades to recover and cannot come back for revenge soon. Once that business is settled, Qin Yuanqing abruptly turns to the real reason he came and demands that Lu Yuan hand over whatever he pocketed in the palace. Lu Yuan immediately pretends he has no idea what Qin Yuanqing means, but his drifting eyes give the whole act away. Han Yuanshan instantly shields his disciple, acting like Lu Yuan is too young and pure to knowingly steal anything, and the two of them silently coordinate the scam. Cornered by this shameless master-disciple pair, Qin Yuanqing drops the hard approach and offers a proper trade for the Imperial Jade Seal instead. He explains that the Imperial Jade Seal carries part of Great Xia's Imperial luck and is valuable, but without Imperial blood it is useless to outsiders anyway. Lu Yuan acts polite about accepting compensation, but the second he gets a chance he asks for something outrageous instead, a Mountain River medallion. The name alone makes Qin Yuanqing choke, and even Han Yuanshan is startled by how greedy Lu Yuan is being. When Bai Dafei asks what that medallion even is, Han Yuanshan explains that it is a special array treasure used to shape a territory's land and spiritual energy, and sects usually control them by region. He adds that his own medallion governs the intersect Pharmacist Valley, making it clear this is the kind of treasure powerful cultivators use to build and control a home domain. That only makes Lu Yuan's request stranger, so Lu Yuan smoothly claims he does not expect to ever reach core formation and wants to compensate by cultivating extra spiritual roots instead. He says he wants to study arrays and build an Earth spiritual root foundation, making the Mountain River Medallion sound like a practical tool instead of a crazy luxury. Han Yuanshan and Qin Yuanqing find the logic believable enough, but Bai Dafei quietly calls nonsense in his head because he has seen Lu Yuan kill a pseudo-core formation deity in one strike. Still, Bai Dafei keeps his promise and says nothing, leaving Qin Yuanqing to finally agree to the trade. Qin Yuanqing does not hand over a same-grade medallion, but he does produce a lower-grade Mountain River medallion and an even more surprising extra treasure, an incomplete Mountain River painting. The painting turns out to be a damaged living treasure, with missing sections and a missing celestial being that would have to be restored before it can return to true magic item level. Even incomplete, the two treasures are worth more than enough for the Imperial Jade Seal, and everyone knows Qin Yuanqing is only bleeding this much because Lu Yuan helped save the dynasty from a worse disaster. The moment Qin Yuanqing asks if he accepts, Lu Yuan agrees so fast it is almost embarrassing and snatches both items before anyone can rethink it. At that point Qin Yuanqing wants no part of this courtyard anymore, convinced that if he stays longer the shameless pair might strip him clean. Han Yuanshan follows after him, but not before praising Lu Yuan's recent performance, and promising to seek proper credit for him from the sect leader. After the two seniors leave and Bai Dafei goes to rest, the courtyard finally quiets down, with Mu Qiqi still recovering in a guest room nearby. Now alone, Lu Yuan studies the Mountain River Medallion and the Mountain River painting, because these are exactly what he needs to start his Earth Spiritual Root Foundation establishment. What matters most to him is the Mountain and River Array Diagram Foundation chapter, since it can let him control terrain, seek favorable ground, and avoid danger. And with both treasures together, he can eventually unlock the divine ability Earth Prison and drag enemies into the Mountain and River Array Diagram itself for battle. Getting the medallion was already a win, so ending up with the incomplete painting too makes Lu Yuan feel like his luck is absurdly good right now. By the end, Lu Yuan can only sit there and smugly laugh to himself, convinced that his smile alone is what brought him this run of impossible luck. Lu Yuan had hoped to finish every Heaven Path Foundation establishment before Chinda made his move, but he realizes the plan is already hitting hard limits. After completing the metal, wood, water, fire, and wind roots, he finds the remaining earth, lightning, yin, and yang roots are blocked by missing techniques and strict requirements. The biggest immediate problem is earth cultivation, because Lu Yuan has the Mountain River Array Diagram but cannot use it without a Mountain River Medallion. He first considers using Great Xia's lower-grade Mountain River official seal as a substitute, but he treats that as a backup, not the real answer. What Lu Yuan truly wanted from the start was the Imperial Jade Seal itself, because its essence is basically the Mountain River Medallion he needs. He never expected to keep that seal forever, so his real scheme was always to trade it back to the Xia Imperial clan for a proper Mountain River Medallion, or at least a first-grade official seal. Instead, Qin Yuanqing's deal gives Lu Yuan both the orthodox Mountain River Medallion and a Mountain River painting, turning a careful plan into an unexpected windfall. Even with the right items in hand, Lu Yuan still cannot start the Earth Foundation establishment until he fully refines both treasures. As he studies them, Lu Yuan sees just how dangerous the pair can become once the painting unfolds into a small mountain river domain around him. With the medallion linked to that space, Lu Yuan will be able to control the terrain itself and decide whether the environment helps or crushes whoever enters. The nastiest part is that Lu Yuan can preload formations inside the painting, which means an array master like him will finally be able to carry a whole mountain protecting array into battle. Once he grasps that advantage, Lu Yuan stops hesitating and begins refining the medallion and painting in earnest. He estimates the refinement will take about a year, and if the Earth root succeeds after that, his perfect golden core will no longer feel far away. Far away at the border of the 6 states, the story shifts to the line separating the 5 righteous sect realms from the demonic country of Liang. Unlike the righteous sects, the 3 devilish sects rule Liang directly, splitting the empire between blood, lust, and death. That direct rule has twisted Liang into a brutal empire where survival of the fittest is law and cruelty is treated as normal. Inside Liang's imperial palace, a lavish feast of vice is underway, with scantily dressed attendants moving through a hall packed with predatory nobles and cultivators. The hall is split into 3 camps: pale red-robed Xiuyang cultivators, yellow-robed Huanqi monks embracing attendants, and white-clad Shurxian members steeped in death aura. These sects normally clash as much as anyone else, so their peaceful gathering immediately feels wrong. Then 3 young leaders step into the hall together, and every person present rises at once to greet them. The crowd welcomes Yang Xiujie, Heng Le, and Fu Jiu as the Xiuyang Young Lord, Huanqi Buddha Child, and Shurxian Dao Zi. Yang Xiujie and Heng Le are both pseudo-core geniuses ranked first and second on the mortal ranking, while Fu Jiu sits lower in cultivation but still holds the sect heir's seat. Once they take the main seats, the entire palace falls quiet, because everyone knows an announcement this serious can only mean war. Hongla closes his eyes and chants softly. Fujio sits like a corpse, and Yang Xiujia is left to speak for all three. With a smile, Yang Xiujia announces that the three devilish sects have reached a new agreement. The agreement is simple and terrifying, no more restraint, and everyone is free to slaughter their way through the lands of the five righteous sects. He calls it a feast at last, and the whole palace erupts in crazed cheers like starving beasts finally being unleashed. A year later in Great Xia's Devil Slayers Division, an urgent letter lands in Lu Yuan's hands. As he reads, Lu Yuan learns that the Great Lian Kingdom has launched a full invasion against the five righteous sect territories. The report says the demonic forces are split into 3 armies, and Great Xia will face the full assault of the Xiuyang sect head-on. Lu Yuan is not shocked that mortals are being dragged into it, because for cultivators this war has always been about territory, resources, and who gets to rule the people below. Still, the letter makes one thing clear. Great Xia is no longer looking at an ordinary human war but a battlefield where mortals and cultivators will collide together. Not long after, a sect order arrives telling Lu Yuan to mobilize the Devil Slayers Division practitioners and support Great Xia's army. The order also makes clear that his front will not be the real center of the war, because the fiercest fighting is gathering at the Full Moon Mountain Range on the 6th state border. That mountain range is where righteous and demonic cultivators have chosen to settle wars for generations, so the strongest experts can fight without destroying both sides' civilian populations. Lu Yuan realizes the mortal armies are mostly a signal to the population that rulers may change, while the true result will be decided by the cultivators. Once he understands that, Lu Yuan sees his assignment for what it really is, a safer secondary battlefield meant to keep him away from the worst part of the war. He knows a Foundation establishment cultivator is little more than cannon fodder once core formation elders enter the field, so this posting had to come through protection from above. That makes Lu Yuan think of Han Yuan Shan, and beneath all the sarcasm, he finally feels how much his master has been shielding him. Before he can dwell on it any longer, Su Wan arrives and quietly reports that all the practitioners have assembled. Lu Yuan steadies himself, gives a brief order to move, and heads for the main hall with Su Wan at his side. In the main hall, nearly every headquarters practitioner is already waiting, packed into a heavy silence. When Lu Yuan enters, the gathered practitioners salute him together as Director Green Flame. But instead of announcing the war, Lu Yuan starts with a strange order and tells certain people to step forward. He calls out the first group, anyone with parents should lead the line. Then he keeps going, naming one vulnerable family tie after another, wives and children, only sons, husbands without children, fathers and sons serving together, and brothers in the force. After a long, uneasy hesitation, more than 200 practitioners step out, and even the golden medallion pair Shang Yun and Fang Ru are among them. Lu Yuan looks at the people who answered and orders every one of them to hand over their practitioner medallions. Panic ripples through the hall, because surrendering those medallions means losing their identities and positions in the Devil Slayers Division. Shang Yun breaks first, asking if they offended Lu Yuan, and why he is stripping them of everything. Lu Yuan does not explain himself, and only repeats the order in the same cold voice. When even Shang Yun and Fa Ru reluctantly surrender their golden medallions, the rest have no choice but to follow. A pile of practitioner medallions gathers before Lu Yuan, and with one sweep of green flame, he burns them all to ash. The people who lost their medallions stare at the ashes in grief, because many of them have spent most of their lives serving here and suddenly no longer know who they are. Then Lu Yuan finally tells them the truth. From this day on, they have nothing to do with the Devil Slayers Division and will never be ordered into danger again. He ends it with the words they never expected to hear from him: all of them are free. Instead of celebrating, the released practitioners break down in tears, because Lu Yuan has just severed them from the only life most of them have ever known. Even the practitioners who are staying behind look stricken, as if they are watching old comrades walk away from a funeral. Lu Yuan still does not soften, and he orders the dismissed group to leave at once because they are no longer needed here. Shan Yun finally turns away with Fang Ru and leaves the place that had been his whole life, his back suddenly looking years older. Lion Ape and Iron Ox almost speak up for the departing veterans, but one look from Lu Yuan shuts them both down. After the discharged group is gone and the hall feels much emptier, Lu Yuan finally turns to the ones who remain. Only then does he reveal the real weight of the gathering and ask the question hanging over all of them: are they ready to face death? Lu Yuan looked over the remaining practitioners and asked the only question that mattered now: were they ready to face death? His meaning finally clicked for them. When Lu Yuan sent the others away earlier, he was not being cold, he was trying to save lives before a brutal war. Lu Yuan had already judged this clearly. The real deciding battle would be between cultivators at the Full Moon Mountain Range, so throwing away Devil Slayers Division lives here was not worth it. Even so, the enemy had come to Great Xia's door, and Lu Yuan decided the people still standing in front of him were enough for the plan he had in mind. Lion Ape stepped out first and, on behalf of the whole division, told Lu Yuan they were ready to follow his command. Seeing that resolve, Lu Yuan quietly approved of their morale and finally began giving the truth of the situation. He broke the news bluntly. Great Lian had already sent a 500,000-strong devilish army to the Great Xia border. The room turned grim at once, because most of them had never lived through a real war between kingdoms on this scale. Only Lion Ape had even touched the edge of the last great war, and the memory of that blood-soaked battlefield still made his heart pound. That only deepened everyone's respect for Lu Yuan, because now they understood he had already tried to spare whoever he could. Lu Yuan told them the Liang army would reach Moon Mountain Pass within days, and every practitioner here would be sent into that battle. He warned them this was no longer a simple mortal war, because once practitioners were involved, devil cultivators would be on the field too. Then Lu Yuan laid down his first rule: the Devil Slayers division would take orders from him alone, not from outside commanders. His second rule was harsher. Once he gave an order, every practitioner had to obey it without exception or be killed on the spot. The third rule drew the line even more clearly. No one was allowed to use the chaos of war to prey on civilians, or they would die without mercy too. Those two blunt death sentences changed the mood of the hall, and for the first time many of them really felt what war meant. Lu Yuan knew why they were shaken, because on a battlefield of hundreds of thousands, even cultivators at their level could be surrounded and beaten to death. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were not safe in such a war, and that reminder made Lu Yuan himself stay fully on guard. Looking at the people before him, Lu Yuan could not help wondering how many of them would still be alive after this battle ended. That thought widened into something bitter, because in a world where everyone chased immortality, very few would ever truly reach it. So Lu Yuan ended the gathering with a stark blessing instead of false comfort. He wished them all a prosperous immortal fate. With that, the mobilization began, and the new war between Great Xia and Great Liang formally started moving into place. But war did not begin with a charge, because the battlefield still needed its defenses, logistics, and formations, leaving everyone only half a day to settle what mattered most. In Great Xia's Xiqing district, that half day found Zhang Tinius still at his forge, calmly finishing a farmer's hoe as if the world were ordinary. The farmer happily praised Zhang Tinius' workmanship, saying his tools were the best bargain in the city. Then the farmer teasingly asked why such a reliable man still had not taken a wife. Zhang Tinius' answer was only a shy glance across the street, and that was enough to give away everything. Across from him was Madame Gan, a gentle widow taking care of her daughter while running a tofu stall alone. The farmer instantly saw the truth and urged Zhang Tinius not to be too slow, warning that Madame Gan might remarry if he hesitated. When Madame Gan happened to look up, their eyes met for a heartbeat before both of them awkwardly looked away. Their cover-up only made it more obvious, with Zhang Tinius hammering metal that did not need hammering and Madame Gan fussing over a stall that was already neat. The farmer laughed his way off with the hoe, still hoping he would someday get to attend Zhang Tinius' wedding. Zhang Tinius spent the rest of the day quietly finishing orders, but by sunset the thinning street already felt like the end of a peaceful chapter. He shut the shop and put up a sign saying he was out on business, because he was finally heading back to the Devil Slayers division. Before he could leave, Madame Gan's daughter ran up and tugged at his trousers with a bowl of tofu pudding in her hands. The little girl cheerfully explained that her mother wanted him to taste it, because everyone knew honest old Iron Ox would not lie about whether it was good. When Zhang Tinius looked up, he found Madame Gan avoiding his eyes and fidgeting in obvious embarrassment. He accepted the gesture at once and swallowed the whole bowl in one giant mouthful. The little girl stared at him in disbelief, as if a man with that appetite might be able to eat several children in one meal. Then Zhang Tinius finally gave his verdict in his clumsy, earnest way. It was very, very delicious. That answer made the little girl explode with joy, loudly announcing to her mother that Uncle Iron Ox had approved the cooking. With that excuse, Madame Gan finally walked over herself and tried to play it off as a child's joke. Even while saying it was only her first attempt, she still asked the question she really cared about and looked straight at him for the truth. That shy, beautiful look hit Zhang Tinius harder than any weapon, leaving him blushing so badly that heat practically steamed off his body. Her daughter pointed out the smoke in delighted disbelief, and Madame Gan could not help laughing at him. Then the warmth broke in an instant when 3 fireworks rose beyond the city walls, the signal that called him back to war. The silly smile disappeared from Zhang Tinius' face, replaced by the hard resolve of a man who had no choice but to answer that summons. Madame Gan sensed the change at once and asked him, worried now, what was wrong. He could only answer that he had to go, and as he turned to leave, he lifted the empty bowl and said he hoped to eat it again when he came back. Madame Gan quietly answered that she would make more for him when he returned, meeting his unspoken feelings with one small promise of her own. Zhang Tinius gave one last simple answer and strode out of the city toward the gathering point. Madame Gan watched his back disappear and felt, too late, that if she did not speak now she might never get another chance. But after opening her mouth again and again, she still could not ask him to stay, and could only watch helplessly until he vanished from sight. As Iron Ox heads for the muster point outside the capital, hidden devil slayers quietly leave their ordinary lives behind too. The story pauses to make one point clear: these practitioners are not tools, but living people with their own hearts and lives. In a back alley, Lion Ape reluctantly stops feeding stray cats when his subordinate tells him it is time to move. He softly nudges the cats away and walks off toward the assembly point with his men. Back at headquarters, Su Wanner tells Lu Yuan the assembly signal has gone out and they should leave too. Instead of rising at once, Lu Yuan suddenly asks Su Wanner what cultivators are really supposed to be cultivating for. Su Wanner answers with the standard cultivator dream: freedom, immortality, and escaping the mediocrity of ordinary people. Lu Yuan just smiles and tells her she has already picked up the arrogance that poisons so many cultivators. Looking at the sunset, Lu Yuan says many cultivators only pretend all lives are equal when facing someone stronger, while they look down on everyone below them. He calls that lofty immortal talk hypocrisy, not transcendence. Then Lu Yuan gives Su Wanner his own answer: cultivate freedom so you can do what you believe is right, and cultivate longevity so you have more time to live as a human being. He warns her not to become one of those dried-up old monsters who cultivate until they forget how to be human. His final line lands cleanly on her: immortals may pursue the mountain path, but they are still people first. Su Wanner follows that thought straight to his recent choices and asks whether driving Shan Yun and the others away was also what he believed was right. She says the old secretary never treated devil slayers like humans, and the sect cultivators who came here acted the same way once they held power. Lu Yuan nods and says she has learned the lesson fast. That is exactly the double standard he meant. He adds another rule for her to remember: never force on others what you would not accept yourself. Then he lays out his real view of the war. This is a struggle among higher-ups, and people like them are just the expendable ones caught underneath it. Because of that, Lu Yuan says he will save as many lives as he can instead of letting people die for nothing. Su Wanner suddenly smiles, and the warmth of that reaction throws Lu Yuan off for a beat. When he asks what is funny, she smoothly changes the subject and brings up his trip to Drunken Cloud Brothel. She presses the tease further, asking if his brothel visit was also part of cultivating freedom and exposing that Shan Yun told her he kept praising the twin courtesans there. Lu Yuan is left completely speechless, instantly realizing his grand lesson has been turned into a perfect backstab. Then Su Wanner blushes, steps closer, and murmurs that if he wants, she might not be worse than those courtesans. To make sure the hit lands, she runs her fingertips across the back of his hand and teases him to the limit. Before Lu Yuan can answer, Su Wanner bolts from the courtyard and leaves him standing there in a daze. A beat later, Lu Yuan finally processes what just happened and realizes his own maid teased him into silence. He can only laugh and admit she is getting bolder by the day, even while grumbling to himself about the brothel jab. Once the laughter passes, Lu Yuan leaves the residence for the front, fully prepared and ready to see what gives the Liang Kingdom's demonic army such confidence. At Moon Mountain Pass, the mood is pure despair as a great Xia soldier hacks at a half-dog demon and barely chips his own blade. The blood slave turns toward him with a brutal grin, and the soldier realizes a normal man has no chance against something like this. That same nightmare is playing out all along the wall as hundreds of blood slaves climb up and butcher the defenders. Just before the line fully breaks, several green fireballs crash down from the sky and incinerate the demons where they stand. The survivors look up and see masked devil slayers arriving at last, with Lu Yuan standing above them on a flying sword like a sudden answer to prayer. The soldiers nearly cry with relief because the reinforcements they were waiting for have finally reached the pass. One look at the carnage hardens Lu Yuan's eyes, and he gives a single order to wipe the demons out. The devil slayers surge onto the wall, and the same blood slaves who crushed ordinary soldiers are cut down almost immediately by practitioners who know how to kill demons. With the new force behind them, the past defenders roar back to life and drive the remaining Liang troops off the wall. The reason for that turnaround is simple. Xuyang sect blood slaves are brutal in close combat, but their stitched bodies collapse fast once spells or divine abilities disrupt them. After a few quick tests, the veteran practitioners spot that weakness and start killing the blood slaves efficiently. Once the wall is stabilized, the Xuyang cultivators behind the siege choose not to force the issue and sound the retreat instead. The enemy's sudden withdrawal leaves the surviving soldiers cheering one moment and collapsing from sheer exhaustion the next. Lu Yuan immediately sends healers from the devil slayers to treat the battered defenders. Not long after his arrival, a military messenger comes to invite Director Green Flame to the command tent because the general has been waiting for him. Lu Yuan leaves the rest of the practitioners to help where needed and brings Su Wanner, Lion Ape, and Iron Ox with him to the main tent. In the command tent, General Jinglun greets Lu Yuan respectfully, but Lu Yuan cuts past formalities and asks for the real situation. The general explains that 500,000 Liang soldiers are outside the pass, including 5,000 blood slaves like the monsters from the wall. The general says ordinary soldiers cannot handle those monsters, and only a few centurions and martial experts have kept the wall standing this long. Even so, the general insists the pass could still be held if the enemy were only attacking the walls head-on. The real problem is worse. Liang has already scattered nearly 1,000 blood slaves inside Great Xia territory to raid supply routes and choke the pass from behind. Because of those raids, the garrison only has enough food for half a month before the pass starts starving. So the general asks Lu Yuan to send practitioners after the blood slaves inside Great Xia and reopen the route before the pass runs dry. Lu Yuan does not answer right away and instead studies the map in silence, which immediately makes Jinglun uneasy. Then Lu Yuan asks the question that changes everything: what if the blood slaves were never targeting the food routes alone? The general looks back at the map and finally sees it. The attacked positions almost form a ring around the entire pass. Moon Mountain Pass is wedged between towering peaks, but that natural barrier only traps ordinary armies, not cultivators who can fly over the mountains. If the blood slaves are drawing all attention to the front, then enemy devil cultivators can slip behind the pass and seal the 300,000 defenders into a death trap. The realization sends a chill through the general because it suddenly explains why the enemy's recent sieges grew weaker instead of stronger. The general understands too late that Liang was never easing up. It was softening the front so it could swallow the pass and Great Xia's army in one brutal move. That scale of ambition tells Lu Yuan the three devil sects behind Liang are aiming far beyond a normal border war. The more Lu Yuan thinks, the worse it looks, because a plan like this only works if Liang already has foundation establishment cultivators inside its army. And that means this is no simple mortal campaign anymore, but a war sliding straight into a full cultivator conflict. In the Liang Kingdom camp outside Moon Mountain Pass, Lu Yuan's guess proves right. The enemy has gathered a dangerous group of foundation establishment cultivators. Their commander is Zhuan Yangbing, a level 7 foundation establishment direct disciple of Xiuyang's sect and a top mortal rank expert, so this is no ordinary raid. A junior asks why Qingyun's sect is still thinking like this is an old righteous versus devilish war, and Zhuan Yangbing answers while cradling a maid and drinking fresh blood instead of wine. Zhuan Yangbing says Qingyun's sect is not stupid, they just never expected the devilish path to use the mortal empire itself as the breakthrough point. He explains that older campaigns avoided dragging mortals into war, but the sect elders changed their minds because slaughter and death only make devil cultivators stronger. For him, ordinary people are just materials for blood slaves, so their real goal is to plunder Great Xia's population and feed war with more war. He reveals the siege of Moon Mountain Pass is only bait to make Qingyun's sect focus on the grain route, while the real strike hits densely populated towns inside Great Xia. He even mocks Qingyun's sect's so-called righteousness, saying they care about mortals no more than cattle, so they will be caught flat-footed by this sneak attack. 10 foundation establishment devil cultivators are ready to slip into Great Xia, because breaking the pass head-on would trigger a defensive array too strong even for core formation experts to smash casually. Confident in the plan, Zhuan Yanbing raises his cup and toasts them to a safe journey. But before sending them out, he adds that he still has backup measures to explain because he never trusts a plan without layers. His hidden arrangements are so detailed that even his own people are startled by how far ahead he has planned. When one junior says this feels overly cautious, Zhuan Yanbing asks if he knows what really made him a successor disciple and a top-ranked genius. The junior flatters him for being vicious, cunning, and talented, but Zhuan Yanbing says that is only one part of why he rose so far. He declares that his greatest strength is stability. He always plans for the worst and acts as if accidents are guaranteed. He promises that if they follow his instructions, even a failed mission should still end with everyone escaping alive. By the time the camp returns to laughter and drinking, all of them are convinced no one in the world could be more stable than Zhuan Yanbing. Back inside Moon Mountain Pass, Lu Yuan lays out his own sprawling contingency plan, and even his allies feel he is preparing for disasters that should barely be possible. One officer finally asks if they really need to go this far, because Lu Yuan has prepared not just for the worst case but for something even worse than that. Lu Yuan answers calmly that unused precautions are harmless, but if even one low-probability disaster happens without a countermeasure, they lose their last chance to recover. He says his cultivation and talent are ordinary, so the reason he became the new Devil Slayers Division Director is simple. He is more stable than everyone else. Lu Yuan's creed mirrors the enemy's almost exactly. Others prepare for the worst, but he prepares for a scenario even worse than the worst. His subordinates are left almost intimidated, because they suddenly feel there may truly be no one in the world more stable than Lu Yuan either. That night, the Liang army launches another brutal siege, turning the walls of Moon Mountain Pass back into a slaughterhouse under the dark. While the defenders focus on the main battlefield, 10 figures from Xiuyang's sect quietly fly through the mountains and slip past the pass under cover of chaos. One infiltrator grumbles that Zhuan Yanbing is being absurdly overcautious, but another shuts him down and reminds him that extra tricks mean a better chance to leave Qingyun territory alive. Halfway through the mountain route, the infiltrators are suddenly stopped by 5 flying innate martial artists on patrol. The patrol demands to know who they are, because 10 foundation establishment strangers appearing in this mountain gap is already wrong enough to be dangerous. One Xiuyang cultivator smoothly claims they are Qingyun sect foundation establishment disciples rushing urgent news to the sect leader. Lion Ape steps out and asks for proof, refusing to trust a bold story on its own. The infiltrators produce Qingyun sect tokens and activate them, showing the proper light and soul-linked response that should be almost impossible to fake. For a moment the patrol wavers, and the infiltrators relax because this exact backup was one of Zhuan Yangbing's preparations before they left. Those tokens work because Xiuyang's sect secretly kept 10 captured Qingyun disciples alive and forcibly pushed them into foundation establishment just to maintain the disguise. When the patrol still does not move, the infiltrators turn aggressive and demand passage before anyone dares delay their urgent mission. Lion Ape remembers Lu Yuan's warning that devil cultivators might even disguise themselves with Qingyun tokens, so real-looking proof is not enough. Following that order, Lion Ape has already sent someone ahead to report, so now his job is simply to stall 10 stronger enemies until Lu Yuan arrives. Seeing the delay continue, the infiltrators pull out their next card, a Qingyun sect core formation elder token that should overrule any patrol on the spot. Under normal rules, that token would end the dispute immediately, but Lion Ape remembers Lu Yuan warned that if the enemy could forge disciple proof, they might forge elder proof too. So Lion Ape refuses again and firmly says they can leave only after Director Lu Yuan arrives in person to verify everything. That answer finally rattles the infiltrators, because they realize someone on the Qingyun side has already guessed their token disguise from the start. They remember Zhuan Yongbing's final instruction for exactly this case: if even the elder token fails, stop hesitating and retreat. Just as they decide to turn back, a calm voice cuts in from behind and asks where they think they are going. Lu Yuan has already arrived wearing a white mask, silently taking the rear position and sealing their escape route. The Xiyang cultivators are suddenly chilled, because the scene in front of them makes Zhuan Yongbing's boast about unmatched stability feel very wrong. Back in the Liang camp, another junior asks why Zhuan Yongbing held a second team back for 2 extra hours instead of sending everyone in at once. Zhuan Yongbing explains this delayed second batch is another layer of insurance, meant to slip through even if Qingyun somehow guesses part of his first plan. He sends them off with the same lesson as before: always prepare for the worst, and that is why he is the senior brother while they are not. Watching the second team fly toward Moon Mountain Pass, Zhuan Yongbing grows even more satisfied and tells himself his plan can only fail if someone even more stable than him exists. Certain that such a person cannot possibly exist, he laughs to himself and imagines Qingyun sect being toyed with in the palm of his hand. Inside Moon Mountain Pass, Lu Yuan sizes up the 10 visiting cultivators and quietly confirms they are all Foundation Establishment experts from Xiyang sect in disguise. He immediately judges them as a serious threat, because 10 Foundation Establishment infiltrators breaking past the pass would bring disaster inside Great Xia. Lu Yuan does not waste a word on explanations and orders Lion Ape to move, treating the ambush like a host greeting unwanted guests. Li Yueru is jolted that Lu Yuan saw through a disguise he thought was flawless, and he cannot believe this Qingyun side attacked without even playing the usual verbal game. Lu Yuan stays perfectly relaxed because he only shows up in person when he already knows the fight is heavily in his favor. With the cover blown, Li Yueru drops the act, mocks Lu Yuan's small team, and orders the Xiyang sect cultivators to show their real strength. The 10 infiltrators unleash the Blood Soul spell, flooding their bodies with blood chi until their robes turn into sinister blood-red armor-like cloaks. Then the blood demon transformation finishes, and Li Yueru and the other attackers twist into half-demon forms with fish scales, gills, fins, and tails. The transformed Xiyang sect fighters swarm Lion Ape and the other martial artists, expecting an easy kill, but Lu Yuan's side does not show a hint of panic. That calm is the real trap, because Lu Yuan raises an incomplete landscape painting and finally reveals his hidden role as an array master. As the painting opens, Lu Yuan's painted world spreads across the battlefield and locks everyone inside a large formation centered on him. Li Yueru's fear spikes at once, because he knows a protected array master can flip a whole group battle on its head. The array immediately crushes the invader's spiritual perception and makes every movement of spiritual energy feel heavy and wasteful. At the same time, the power the array steals from the enemy pours into Lu Yuan's side, turning his fighters into monsters inside his domain. Lion Ape feels the boost instantly. His aura surges like a beast finally let off the chain, and he charges the nearest Xiyang cultivator. His first slash smashes straight through a Foundation Establishment cultivator's defense and sends the man flying. Even when a second enemy jumps in to pin him down, Lion Ape still holds the line without losing ground. Across the formation, the same thing happens again and again as 5 and 8 martial artists suddenly fight 10 Foundation Establishment enemies to a standstill. Watching from the center, Lu Yuan is almost delighted by how brutally effective arrays are in a real group fight. His thoughts race ahead to even nastier combinations, like trapping people in an array and letting clones or puppets grind them down for him. Before Lu Yuan can enjoy the idea for long, one of the Xiyang sect cultivators takes a savage chest wound from a martial artist's saber. The martial artist follows through in one clean motion and beheads him, giving Lu Yuan's side the first Foundation Establishment kill of the battle. What the others do not notice is that the array quietly drags the dead man's blood chi and soul toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan closes his hand behind his back and calmly condenses that stolen power into a blood chi pill and a soul pill. That makes the formation even more dangerous, because anyone who dies inside it becomes fuel for Lu Yuan's divine soul pill refinement technique. The Xiyang sect side finally realizes this cannot drag on, because the longer they stay trapped, the more certain their defeat becomes. Li Yueru makes the obvious call and shouts that they have to kill the array master first, or none of them will leave alive. At his order, the surviving Xiyang sect cultivators stop holding back and ignite their blood with a desperate trump card. The boost partly claws back the power Lu Yuan stole from them, and 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators break free to rush him directly. Furious that Lu Yuan turned the battlefield into a cage and a slaughterhouse, Li Yueru charges with murder in his eyes and declares Lu Yuan's death. Lu Yuan only laughs inside, because the enemy finally made the classic support first decision without realizing their support might be the strongest fighter here. Li Yueru and the other Xiyang sect cultivators burn their blood and charge in, convinced that a mere array master like Lu Yuan will fold under a direct rush. Li Yueru reaches Lu Yuan first and swings his mantis-like blood blade straight for a killing strike. The strike slams into Lu Yuan's barrier instead, and a black tortoise shell pattern flashes across the green shield without cracking. Certain that even a strong defense must eventually break, Li Yueru unleashes a furious barrage against the shield. The other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators pile on too, because if they cannot kill Lu Yuan fast, reinforcements from Moon Mountain Pass could wipe them out. Half a minute later, the 4 attackers are rattled because Lu Yuan's shell-like defense still has not shown a single real opening. Lu Yuan was never frozen in fear at all. While standing still, he had already prepared Formless Squall on his sword and was ready to flee the instant they proved dangerous. After testing them long enough, Lu Yuan decides these Shuyang sect cultivators cannot threaten him and finally ends the act. He releases Formless Squall, and Li Yueru is the only one who barely senses the danger in time to jerk his head aside. The other 3 are not so lucky, and thin blood lines suddenly open across all 3 of their necks. A heartbeat later, their heads slide off and the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators die beside Li Yueru without even understanding how. Watching his companions die in an instant finally breaks Li Yueru's nerve, and he abandons any thought of fighting Lu Yuan head-on. Li Yueru turns and flees, swallowing a blood-burst pill because ruining his future is still better than dying here tonight. His speed nearly doubles, but Lu Yuan only looks at the escape with open disdain. Lu Yuan flicks out a sword pellet, and a green flying sword appears in front of him to join Formless Squall in the chase. The green sword catches Li Yueru almost instantly and punches straight through his chest. The wind packed into the sword shreds Li Yueru's meridians from the inside, and death closes in all at once. Before Li Yueru can even process it, Lu Yuan appears beside him and coldly asks, "Where are you going?" With one wave of his hand, Lu Yuan turns countless wind blades loose and cuts Li Yueru apart for good. Li Yueru dies still baffled that this so-called array master was faster than a man who had already burned away his future to escape. Even after killing him, Lu Yuan still does not trust the result and burns Li Yueru's remains with green flame until only ashes and the storage bag are left. He still feels uneasy, because Shuyang sect cultivators refine their souls and might have tricks that let a soul escape after death. To erase that last risk, Lu Yuan uses his divine soul pill refinement technique directly on the scattered ashes. His caution pays off when Li Yueru's hidden remnant soul is dragged out screaming in front of him. Li Yueru begs for mercy, but Lu Yuan ignores him and refines the soul until it fully dissolves. When the last trace vanishes, the remnant soul condenses into a soul pill in Lu Yuan's hand, and only then does he finally relax a little. After that, the rest of the Shuyang sect infiltrators are cleaned up as well, and 10 Foundation establishment cultivators disappear in the mountains beside Moon Mountain Pass. Elsewhere in the Devil Sect camp, the Shuyang sect strategist calmly reviews his plan and believes the second team should already be close to slipping past Moon Mountain Pass. He has already assumed the first group might fail, so he feels smugly certain that sending a backup team covered every gap. Even so, a nagging unease follows him, as if he has forgotten one crucial step. He brushes the worry aside and heads to rest, telling himself he already planned for the worst. That false calm shatters when a Shuyang sect disciple rushes in and blurts out that something has gone terribly wrong. The disciple opens his palm and shows 10 dead blood goo, proof that all 10 infiltrating Foundation establishment cultivators are gone. When he hears they died an hour ago, the strategist finally realizes the mistake that should have been obvious from the start. He should have checked whether the first team was still alive before sending out the second one. To him, the total wipeout means Moon Mountain Pass was guarded by far more force than expected, maybe even someone at the pseudo-core stage. Now he can only hope the enemy did not predict a second wave, because calling that team back is no longer realistic. If the second team dies too, he knows the sect will not reward initiative. It will need someone to blame. Back on the left mountain peak of Moon Mountain Pass, Su-wana quietly asks Lu Yuan why he is so sure more enemies will come this way. Lu Yuan answers with perfect deadpan that he is not sure at all. That leaves Su-wana blinking in disbelief, because if he is not sure, then this whole ambush suddenly sounds absurd. Lu Yuan calmly explains his rule: if the enemy might do something dangerous, act as if they definitely will and prepare for it first. Su-wana answers seriously that she understands, even while grumbling inside that she definitely does not. Without realizing it, Su-wana uses Lu Yuan's own assumption trick on his lesson, and her understanding quietly improves right there in the moonlit ambush. In the Shuyang camp, Zhuan Yangbing is hit with another collapse when news arrives that the second group of Foundation establishment cultivators has also been wiped out. Instead of panicking, he forces himself to rework the whole plan and search for the one variable he missed. He decides the only plausible problem is the Qingyan sect guard at Moon Mountain Pass and orders an immediate investigation. 2 hours later, the report comes back with one surprising name on it: Lu Yuan. On paper, Lu Yuan looks harmless enough: a level 3 Foundation establishment cultivator, a pharmacist, and a fallen former mortal rank name. The more he reads, the less he believes it, because a mere pill refiner should never be able to erase so many Shuyang sect elites. Then one detail hooks him. Lu Yuan first stayed in Pharmacist Valley for more than 10 years, and after coming to Great Xia he spent 4 more years inside the Devil Slayer's division without stepping out. To anyone else that would look cowardly, but to Zhuan Yangbing it looks exactly like the discipline of a true survivor. He becomes convinced that Lu Yuan is another snake who hides his strength, avoids risk, and never shows his real trump cards. That judgment makes him reflect on himself too, because even his public mortal rank standing is partly a mask. In the Xiuyang sect, showing too little strength gets you devoured, so he reveals just enough to survive without inviting more trouble. That is why he almost envies Lu Yuan, whose righteous sect gives a careful man much more room to hide safely. By the end, his frustration turns into excitement, because he thinks he has finally found an evenly matched opponent. He accepts this round as Lu Yuan's win, but quietly vows he will not lose to him again. Back in the mountains near Moon Mountain Pass, Su Wanner confirms that the 5 Xiuyang sect cultivators are already dealt with. Lu Yuan calmly pockets the blood chi pills and soul pills and says the matter is basically finished. He guesses the enemy should already be investigating him, but he does not sound worried at all. With a quiet laugh, Lu Yuan reminds her that being steady only matters if your strength is strong enough to back it up. Satisfied with the outcome, Lu Yuan tells Su Wanner it is time to head back. Once he settles into the Demon Slayer's division at Moon Mountain Pass, Lu Yuan starts sorting through everything he gained from killing the 15 enemy cultivators. A status panel shows how much he has advanced in 1 year, with his cultivation already at Foundation Establishment level 5. His biggest surprise is that his body has already reached the level of an innate stage martial artist thanks to the blood chi pills he harvested. Even so, Lu Yuan keeps his priorities straight and focuses on the real goal, preparing for a perfect heavenly core formation. He counts the final obstacles left and realizes he still needs to condense the thunder, yin, and yang spiritual roots. Then he finds a breakthrough in Liueru's spoils, the black yin devil technique, a method that can form an acquired yin spiritual root. What really catches his eye is that this technique also creates death aura, a nasty energy that directly harms souls and lifespan. Lu Yuan immediately realizes this is the kind of skill old cultivators would hate most, because it is practically built to bully the elderly. The first volume also promises a future soul weapon called the Soul Reaper Rope, which can hook out an enemy's soul if their defenses fail. He is a little annoyed that Liueru only carried the first volume, because the missing second volume should unlock an even deeper soul weapon called the Wailing Staff. Still, the technique is good enough for what he needs now, because condensing the yin root would leave him only 2 roots short of perfection. But as soon as he starts thinking about death aura, soul attacks, and a weapon named Soul Reaper Rope, Lu Yuan has an awkward realization about how villainous this all looks. He can only stare at himself and think that he suddenly resembles the elder of some shameless evil sect. He immediately rejects that image and insists to himself that he is obviously full of righteousness. Then he begins cultivating the Black Yin Devil technique for real, and Black Death aura slowly rises around his body. After a full night of cultivation, Lu Yuan checks the system and sees the first volume of the Black Yin Devil technique climb by 32 proficiency points. He quickly realizes this technique is unusual, because the first volume cannot be pushed to level 10 like his normal skills. Even so, the ceiling is frighteningly high, since level 5 of the first volume already points all the way to apotheosis stage power. The description goes even further. If he ever finds the missing second volume, the complete Black Yin Devil technique could reach the level of a celestial. That promise comes with a grim catch, and Lu Yuan suspects this eerie art was created by some ghostly celestial because it feeds on death, aura, and yin power. He studies the core formation section and learns that this path condenses an ultimate yin golden core called the Black Yin Pill. But condensing that core is brutal, because it demands a real realm divine soul and a huge reserve of death aura. Lu Yuan also understands why most people would never dare train it casually, since death aura hurts the body and soul as much as it strengthens them. He stays calm because his body is strong, his soul is already advanced, and the green flame technique keeps his vitality unusually full. Based on one night's progress, he estimates that in about 2 years he can condense a yin spiritual root the normal way. With 12,000 luck points in hand, he is even more confident that forcing a foundation establishment grade yin root through heaven-blessed means should be safe. That leaves only 2 missing pieces in his 9-root plan, a thunder spiritual root and a yang spiritual root. For thunder, Lu Yuan immediately thinks of Meng Rian, because she openly uses thunder techniques and claims she found them in a lucky ruin. He does not fully buy that story, but the excuse is plausible enough that nobody could force her to hand those arts over. Still, he figures their relationship is good enough that he can probably buy a thunder cultivation method from her for the right price. The yang method is the real headache, because the people of Wuji Mountain are exactly the kind of muscle-brained maniacs he does not want to negotiate with directly. Just picturing himself buried under a pile of brawny men is enough to make him reject the simple approach on the spot. So he decides to leave the yang problem for later and first wait until he finishes building his yin root before approaching Meng Rian for a fair trade. Then his thoughts turn greedier, and he starts seeing Meng Rian as more luck value he can still squeeze out. Lu Yuan decides to play the long game, planning to wait and lure Meng Rian into a physical relationship when the timing is right. Because high-luck women have already paid off for him before, he starts imagining Meng Rian bringing him another huge harvest of luck value. The idea amuses him so much that he breaks into a shameless laugh all by himself. Once the scheming passes, Lu Yuan shifts focus back to what actually made him strong in the first place. Not rare cultivation manuals, but the system's ability to advance his skills. He reminds himself that cultivation methods cannot be directly advanced by the system, and only his main body can train them anyway. That makes the answer simple for now. If he wants quick power before the war worsens, he needs to polish his other skills instead. He shifts his consciousness to the courtyard, where his blurry-faced number 1 tool clone has been tirelessly practicing sword control. Since mastering the Fire Cicada clone art, Lu Yuan has used this tireless duplicate to grind swordsmanship and item manipulation for years without complaint. The long grind has paid off, and both wind riding sword control and 5 elements manipulation are now sitting right at the edge of advancement. He also knows he can no longer trust old techniques as hidden trump cards, because repeated battles have already exposed too much of what he can do. With the Righteous Devil War heating up near Moon Mountain Pass, he judges that hiding there may soon stop being an option. As a Qingyun disciple stationed at the pass, he may be forced into the fighting whether he wants it or not. That danger settles his priorities: more life-saving tricks, more trump cards, and the fastest upgrade path available. So Lu Yuan recalls the clone's latest training results and triggers the advancement choice for wind riding sword control first. The 3 choices are speed, lower spiritual energy cost, or stronger sword power, and Lu Yuan barely needs a second to choose speed. His reasoning is simple and ruthless. If he is fast enough, most threats will never get the chance to pin him down. The upgrade completes, and wind riding sword control evolves into the advanced skill 1 Qi sword control technique. The new art lets him turn his Qi into a sword source, pouring both spiritual energy and soul into the blade to form a true Qi sword. The difference is immediate, because the sword becomes far easier to command and its speed jumps to roughly twice what it was before. Since his old sword art was already fast enough to rival a pseudocore cultivator, this upgrade pushes his mobility into a much scarier range. As he experiments, Lu Yuan realizes the real secret is soul power, which acts like a better engine driving his spiritual energy harder and cleaner. The upgrade also quietly sharpens his sword sense, giving him a more instinctive understanding of swordsmanship than he had before. By his own judgment, he is not a true sword cultivator yet, but against someone at the same level, the gap is no longer very large. Satisfied with that gain, Lu Yuan immediately turns to his second nearly max skill and opens the advancement options for 5 elements manipulation. This time the choices pull him in different directions, because precision, lower energy cost, and more objects all sound useful. Instead of choosing on instinct, Lu Yuan pauses there, genuinely torn between more precision, lower cost, or controlling more objects at once. After weighing talent against efficiency like any practical adult, Lu Yuan finally chooses to advance his 5 elements manipulation instead of chasing something flashier. The choice locks in, and his old manipulation skill upgrades into the divine manipulation technique, a cleaner and sharper way to move objects with spiritual sense. Before he can even finish studying the new skill, 2 more notifications pop up and push his 1 Qi sword control technique and divine soul pill refinement technique up by a level for free. The sudden bonus leaves Lu Yuan genuinely stunned, because he did not do anything except learn 1 new technique. He quickly figures out why. Item control sits under almost everything a cultivator does, so better precision with spiritual energy naturally boosts sword control and alchemy too. That realization makes the free progress feel even better, but Lu Yuan also knows the next upgrades will be much slower now that several of his skills have already advanced so far. Fortunately, he still has one huge advantage. His Fire Cicada clone can keep grinding those difficult skills day and night. He remembers that earlier users of this clone technique tried the same shortcut, but most gave up because the clones sent accumulated damage and soul-deep fatigue back to the main body. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators can end up dizzy and soul weakened for a whole day after that backlash, so the method is usually more trouble than it is worth. Lu Yuan, though, can shrug it off because his divine soul is far stronger than normal and his body has become tough enough to match. By his estimate, he could probably endure the fatigue from 2 clones at once, which only makes it more annoying that he currently has just 1. Even so, he reins himself in and refuses to chase more clone techniques just for efficiency, because he knows spreading himself too thin would backfire hard. With his priorities straight again, Lu Yuan lays out a fresh 5-year plan 4.0 for the road ahead. His first goal is to achieve foundation establishment for his spiritual route through the way of the heavens. His second goal is to master at least 1 more second advancement skill, pushing his toolkit further instead of staying comfortable. His third goal is the most personal one: train his body properly before making a deal with Mengrian. That decision comes from embarrassment as much as caution, because even after growing stronger, Lu Yuan still cannot overpower Mengrian face to face. So he sets a blunt physical benchmark for himself. At minimum, his body has to reach the level of martial monsters like Iron Ox and Lion Ape. He knows his current physique only looks impressive because pills stuffed it full of blood chi, but without real tempering it is still an untested shell. That is why he decides to polish his body through actual martial practice instead of trusting pill-fed strength alone. In the days that follow, His main body keeps cultivating the Black Yin Devil technique and steadily condensing an acquired Yin spiritual root. At the same time, he starts using the martial arts he learned from Lion Ape and Iron Ox to hammer his body into something sturdier through repeated practice. Those martial arts are not especially refined, but they still do the job, and Lu Yuan is perfectly willing to use anything useful. He also keeps refining pills, shifting away from marrow-cleansing medicine and focusing on recovery pills and blood-replenishing pills that actually matter now. Even when he does not need the pills himself, Lu Yuan can still sell them to Moon Mountain Pass guards and the devil-slaying practitioners around him. With cultivation, body training, cloning, and alchemy all running together, Lu Yuan settles into a busy but satisfying routine. Meanwhile, after Lu Yuan ruined Zhuan Yangbing's smuggling plan, the enemy stops pushing that scheme and Moon Mountain Pass finally calms down. With that plan dead, the Xiuyang sect can no longer keep feeding chaos through the mortal war, and the fighting slips back into a more controlled pattern. That change sharply reduces the danger around Lu Yuan, because Moon Mountain Pass can now lean on its defensive arrays and the practitioners he already brought in. Even with fewer cultivators than the Xiuyang sect, the pass can still hold the line by using terrain and formations instead of matching numbers head-on. But the calm at Moon Mountain Pass does not mean the wider war is quiet, because several other countries under the righteous sects are still being invaded. The Yuchan sect gets hit worst of all, caught badly off guard when the enemy targets a mortal nation directly. By the time their core formation elders finally intervene, a third of their land and population have already been sacrificed just to drive the attackers back out. Even then, the Yuchan sect still refuses to escalate into full retaliation with core formation-led campaigns, because that would drag both sides into a much bigger war. They cannot just swallow the humiliation either, so an enraged Yuchan sect sends nearly half of its foundation establishment cultivators toward the full Moon Mountain range. The other righteous sects, which did not suffer as badly, have far less appetite for that gamble and hold back instead of matching Yuchan's desperation. The devil sects answer in kind, because they can see exactly why Yuchan is acting so recklessly after taking such a brutal loss. For Yuchan, this is not just revenge anymore but a desperate bid to recover enough resources from the coming conflict to offset the damage to their future. The reason is simple and cruel. Losing a third of the population means losing a huge slice of future disciples and, with them, a huge slice of future talent. So the war keeps circling back to resources, and the Full Moon Mountain Range is where those resources are worth bleeding for. That place is also called the Full Moon Demonic Kingdom, a vast third territory wedged between the righteous lands and the devil lands. Its constant white fog is more than weather, because it suppresses spiritual sense and cultivation. The deeper cultivators push inside, and the stronger a cultivator is, the harder that suppression hits, which turns the mountain range into a place where brute rank alone cannot solve everything. Only once every 300 years does the tidal moon begin, when moonlight gradually weakens the mountain range's restrictions. That rare cycle has 2 stages, with a 20-year half-moon period first and a far more valuable 5-year full-moon period after it. By the full-moon stage, the suppression weakens enough that even core formation cultivators can enter the mountains. But nobody waits that long to move, because getting in early means claiming safer routes and better positions before the real rush begins. After so many past expeditions, both sides already know which paths lead fastest toward the core and which areas are dangerous enough to avoid. That means the so-called war between righteous and devil cultivators is, at this stage, really a brutal fight for favorable terrain before the deeper expedition starts. Because of that, both sides still hold back and avoid turning every clash into a death match that burns through their foundation establishment and core formation elites too early. Now the next half-moon period is only 5 years away, so the pressure is building fast and the struggle for position is about to get much uglier. And once everyone finally enters the mountain range itself, the line between righteous and devilish way will matter a lot less than who wants the same treasure. In that place, even fellow disciples can turn on each other for a rare herb or magic item, so nobody is truly safe once the hunt begins. No one can even say how many deaths during a tidal moon come from enemies and how many come from their own side. With only 5 years left before the next tidal moon, Yuchan's move makes perfect sense. They are openly betting everything on this expedition. Once Yuchan commits that hard, the other sects can no longer sit still, and Qingyun's sect starts preparing for the coming struggle too. The first order of business is choosing the first batch of disciples who will enter the full moon mountain range ahead of everyone else. Those spots are reserved for the sect's strongest disciples, because they have to seize the best opportunities for Qingyun before the battlefield settles. But everyone understands the ugly truth behind that honor. The first wave also carries the highest death rate. 4 years pass, and as the tidal moon approaches, Qingyun sect gathers its top people on the main peak to prepare for the coming expedition. Among the 4 elder-led groups, Han Yuanshan stands out because only Bai Dafei is beside him, while the other elders have several direct disciples. Han Yuanshan has always chosen disciples for pill talent over numbers, so after his missing eldest disciple, only Bai Dafei and Lu Yuan remain under him. In Han Yuanshan's eyes, Bai Dafei is decent and well-liked, but his talent is only above average, so he will likely reach at most an ordinary core formation stage. Han Yuanshan actually thinks more highly of Lu Yuan, because even if Lu Yuan may never form a true golden core, His pill-refining talent could still carry him to the pseudo-core stage and beyond. But Lu Yuan's extreme steadiness also gives Han Yuanshan a headache, because a pharmacist who refuses risk can stay safe and still never become great. Since Lu Yuan has only recently started learning alchemy, Han Yuanshan can only shelve that problem for now and think about correcting his personality later. Once the hall settles, Mu Chen finally explains why everyone was summoned. The restrictions on the full moon demonic kingdom are about to weaken again. Mu Chen reminds them that every tidal moon is a huge chance for the righteous sects, because the sealed mountain range overflows with rare herbs, treasures, ancient techniques, and old magic items. Mu Chen adds that Qingyan sect itself rose on gains from past tidal moon expeditions, so nobody in the hall needs to be told how much is riding on this. Then Mu Chen drops the real decision. This meeting is to choose who will be sent into the full moon mountain range when the tidal moon arrives. He warns that this tidal moon feels stronger than the last one, which could mean both peerless opportunities and dangerous great demons appearing together. Because their nascent soul patriarch believes a major opportunity will appear, the sect has already decided to send almost all Foundation establishment disciples out instead of keeping them safe at home. Mu Chen makes the hardest part even clearer. Every elder must send at least one direct disciple, and this time there is no room to refuse. He finishes by saying volunteers are welcome and will even be rewarded, leaving the hall to weigh the order in uneasy silence. The moment the rule lands, Han Yuanshan frowns and Bai Dafei nearly locks up, because with only 2 disciples under their master, he already knows who is most likely getting picked. Bai Dafei inwardly spirals, because he is just a pharmacist and all he has ever heard about the full moon mountain range is that it is full of demons, monsters, and bizarre evils that cling to you until you die. With all the sect's monstrous geniuses also heading there, Bai Dafei can practically see himself turning into easy meat the second he steps inside. Unable to hide it, Bai Dafei throws Han Yuanshan a pleading look, silently begging his master to save him from this assignment. Han Yuanshan tries to speak up for his side, but Mu Chen cuts in at once because he already expected this objection. Mu Chen says the patriarch already considered Han Yuanshan's special case, but the disciples entering the mountain will need pharmacists inside with them or the losses could be serious. He drives the point home with the patriarch's exact order. Han Yuanshan must send a disciple and is not allowed to show mercy. Han Yuanshan's face turns ugly, because now this is no longer a discussion but a direct decree from above. Seeing that, Mu Chen softens his tone and explains that pharmacists can stay near the mountain range's safer outer edge, where there are fewer demons and less conflict with other sects. It is still dangerous, but Mu Chen insists the risk to Han Yuanshan's disciples will be much lower than what the main fighting disciples must face. With no way to argue further, Han Yuanshan turns and looks at Bai Dafei, making the answer painfully obvious without even saying it yet. For one shaky moment, Bai Dafei almost blurts out Lu Yuan's secret strength, because compared with Lu Yuan, he knows he is the one truly unsuited for this trip. But Bai Dafei clamps down on the impulse, because he promised Lu Yuan he would keep that secret, and he takes that loyalty seriously. So in the end, Bai Dafei can only tearfully volunteer himself and tell Han Yuanshan that he will go to the full moon mountain range. Han Yuanshan sighs and comforts him, promising that if he stays careful on the safer edge, he should not run into real danger. He even admits that if Lu Yuan's cultivation were higher, he might have sent Lu Yuan instead, because Lu Yuan's rock-solid steadiness would have made him much easier to trust in a place like that. Then Han Yuanshan gives Bai Dafei a practical plan. There is still a year before the mountain opens, so he should go find Lu Yuan near the full moon mountain range and learn how to stay alive from him. That instantly flips Bai Dafei's mood, because if anyone can come up with a safe plan for this nightmare trip, he is sure Lu Yuan can. Bai Dafei immediately asks to leave and look for Lu Yuan at once, and Han Yuanshan lets him go with a simple warning to be careful on the road. Bai Dafei leaves the hall in a rush, but before he gets far, someone calls out for him to stop. When he turns around, the person waiting for him is Yi Dingyu, who is actually Meng Rian in disguise. Remembering the rumors around her and Lu Yuan, Bai Dafei guesses exactly what this is about and asks if she wants news of junior brother Lu. Meng Rian nods and asks the real question straight out. After leaving the imperial capital, has Lu Yuan contacted Bai Dafei at all? Bai Dafei answers without thinking that they have stayed in occasional contact, and the moment he says it, he realizes he may have said too much. Meng Rian's expression shifts at once, and with a fake calm smile she says she was only worried Lu Yuan had died outside. Bai Dafei instantly understands the problem. Lu Yuan has been away for years without contacting his own people properly, and now he has stepped right into a terrifying family mess. He tries to escape on the spot with a flimsy excuse, but Meng Rian stops him again and says she has something important to discuss. Bai Dafei can only stop with a bitter face and surrender, telling her he will answer whatever he knows. Meng Rian goes straight for the point and asks Bai Dafei exactly where Lu Yuan is now.